to day 2 of the New York Times Climate Forward event, live from Sharm el-Sheikh on the sidelines of COP27. My name is Lisa Friedman. I'm a climate reporter at the New York Times. This is my 11th COP. And as ever, there are tense deliberations happening here in week 1 of the conference. As some of the world leaders who have been here at the beginning of the week depart, the narrative around the negotiations is moving slightly away from the high-level speeches and commitments to more specific topic areas. We're following the same approach with our programming here. Yesterday, my colleagues led conversations on loss and damage, Africa's energy future, scientific tipping points, and the interaction between climate progress and political freedom. Today, we're going to go one level deeper. We have discussions about extreme heat, reforestation, the decarbonization of heavy industries, and interactive workshops. I'm particularly excited about the discussion with new Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC, Simon Steele, who I will be interviewing later on. You can find all the details on our online agenda. Welcome to those of you here in person and those joining online from around the world. You can join the conversation using the online hashtag NYTCF. Now, we're going to dive straight in this morning. It's Finance Day at COP27. You'll remember that at COP26 in Glasgow, one of the most significant developments was not from an agreement between governments, but among members of the private sector. The Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero included 450 institutions, major banks, pension funds, insurers, together controlling 130 trillion of assets. And they committed to using that capital to hit net zero emissions targets in their investments by 2050. It would be a transformation of the global financial system if those commitments were made good. And though it is still early days, the coalition has had challenges. 2 pension funds have left, US banks have threatened to leave over worries of litigation, and just last week, the alliance dropped the requirement to sign up for the UN emissions reduction campaign, the Race to Zero. But it's not just the Finance Alliance, or GFANCE as it is called, that is having challenges. Private climate finance broadly is projected to decline this year amid global investment downturn. But world leaders need private finance to address the challenge before us. $5 trillion a year, $5 trillion a year will be necessary to make the transformation necessary to avoid warming above 1.5 degrees. What will it take to ensure that private finance fulfills its commitment to mitigation, adaptation, and resilience? I'm delighted to welcome to the stage 3 speakers who are going to help us unpack the answers to some of these questions. I'd like to welcome to the stage Nicolette Bartlett, the Chief Impact Officer of CDP, formerly the Carbon Disclosure Project, a non-for-profit organization that turns disclosure systems for companies and investors regarding environmental impacts. We have Mukwandi Chibasakunda, CEO of the Zambia National Commercial Bank. And last but not least, Uday Kema, Vice Chairman of the Nand and Jeet Kema Foundation. Thank you all so much for joining us. It's a big question we're tackling today, and so I want to start by exploring why private finance broadly appears to be stepping back, and then move forward to what it will take for these commitments to be fulfilled. Uday, let me start with you. As someone who has a lot of experience investing in emerging markets, namely India, how do you view the global markets right now in climate finance?
I think that we cannot ignore the global context of the challenges faced by the world economy. At the same time, as we think strategically about how this money will move, from an institutional investor standpoint, and I speak more not as an investor in India, but working through our foundation on climate finance for 17 years with pension funds and sovereign wealth funds, I think there are certain obstacles and challenges that we can really unlock. That makes me optimistic that if we were to unlock them, we could actually move huge amounts of long-term institutional capital into green infrastructure in the South and in the North.
See, I'm a journalist, so I'm professionally cynical. Tell me what makes you optimistic.
Well, what makes me optimistic is the dawning realization that it's actually not about the investors. It's about the sectors themselves. So technology is abundantly here, whether it's solar, wind, EV technology, even green hydrogen. It's here. The problem, for many years, we thought it was all about sitting and spending huge amounts of time with institutional investors. I have spent 17 years doing that. And the same answer keeps coming up. It's not about the investors. It's about taking these new sectors in new countries and getting people who do not speak to each other to speak to each other. That's to say the regulators, the governments, the people who, for example, in electric mobility provide the electrons, the power companies, the people who manufacture the electric buses, the people who operate those buses, put it all together. That would happen naturally in capitalism over 10 to 15 years. As those conversations happened, those sectors would emerge. We don't have that time. We've got 5 years to do this in. This decade matters. So what we need to do is force function those conversations, and we can do that. And a number of processes across the planet are doing that. Once you've done that, most of it is de-risked. And what you then have to do is do something else, which is make sure that the very shattered and scattered community of global blended finance can be narrowly focused on those projects. There's a coordination mechanism across that shattered world of blended finance. So I'm actually calling for two institutions, a green development and investment bank to be created, and separately, a coordinating mechanism for all global blended finance. Those two things would allow this to happen.
That's great. Makwani, we were speaking backstage about some of the really interesting funds that you're working on in the climate space. Maybe you could say a few words about those and sort of what you're experiencing on the ground, trying to seek global investments for that, and how has this decline in finance affected you and your country?
Thanks, Lisa, and thank you for having us at the table, so to speak. From an African perspective, what is clear is that we need to change from the victim narrative to one where we're actually driving the outcomes. And as Zanaco in Zambia being a Central African country, rich in minerals, rich in so many things, waiting for finance to come from external is not necessarily the solution. So as Zanaco, what we have decided to do is to see what we can start with. And we have put together a fund that will then finance the local players that are driving solar energy, that are driving resilient solutions, that are getting rid of deforestation. Because in Zambia, we have the highest deforestation in Africa and the third highest in the world. Currently, we are a net carbon taker, but if we don't change this, in the next 5 to 10 years, it'll shift. And we, as a local community, need to make that difference. So Zanaco is the largest bank in Zambia, and we have been able to put together these solutions that are laying the foundation for the future from an African perspective, from a Zambian perspective, from a global perspective, to begin to address climate and to get us to a point where we're actually able to shift the dial and make a difference for the communities on the ground. Thank you.
And though you're not waiting for investment, global investment would surely help. What has your experience been in seeking that?
What we have found, actually, now that we have put in place a few initiatives, some of them are really quite simple. Advocacy on the ground. People didn't know that if they cut down trees and make charcoal, then they're hurting the future generations. They just did not know. So we are making people aware. We're planting 1 million trees over 3 years. We are, in the various fund solutions that we have put in place, we have identified partners in the pipeline of projects that we are funding. And they're very small projects. They don't really make that big a difference. But because we have started somewhere, we have found that other players are now interested. They're now talking to us about it and saying, how can we multiply what you're doing as Zanaco? How can we create that journey towards a resilient continent? And so on that basis, we have recently just been accredited to GCF, We have partnered with BII. We have partnered with the EIB as Zanaco. So we believe that the global finance mechanisms are now going to come to us. But it starts with us. We don't go out there and wait for that solution to come to us. We implement the solutions, and then we go to the global finance sector, and we say, look at what we're doing. Can you work with us to create that multiplier effect?
Nicolette, CDP has set the standard for data regarding a company's climate impact. It seems that there is a real drop in accountability for climate finance actors. I wonder if you agree, disagree, what you make of what you're seeing.
I don't think there's been a drop, Lisa. What I think there has been is a shift. The rubber's hitting the road now. And so you've got sort of the first layer of, very, very loud, the first layer of accountability, I think, is coming into place. And what that really means is landing in people's consciousness. If you look at, CDP, we started out with just 100 investors representing just a few billions. And we now have over 680 representing 130 trillion in assets. So we see continuous focus and from the finance sector, but I think what's happening now is they're moving from the passive, we need data, we need companies to do stuff, to the active, and recognizing that it's actually their role to play. Now, I think both speakers have really covered the key point. The capital allocation that has to happen happens in the real economy. That's where the actual infrastructure gets built. That's where the products and services come from. But those companies are in portfolios, obviously our financial institutions. And what's really coming through now is they're grappling with what it takes to actually have a portfolio of assets that is transitioning. And that's how you provide transitioning finance. And nobody has all the answers. And I think what's happening now is the true scale of what we need to achieve in such a short time is really dawning on people. I think one of the tools that we have available to really look at if a portfolio is transitioning is looking at each and every asset class, looking at all the companies within it, and starting to question, are they transitioning, and how do you measure that? And that's really where the conversation, that's where the accountability conversation is coming into play now. And it will be about transition plans, for example. It will be about how those companies are integrating this into their governance. It'll be about their capital allocation, all of which obviously needs data for the finance sector to measure that and account for that. And I think that's where we are now, is they're grappling with a lack of data, which of course is a really frustrating thing to say after 22 years of doing this. But there is still a lot missing in the space from an accountability and a transparency perspective. And then how do they ensure that their finance is going to companies in the real economy that are transitioning, not just those companies who may be doing the new economy, but those companies who are still working with fossil fuels, who are in the hard-to-abate sectors. How do they measure and support them in transitioning from one place to the new economy?
And when it comes to things like the Finance Alliance, the FT recently cited one unnamed senior executive at a U.S. bank who said it would be immoral and irresponsible for banks to open themselves up to the liability created by the UN's climate criteria. Do you have thoughts on how, real the risks are from an investment perspective?
I think there are so many risks, right? What I think is emerging from that is that tension we now have, which is that the regulation policy structures need to actually be aligning in reality, which is where some of these banks will be hitting a challenge, right? So some of the criteria are based on moving away from new fossil fuel expansion. And at the same time, in many parts of the world, fossil fuels are expanding with in the developed world in particular, now with the energy crisis, with those governments not aligning policy with moving away from, right? And so a bank hits a challenge. And of course in the US, it's a unique challenge in certain states about how they align because it's a very politically charged issue right now, right? Really politically charged. I mean, you're not used to seeing BlackRock's CEO having to defend. I mean, can you imagine them turning into climate heroes, right? Having to defend, daring to have their portfolios manage climate risk, which is the most rational thing to do. And frankly, the moral issue there is off the charts. So I think the risks abound, but I think the real risk is, I feel as if some folks are living in sort of, there's a third world. And there really is. I remember in the Bank of England's first stress test that they did, at one of the meetings they were at with banks, it was really interesting. They said, well, I want to see two scenarios that you're stress testing against. One is that the economy aligns at the pace that it needs to align. So it's your transition risk is X, Y, and Z. Or we don't. But then your physical risk is massive. And if I don't see a scenario where you haven't stress tested against that physical risk, then I don't know what world you live in, because there are only those two worlds and shades of those two worlds. There isn't a third world where you can continue. I know then you are not ready for the future. And I think that's what's happening now. I think what's most exciting is what's happening with the central bank, is the financial regulators really leaning in, looking under the hood and going, gosh, this risk is rather alarming. And that's where I think that the rubber's hitting the road now.
And just for those who may not be aware, one of the things that Nicolette was referring to were proposed disclosure regulations from the SEC in the United States, which I'd love to circle back to later in the conversation. But I want to turn to the impact of the war in Ukraine. And the pressures it's exerting on the investment environment are clearly a challenge. Uday, do you have how much of a setback has this war been in getting financial firms to stick to their commitments?
Look, I think the problem for developing countries is that we've moved into a bit of a risk-off part of the economic cycle.
What does that mean?
Which means that we've seen this, capitalism goes in cycles. And as risks emerge, people tend to go back to sanctuaries, like the US dollar, for example. And the Ukraine war has not necessarily helped. And oil prices have not helped. Cost of living has not helped. And all of this means that investors have been going back to less risky investment asset classes. And that hasn't helped any of us. It has also meant that, of course, some European governments have had to turn back on fossil fuel-based generation, which hasn't helped. However, on the other side, there is a clear recognition in Europe that they need to diversify their energy supplies. And therefore, because I work closely with a number of the decision makers in Brussels, there's a real and sincere, genuine desire now to use this as an opportunity to move towards green generation sources in Europe, even in North Africa, to evacuate power and green hydrogen into Europe. And so it could be, it's a double-edged sword.
Makwandi, how have these same pressures affected climate finance in sub-Saharan Africa? What has your experience been on the rush for African gas?
I think what has happened in the recent past is a bit of a reality check globally.
How so?
When you look at livelihoods on the ground, that's the primary concern of most communities. And if they're being hit by inflation, by energy pricing, part of the go-to process is survival first. And in that process, the reality check happens. And at that point, there has to be a very clear decision as to what the priorities are and how to balance between survival today and survival tomorrow. That's what we're experiencing on the ground in Africa. We do have issues on the ground with our community, but we believe that it's a journey, and we need to find that balance and just make sure that we don't lose the journey that we've already started with regards to climate and what needs to be done in that space, and to what extent the communities are allowed to create that balancing structure for today to survive, but also to survive tomorrow. In order to do that, what we have found, for example, are alternatives. So in Zambia, what we have been able to do is look for other fuel sources other than the fossil fuel ones. So rather than to go back to coal, we then say, okay, how do we create a structure that does not take us back to where we don't want to go? We also have conservation farming, which again reduces the amount of deforestation, because we realize our role for the world. We're the lungs, jointly with Brazil and other countries that have huge forests. So we can't go back, that is clear. But how do we find a solution for today and make sure that our communities are aware of that, and we're not giving too much pain to the communities in the intervening period? Otherwise, we'll lose the progress that we've made so far. So that's the balancing act that is currently underway. And I think we're making good progress so far. We're optimistic. Thank you.
Yeah. Nicolette, what are you seeing? How much of a setback has the war been? Are there spots of optimism that you're seeing?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think if you look at, I actually think this is one of the biggest triggers towards really large-scale shifts to clean energy in certain parts of the world. It's quite interesting. Right now, I mean, the way in which the Germans responded was fascinating to me. On the one hand, yes, absolutely, having to put on some coal-fired power plants again, but being at the same time, bringing forward their dates for 100% renewable energy, right? Because they know that's the future. Because right now, what's very clear is the energy costs that are rising in Europe are completely linked to gas. And it's the first time we start to see that clean energy has a different power structure, decentralized systems, isn't linked to a few countries, potentially to very dictatorial systems, right? Whereas clean energy is a completely different type of energy system. And I think, and secondly, it is now the cheaper form of energy in these countries in the north. And that's the sweet spot, right? And so that's the first thing I would say. Number two, in terms of companies, so far we see an increase that in the last year, we had a record increase in the number of companies coming to CDP, disclosing on climate, setting targets, etc., and a record increase, 42% jump from last year. And the majority of that comes from the Asian countries. And that's the interesting bit. This is now becoming the thing to these Asian countries. And again, with the monetary authority stepping in, the stock exchanges stepping in. So I do see us having the energy crisis impact certain decisions that are being made, certainly within the big fossil fuel companies and some of the banking world, and some of the countries doing some of, the United Kingdom choosing some crazy old paradigms. But at the same time, the underlying trend is still moving in one direction. So I'm, apart from the horrors of the war causing the energy crisis, quite optimistic about what's actually happened as a result of it.
Okay, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, I wanted to pick up that point because I completely agree with it. If you look at my country, India, we have been a big net importer of fossil fuels. And yet we have the highest solar irradiation on the planet. And it's for that reason that the Indian government has been pushing solarization and EVs on a big scale. Now, if you look at the Ukraine crisis, it's in some way analogous to what happened in the early 70s with the oil shock. And the oil shock led to California, Japan, and so forth, creating tremendous energy efficiency. This shock we're having now shows you that you do need to become autonomous in your energy usage and requirements and production. And with solar and wind, you can have energy security. And we forget this convergence is so important between climate change mitigation and energy security. So I couldn't agree more. And that's one reason why Asian countries perhaps are jumping on board And this could be a great moment. I know it's a trite aphorism that you should never waste a good crisis, but this is certainly a crisis we should not waste.
I want to look to the future on disclosures, regulation. One of the complaints that banks have made is that demands placed on them in their net zero commitments, et cetera, have not been supported by strong government action on the other side. Makwandi, have you heard this argument before?
Yes.
Can you kind of help us unpack what this means, right? I mean, is it just a matter of banks saying they don't want to go first?
The nature of regulators is that they always are a step or two behind what's really happening. And so what tends to happen is after the fact, then the regulators have to now work on a structure that makes the base appropriate for whatever players in the economy. And that is the same for the climate issues. And our role as the private sector players is to educate our regulators, educate the policymakers, and work with them to identify those solutions that will work best for us. But I think the pace is rather slow, and we need to come together as a community and put together almost a roadmap that everyone can just pick up on and use. Rather than for each of us to reinvent the wheel, how do we get all our regulators and policymakers to shift their mindsets so that they can support us as we go on this journey? I agree that it's actually a complete mismatch. It's almost as though they're a bit schizophrenic, because one minute they'll say one thing and the next they'll say another. But they need to be educated and they need to be given the tools to actually make the right calls.
Nicolette, do you think that there are limitations to what private actors can achieve in the absence of robust government policy?
Without a doubt. So I fully agree that regulation follows potentially leading edge practice. But that's leading edge, right? That's not where the majority necessarily is, which is why you need regulation. And I think we're now at that place, again, rubber hitting the road. So the whole theory of things like GFANZ and the Race to Zero and the Science-Based Targets Initiative, and even CDP's raison d'etre, is making it doable, proving they are leaders, proving that they will commit, and then going into an ambition loop. For CDP, it is, we will prove it's doable, and then make the regulation happen faster. So for example, our data will show in every country, whether it's the SEC proposed rule, whether it's now integrating the ISSB, our aim is to have companies do it, make it doable. Once it's being done, the regulation follows much quicker because you've proven it's doable. You can show the data, but look, 62% of companies are doing this. Scope 3 is not impossible. Here, this is how many US companies are doing it, right? So, but with the ambition loop, you can also turn it into a catch-22. So you might end up in a place where things get stalled because companies will say, or banks will say, well, we don't have the regulation, we can't do it. And you have to flip this, and then you have to hold them to account. Because we are seeing a world where corporates are absolutely, the leading edge corporates are getting behind things, are signing letters, are supporting in the public space certain regulation. But what we need to see more of is when they go in and they have their 5 minutes with the head of state or with the Treasury, what do they have as their top 3 asks? And if it's not on that list, then we won't see the shift happen. And so I think that's where we're at now, is we need to start really looking under the hood of those conversations, because we need to get into a dynamic. And I couldn't agree more that it is capacity building and education, but not just for regulators. I mean, I think the amount of knowledge we are going to need, and I'm sure all of you will have recognized this, there's probably, a few thousand people right now on the planet who actually get this stuff properly. We need millions of people to get this. Every banker needs to know how to structure a deal in a new type of economy. They don't. They honestly don't. They need to know how to align their portfolios. They don't. So the capacity building that has to be done is at scale, and but I don't think we can ever get there without the policy environment. I think the whole point, and it sometimes gets forgotten, of voluntary initiatives is to trigger that exact thing. And we have to keep our eye on that goal.
Uday, do you agree?
I think the whole point here is that the three sectors, that's to say, and I do agree, the policy makers, the regulators, and incentive providers, let's call that government, industry and the corporate world, and the investment world have to have these conversations together, sector by sector by sector, to crack those obstacles to investment that exist now, which can easily be cracked, but would take 15 years to figure out naturally. And to do that through convened processes. Some of us working with sovereign wealth funds and pension funds are doing that. What we now need, which is why I was calling out the need for an institution to do this, is to do this on a global scale. It doesn't need much money. It's not a balance sheet institution. It's a convening institution that brings together, sector by sector, the greatest corporations, the relevant governments, and the largest investors to sit in the room and say, what do we need?
Is that your pitch for the green bank that you've been discussing? This is the global green
I'm
bank?
calling it a green development and investment bank. By development, I don't mean that it has a balance sheet. I just mean it brings together these convening processes to crack sector by sector the opportunities. And investment means it then makes those opportunities available to investors around the planet. That function, no one is doing right now. Extraordinary.
In the U.S., of course, the Biden administration and Congress recently passed the Inflation Reduction Act, $370 billion over 10 years, investments in clean energy. Is that going to reverberate globally, or is this, does this help beyond the U.S.? Does it have an impact on private investment broadly? What are you seeing in Africa?
Not yet. But I believe that, as I said earlier, rather than to wait for the investments to land in Africa, we in Africa need to start. And then we will be ready for those investments when they do land, rather than for us to keep pushing for that money to get there. We flip the script, so to speak, and we need to be purposeful about it and lead the conversation in the right direction. So there's a lot of investment opportunity from an African perspective to drive this agenda forward. And I really do believe that if we prepare ourselves as an African continent, as individual countries in Africa, as the private sector in Africa, we will be ready for that investment when it is ready to come to us.
There is an expectation that this Inflation Reduction Act investment will drive down globally the price of some clean energy. Do you expect, maybe Uday or Nicolette, that this will, that this will broadly help investments in clean energy elsewhere?
So I don't see how it can't. I mean, I think there's two things that are really important. Number one, the United States finally has some form of major regulation on climate change, legislation. There's no way that doesn't affect the world.
Very different than regulation.
Yeah, you're not regulating. Yeah. But let's just let that sink in, right? After all this time, the world's biggest economy has that. Of course that's going to reverberate around the world. And for me, there's two parts that will happen. One, absolutely, it will drive more investment into these technologies, which then, because it's the world's biggest economy, will have an impact on that happening globally, given. But also number two, I think, is the political shift it could create, potentially. If you look at countries, Germany's Energiewende, the way the Danish went after wind, there were two shifts that had to happen. Scale, there had to be feed-in tariffs and money and incentives. Some of the same incentives are embedded in the Inflation Reduction Act. But it caused citizens to get access to those technologies. So some of the things in the Inflation Reduction Act, for me, are based on... I've got some curse.
We're just going to keep giving you new microphones.
Some curse? No, we're not. Can you speak?
Okay.
No.
Yeah, good. Okay. So some of the technologies there are for citizens. Mean that people will get a heat pump potentially if their states, obviously that's the trick here, is the actual states need to be aligned and allow for those structures to come into their states. That may not happen in every state, but there are many mayors, for example, that are really leaning in, wanting to ensure that their city and their citizens get access to that. Now, what does that do? It means that human being X, Y, or Z gets potentially invests in a heat pump, potentially has solar panels. Now, why does that? It seems such a small thing, but it's not, because then it becomes normalized. So the teeth of the political chargedness gets removed. Because if you start to say, well, clean energy X, Y, or Z, and you've got clean energy at home, you're no longer going to be able to politicize that issue. And it happened in Germany because they had an incentive. They got new technology. They had a feed-in tariff. It's not quite the same thing as the Inflation Reduction Act, but the point being, you took the clause out of making clean energy a political issue, which I think is subtle, but really powerful, because that has been the issue in the United States for some extraordinary reason. A scientific fact and a set of really cool new technologies have been politicized. And unless and until that is shifted, you have an issue in the United States, which means the world has an issue. And that's what I'm hoping is the subtle magic of the Inflation Reduction Act.
Normalize heat pumps. I'm going to open up for questions in a moment. As I call on you, please tell us your name and affiliation, and if we could ask that you keep it to a question and not a statement, we would be grateful. I see any hands in the audience? Woman in the second, third row in the yellow. Thank you.
Hi, Julie Pullen, climate scientist and oceanographer now with Propeller Ventures. You mentioned really a lovely phrase of ambition loops. And I wonder if you could describe more what you're seeing of some of the most impactful ones that you're noticing that you might be able to draw attention to.
Sure, we have a few examples. So we're part of a coalition at CDP, and a few of the business-facing climate NGOs are part of a coalition called We Mean Business. And we have a very broad tent, but has set the bar very high of what corporate ambition should look like. And we've had quite a few moments where we've been able to shift something in a policy space because we had that ambitious company agenda. So European Union, there's been times when it essentially created a bench of companies who really care that this policy aligns in the right way because they have set themselves really hairy, scary targets, and they mean to achieve them, and they're going to hit roadblocks, right? As they can go very hard, very fast, and at some point, they need to see a shift in policy. Otherwise, it's either uneconomic or almost impossible because of planning regulations or whatever. And there's been quite a few examples where we've been able to mobilize them quite practically to either get on the phone, get into rooms before a decision gets made. For example, the targets for the European Union, the decarbonization targets for 2030. Many companies stepped in really actively there because they were committed to science-based targets. They had set themselves 100% renewable energy goals, and so those targets in the European really mattered to them. And it was amazing to watch. So there's been many examples of where I've seen it practically play out. Many of these same companies during the Inflation Reduction Act were behind it, shouting from the rooftops, yes, we're in, we support this. I've also seen examples where companies have committed themselves on the other side and then have come out against something. And that's been very disappointing to see. But the majority of the time, if you have companies truly committed to something like through a science-based target, the scrutiny on them becomes higher, and then they will step up in certain policy for it and absolutely support. It doesn't mean that policy always comes in, though, because they are not the only voice at the table, but it does activate their potential power within policymaking circles, a lot more than if they hadn't had that target.
We've got a question in the front row over here.
Thank you so much. It's Charles Perry from RISE. On the topic of scaling trillions and private finance in particular, we've been talking about GFANs. I mean, any suggestions? I mean, Uday, you talk to a lot of global asset owners about what needs to be done to really get global asset owners, not asset managers, asset owners, much more into the frame on, for example, Race to Zero and on investing in big things like municipal electric vehicles that you mentioned.
Thank you. Global asset owners have a different set of agendas to global asset managers. They're looking to own assets over decades, and they're some of the largest investors in the world. For them, they don't want to trade assets necessarily, they want the yield. That gives them a tremendous advantage in the sense that they lower the cost of capital for green infrastructure around the planet. The difficulty they have is the scale deal flow I mentioned earlier. You mentioned municipal buses. So we've actually, for 3 years, worked on a project around the planet, bringing together regulators and manufacturers and investors to look at what it would take to make that sector the equivalent of solar and wind. And it can be done. But it's precisely that needs this coordinating mechanism I mentioned, to aggregate that, to put the right regulations in place. And you can create asset category after asset category that does not require private equity rates of return, but infrastructure rates of return. The United States was built on much lower cost of capital, bonds for the railroads and the canals. That's the sort of capital we need. And that capital is abundantly available if only we could create this institution to coordinate the de-risking of sector after sector, as we have been doing for municipal buses, for green hydrogen, for deep sea wind, all the sectors that are coming up now. We can do this. Thank you.
As I look for other hands, right here in the front, brown suit.
Hi, Sophie Lambert from Kite Insights. My question relates to the challenge of financing adaptation. The prediction is 340 billion costs from 2030 per year, and the conversation has been mostly about mitigation. I'd just love to hear your thoughts on that.
It's a very good point. We've barely touched on financing adaptation, and that is a reflection of the amount of money that has gone into adaptation versus mitigation. Nicolette and then maybe Mukwandi.
I think this is absolutely fundamental, right? Because, and the gap is huge. And I think the same focused efforts that have to happen that you're talking about is what needs to happen for adaptation. I've seen quite a few events and announcements at this COP that are focused on that, and that's really exciting. And it won't be as sexy as trillions flowing to, but it's actually really fundamental. There's the new sustainability-linked bonds, but essentially what it helps to do is de-risk if a company's, for example, let's take Pakistan has a flood, hit it, right? Which it did. In that moment, they will have an extraordinary amount of interest to pay on their debts. The structure of those bonds could have been structured in such a way that during a climate crisis, if they can pause that payment, that will unlock more money for them than governments sending money across. My point is we need to get under the hood. I think there's creative ways that can be done, and I think if you listen around the COP, that's what some of the really deep conversations have been focused on. I'd really like to see more of that, and if Egypt can unlock just 2 or 3 of those innovative mechanisms, it won't be as sexy, it won't grab the headlines, but it could be game-changing, because no matter how well we do, no matter how much we have to keep the hope alive for 1.5, adaptation and crises are going to hit us daily, and we have to get that right.
Mukwandi, what are you
I was just going to agree, actually, and it has the biggest opportunity in Africa, as it happens. And we believe that in future, this will become much more of a conversation. It's a journey, again, and at a particular point in time, there will be focus on certain key streams, but adaptation needs to become more of a conversation, and it starts with us. And as we now pull together and identify what are those opportunities for us to really build in the sustainability action for adaptation, the funding will come. I keep saying that the funding follows the conversations, funding follows the structures, the governance, the models, and just making sure that the data is available to support what it is that we're trying to do. I think with that, there will be funding that will open up, and perhaps it's Uday's structure that will help us make it happen.
Well, that ends us on a note of optimism for the future. We have, the clock is ticking. If maybe very, very quickly, Uday, I'll give you the final note. What is the single most important thing that you think can happen between now and COP28 to scale up climate finance?
Launch the Green Development and Investment Bank and create a global mechanism for blended finance.
Thank you so much, everybody, for your time, and thank you so much to all of our wonderful panelists.
What a fantastic session to start the day with. Thank you so much to our speakers. I love this idea of a convening institution. I like to think actually the New York Times is also a convening institution. Uday, thank you so much for that. That was terrific. We're going to harness all this finance energy, and we're going to move quickly to our next panel, looking at the challenge of the current food crisis, its relationship with climate change, and, importantly, emerging solutions. But before my colleague Abdi Latif joins us on stage to moderate that conversation, I want to thank BCG for being a supporter of these events. We're very grateful for BCG for doing so. And I would like to welcome Shalini Unikrishnan, a managing director and partner at BCG, to the stage to share a few opening remarks. Thank you. Please give her a warm welcome.
A couple of minutes of context and provocation for what's going to be a very interesting panel that's coming next. We're talking about our food systems. Our food system is not one that was functioning very well to begin with. We produce more than enough food, but more than 1 billion people go hungry. We, despite all the industrialization and modernization, have a food system that loses or wastes about 1/3 of what it produces. And it is so vulnerable, and partly because of the structure of concentration of production in a few parts of the world, that one extreme weather event here, a conflict there, and the entire system, multiple value chains come to its knees. Now you layer on COVID and conflict and climate weather events, and what we have is one of the worst food crises in our history. Prices are skyrocketing, volatility is high, hunger is doubling, 1.7 billion people are going to be facing some kind of food-related crisis, hunger, malnutrition this year, and there is someone dying of hunger every few seconds. So the crisis at hand is one that we have to deal with really urgently, and that raises this question of a trade-off. Can we actually afford to do these climate smart practices? Won't they reduce yield? Should we not be focused on just the moment and solving that before we start working on the climate crisis? And this is the false trade-off that I'm hoping the panelists will talk about a little bit today, because we can't afford to move on one path and not the other simultaneously. We need a transformation of the food system. We need to change what we eat, how we grow it, how we store it and transport it and pack it, what we do with to avoid waste, and what we do with the waste. So we need that transformation, because otherwise we're signing up for one crisis after the other. And especially in this current crisis, which is not just a crisis of the loss in a few value chains, it's a fertilizer crisis, and that means it's going to be more extended and more expansive than ever before. So I'd like to close with maybe addressing 3 myths that often come into this debate around making that trade-off. The first is really about the solutions we have. And there is a sense that, well, we don't know everything and we need new technologies and so on. This is one space where the solutions are known. A lot of the solutions are known. The technologies exist. There's plenty we can be already doing, and that can make a significant difference. 60, 70% of the transition can happen with what we have and what we know today. The second part of this is the trade-off, the yield declines. The reality is that a lot of what we need to do to transform the food system does not necessarily result in yield declines. In fact, one of the most significant things that we can do is right here in Africa. It is really about unlocking the potential of Africa to feed the world, not only feed itself, but feed the world. This is one of the scenarios that BCG has recently laid out that is actually plausible to have happen over the next few years. Africa needs access to fertilizer, Africa needs yield increases, and that can actually be a climate-smart way of driving change. So this is not always a trade-off. And the last one that I want to leave everyone with is the question of cost. There is a sense, well, who's going to pay for this? This is a massive cost. The analysis that BCG has done with the World Economic Forum across multiple value chains shows that in the food value chain, if we did an end-to-end decarbonization that includes the cheap solutions, the coming expensive solutions, et cetera, the end-to-end decarbonization is a 4% increase. That's it. It's a 4% increase in the end basket of that consumer from that decarbonization. So we have a complex food system with a lot of myths surrounding what it's going to take for it to be not only productive, but also resilient, which is what we need in the future. So hopefully with that provocation, I'm looking forward to a fantastic panel discussion, and thank you very much for having us.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Abdi Latif. I am the East Africa correspondent for the New York Times. Thank you, Shalini, for that wonderful introduction. We're here to discuss an issue at the top of the international agenda, the global food crisis. Across Africa, 1 out of 5 people are facing hunger, and a majority of the world's hunger spots are located on this continent. Several are in the Horn of Africa, where civil wars, climatic extremes, and the economic disruptions of the COVID-19 pandemic have exacerbated already severe food shortages. In Somalia this year, I met a woman, Hirsiya Muhammad, who had lived in the southwestern part of the country. When we met her that morning, she was gaunt and fallen. The worst drought in Somalia in 4 decades had killed her crops and her goats. And in the 4-day journey to an aid camp in Dalo, across a dusty landscape in temperatures as high as 38 degrees, her 2 young children died. Adhan, her 3.5-year-old son, and Habiba, her 8-year-old daughter. Yes, the war in Ukraine is increasing the strain on the system, but the reality is that really it is unearthing long-standing fault lines in the global food system. So with that context, I want to have a conversation about the current state of the food system and what a more resilient and sustainable food system could look like. And I have 3 astounding panelists who will join me at the stage today to discuss this. Please join me in welcoming Grant Reed, the outgoing CEO of Mars, which he's led since 2014. Roberto Meza, a first-generation farmer, artist, and local food advocate, and the co-founder of Emerald Gardens, a greenhouse farm, and CEO of East Denver Hub, a local food distributor in Denver. And last but not least, Dr. Fatima Denton, who is the director of the Institute for Natural Resources in Africa at the United Nations University. just a reminder that we will take questions at the end of this session. So just to let you know about that. But I want to start the conversation first by identifying how each one of you got into the question of food security or food insecurity. And Fatima, I would like to start with you. How did that journey begin? How did you get into this field?
Okay. I think. Okay. So I guess way back now, maybe some 15, 20 years, I'd say. So I'd just finished my PhD and started looking at issues around energy poverty. And then I think there was the realization that everything in Africa and about our food systems, our development, is so interconnected that it's really hard to sort of decouple an energy poverty from issues around food insecurity. And I think it slowly dawned on me that even then, I think, whilst we were putting a lot of emphasis on the essential aspect of adaptation as a response capacity, that we must also start planning for mitigation and mitigation for development. So I'd say, yeah, it goes back that long, yeah, but again, connecting all the dots and not just staying with food, but looking at that sort of golden thread between food, water, and I would say land as well.
Grant, when we think about Mars, we think about candy and sweets. How did your journey start, and how did you get involved?
Good question. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Grant Reid, and outgoing CEO of Mars Incorporated. So, most of you think of Mars, as you say, of M&M's and Snickers, but actually our pet care business is bigger. And I was the chief procurement officer. You can't hear me? No? Okay, thank you. So where was I? I was just talking about microphones. So I was the chief procurement officer for Mars, and I went out and visited a lot of farms, because what you don't probably realize is Mars is effectively an agricultural company. You know, we take agricultural products, whether it's peanuts, soya, corn, from around the world, and we turn it into the brands that you just mentioned. So as I was walking many farms, and I've been in dairy farms in Australia, New Zealand, peanuts in Nicaragua, so I've been all over the world, and we were just talking about this morning, I realized that the farming practices that we were undergoing, it just wasn't sustainable. We're using too much water, too much fertilizer for that to be fully sustainable. So that's, I think, my awakening on that. And then since then, I've been involved in a number of initiatives with the Consumer Goods Forum on deforestation, or preventing deforestation, and most recently under the King of England, when he was Prince of Wales, asked me to take a look at regenerative agriculture and how we could accelerate that to help be part of the solution. So very passionate on the subject. I'm certainly not an expert on regenerative agriculture, but I think, you know, one of the things I do is I get things done, and I think that's that partnership in combination with experts that can make a difference.
Oh, sorry.
Roberto, you're unique in that you are a farmer and the first in your family to do so. How did you come to that decision?
Yeah, thank you, Abdi. You know, I'm a first-generation farmer, as you mentioned. My previous career was as an artist, and I was driven by how we can create experiences in community to engage new conversations and new perspectives and provide new frameworks for how we understand the world that we live in. And the arts, for me, were a medium to experiment with various disciplines, whether it was anthropological, whether it was political or maybe even biological. And so that gave me a framework to understand all of the movements of energy, of I guess, processes in the world that I now apply to farming. And the big turning point in my life was when I was a master's student at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, pursuing a Master's of Art, and I fell sick. I fell ill and experienced personal health issues that I never had before. And that really prompted me to look at my health, my relationship to my food, my relationship to my community, and to my environment in a very deep and meaningful way. From that point on, I committed myself to healing myself. Little did I know that that was also going to lead me into understanding how to heal the planet. Because for me, our health, our microbiome is so intimately connected to the microbiome of our soils. And as a first-generation farmer, I see how my previous career as an artist has given me an opportunity to look at the soil food web as a model for how to create a social food web. And the tenets of regeneration in healing the planet lie beneath our feet. So it's important that we reframe how we see land, how we see food, and how we understand the role of capital and partnerships. Because if we are to address food insecurity, for me, it's a way of both healing the land, ourselves, and our economic system. Right now, there is an incredible opportunity with a large percentage of young farmers that want to take up the challenge and implement new climate action-oriented farming operations while at the same time being able to feed our communities. But we have to address land access, technical assistance, and resources to really make this happen. So.
Thank you for that. And that sort of like sets us into my next point, which is as much as we're here to talk about food insecurity, also food production is also at its highest ever. I mean, 193 million people are facing an acute food crisis, but the production of wheat, potato, rice crops have reached an unprecedented 9.3 billion metric tons. Fatima, I want to turn to you and ask, like, which countries in Africa are feeling this crisis most acutely, and why that is the case?
So I think some of the countries that are feeling the crisis the most are the ones that we know already that already are in very vulnerable zones. So the Sahel is a good example, in the Horn of Africa as well. Sometimes when we talk about food systems, and I really loved your opening remarks because I think it was so comprehensive and there were quite a lot of things in that. But when we talk about our food systems, I think we tend to sort of come at it from a very dominant climate perspective. And in Africa, this is sort of, conflated with other issues. There are structural difficulties. There are non-climate drivers, and I think we need to really factor those in. So some of these problems have been there for a long time. What we want to see is how we get from fragility to resilience. And right now we're in a situation whereby we have systems fragility. The agricultural system itself is fragile. The fragility is also within the governance process, and the institutions are fragile. The institutions that can support agricultural extensions, that can support farmers, that can provide inputs, etc., those institutions are not, they're in place, but they don't have the foundational resources, I'd say, that would be able to do that. So I think that the problems are really huge. But at the same time, I would also like to make the point that this is the region that has everything to demonstrate. This is the region where nutritional security is the highest. This is the region where food insecurity is the highest. And so this is the region that could actually show that we can leverage on climate change adaptation and mitigation, right? We have a dividend there that we can draw on. It's also the region that can show that if we invest in the relevant agricultural infrastructure, that we will see benefits. So all the discussion around climate smart agriculture can actually become visible in Africa, because a lot of things are not in place yet. So we're very different from other regions that have actually come a long way in terms of agricultural productivity, in terms of food security. This is a region where everything is almost at status quo, and you really have to start afresh. And it is a transformational shift, like you said, that is needed. So my sense is that there is an optimism there that we don't often look at. We tend to focus on the negatives, and the negatives are many. There are plenty of problems, from fertilizers to inputs, but there are also plenty of opportunities in terms of how we can incentivize the sector and begin to see the dividends that are coming from the sector.
Thank you for outlining that. Grant, you represent the global food business, at least at this panel. Could you tell us a little bit about some of the challenges that different countries or different farmers that you're working with in different places are facing?
Yeah, maybe I'll start at the global level. I think there's a few things that are pretty obvious now. We're heading for a 3 or 4 degree warming of the planet, not 1.5 degree. And I really like what you said about we can heal ourselves. The combination of planetary health and human health is more intertwined today than it's ever been. And I agree with the philosophy that you just said, that the planet can heal itself. So if you look at some of the issues that the agricultural community is facing, which is feeding the world, soil quality is depleting, water retention is depleting, and agriculture creates about 1/3 of the world's greenhouse gas emissions, and yet it can also be part of the solution. So, regenerative agriculture, which is less disturbing of the soil, you can actually build soil depth, you can build soil quality, you can increase biodiversity in the microbiome in the soil, and at the same time capture carbon into the soil. So it's as Shalini said, these are known solutions. They're there now, yet they're only being used in about 15% of the world's agriculture. And we have to increase that. It's stalled. It's increasing about 0.6 percentage points a year. We've got to triple the level from about 15 to 40. If we can do that by 2030, we'll take 600 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions out of the air and provide some of the stability of the soil and the stability of to the farmer as well. So the solution is there. We just need action now.
One term that keeps coming up in this conversation is regenerative farming. Roberto, could I ask you to define what that is?
Yeah, absolutely. So regenerative agriculture is not just a practice of farming. It is, as you said, Grant, a philosophy as well. It is one that challenges the scientific reductivist tradition that has been applied to factory farming and industrialization, to one that understands cycles, natural cycles, energy cycles, seasonal cycles, mineral cycles, and bacterial cycles. The shift here is away from simply producing food as a commodity for profit to one that is geared toward driving regeneration, healing, and ecosystem stability. And so as farmers, we are stewards of the bacterial colonies, because without the role that they play in the soil, they wouldn't be able to unlock the nutrients for plants to grow. And so as we encounter this challenge with fertilizer and increasing our outputs, regenerative farming tries to create a self-sufficient loop of energetic processes that allow for less dependence on outside resources. And that, I think, is one way that we can prove how important and resilient agriculture is to addressing food security for the longevity. There's a lot of practices and there's a lot of research right now that's really coming to the surface for how we can implement regenerative agriculture in a way that does not necessarily scale, but are replicable. One of the understandings is that nature, you can't scale nature, but you can replicate it. And so the important aspect of decentralized, regenerative, local and regionalized food centers are just as important as the decentralized networks of mushrooms. So the model is there, and we have to honor what has been tried and true for the entire existence of our plant kingdom.
Are there examples of where this has worked that you could possibly share, and what the challenges that they overcame to actually make this a reality?
Absolutely. Yeah, so one of the things that we're noticing in Colorado, for example, where I'm based in, is how we're reversing the desertification of land by cover cropping. Cover cropping is a process where you cover the land with plants. And we all know why we have weeds, because soil doesn't like to be naked, doesn't want to be bare. The more plants that you grow, the more carbon you sequester, the more microclimates are established, the more humidity you're able to concentrate within a specific land place and bring back moisture, while at the same time healing the soil and building integrity. There's a lot of experiments in Colorado where this is happening, and I'm in an interesting position because I also implement controlled environment greenhouse vertical farming, and that is a solution for us to deal with the process that it's going to take to regenerate the land while being able to grow microgreens, which are tiny plants, same varieties as fruits and vegetables, but we only grow them to about 10 to 12 days. And at that point, we harvest them. So we're able to grow a lot of food in a very small amount of time, year-round with a minimal footprint, while at the same time building a long-term plan for food security. The other component here with regenerative farming is rotational grazing and using livestock as a way to stimulate the bacterial synergy by implementing their waste back into the soil.
Can I just build on that very quickly, because I think you're making some great points. So as part of the work from MSI, we just finished this action report on how to really drive regenerative agriculture. And it's everyone from farmers to fertilizer providers all the way through to consumer goods companies. And we've demonstrated as part of that with rice in India, potatoes in the UK, and wheat in the US, that you can use these techniques and get better results. So, for example, Mars have done it for rice, which feeds 3.5 billion people in total, but in Spain, and we had better farmer incomes, 50% less water usage. So, as Shalini says, these techniques work. We just have to, I like the word replicate them. I would have said scale normally, but I'm an agile learner. We need to replicate that much more quickly.
Fatima, in terms of just thinking about regenerative farming and agriculture, could you talk a little bit about some new techniques or systems or schemes that you've seen maybe across the continent that are also doing similar initiatives?
Yeah, so there are some mega programs, I would say, because I think one of the main problems we have is that we're degrading faster than we can regenerate and faster than we can rehabilitate. So those are sort of staple problems that are there already. The Great Green Wall is an initiative in Africa that has that ambition. The main problem, I would say, is that some of these Africa-wide programs have the ambition, but they don't have the means of the ambition. So I think more efforts and more support needs to be provided from an international perspective to be able to support farmers and there's a lot of emissions that will come from our land systems. That's one of the major points that was made in the IPCC report, the Climate and Land report. And agriculture has a key role in Africa because it, provides, about 30% of our GDP and employs about 70% of people, rural and urban. So those are very important statistics. That said, I think some of the initiatives that are there could be fast-tracked. There's a lot of, how should I put it? There's a lot of promise related to climate-smart agriculture, but we have to see it deliver. Some of it is also down to the research that we'll need to catalyze on it. Some of it is also down to our capacity to be able to provide early warning systems that can also support farmers. This is a continent where data paucity is huge. So if we don't have the relevant data, the relevant observation systems, we're not going to be able to be involved in anticipatory planning. And if we can't do anticipatory planning, it means that governments are always going to be caught by surprise. So these are all big structural problems that we have to address. And again, like the speaker that gave the introduction mentioned, I don't think you can just solve some of these problems, marginally. You have to bring everything together. They have to run on parallel tracks. You can't just solve the issues of insurance without solving the issues of fertilizers, without solving the issues of inputs, and without solving the issues of credit and markets. So they're all very different, but they all have cascading implications for smallholder farmers.
And I'll pose this to you, and maybe the other two panelists can also weigh in, but as much as this is an ideal situation, like regenerative agriculture, how easy is it to scale, or as Grant says, replicate it? Because part of the reason why chemical pesticides and fertilizers have been developed is that so that large volumes of crops could be cheaply and efficiently produced. So how scalable is this?
I think scale is everything. Right now, the issue of fertilizer is another major problem because and that's why I'm saying you can't just look at the issues in a siloed way. I mean, if you take the whole aspect of natural gas, which is also important for the production of fertilizers, there is some sort of a sense that natural gas, although it's clean and is seen as a transition fuel, there's a sense that this must be, categorized as the bad fuel that we must leave in the ground. But many countries in Africa do rely on fertilizers. And I think, again, I want to just make the point that very often it's not about the intensity of our agricultural practices or our farming practices, it's about the quality of how we farm. So my sense is that, yes, you can scale, but bringing all this to scale has cost as well. And again, with those costs, it means that you have to align processes that are taken by government, by institutions, as well as the investments, the necessary investments. Agriculture, as important as it is, does suffer from low investment. Even though countries in Africa are very land-based, they're very much dependent and reliant on this. It is a little bit of a paradox that we have more than the world's 60%, of arable land, and yet we are still importing food imports. We're a net food importer, spending over $80 billion a year on that. And part of the problem is that the solutions are there. We're talking about sustainable land management. We're talking about agricultural smart agriculture, but we're not able to bring all of these things to scale. So for me, the scale issue, the scalar problem is part of how we could unlock the current situation, how we could move to a transformational part of this equation. But for now, I think there are marginal results that we're seeing. There are lone efforts in different countries. But that regenerative agriculture hasn't quite delivered the promise of what we expect it to be.
You know, something I want to highlight today in Colorado, voters are casting their votes for a ballot measure that will ensure free universal school meals to all public school students sourced from local farms. And if it passes, it's going to be historic because now there is a value chain that will support the viability of small-scale farmers, mid-scale farmers who are practicing values-based agriculture and at the same time ensuring that no child in Colorado will experience hunger, at least in school. So I'm very, very excited to be part of that, and I think it is a model for other programs that will leverage the power of institutions, whether it's hospitals and schools, to create a market for values-based agricultural producers. And I think that's how we begin to reframe the way we see food away from a commodity, but one that is essential for our well-being, where we begin to actually embrace the vision that food is a basic human right, and where we begin to see land as a laboratory to address these problems and to transition young farmers with the ambition to really create something innovative and transformational on the land with community. The last thing here is really seeing the role of capital as well as a healing agent, as medicine to revitalize both the operations of farmers, but also, again, supporting the procurement efforts to incentivize a market that is less driven by profit and more by value. And so what we're beginning to see is a valuation of climate-smart outcomes rather than the commodification of those products.
And Grant, in response to that, could you talk a little bit about even how you're thinking about curbing emissions, even as you think about increasing yields?
Yeah, so first of all, I think the two panelists are speaking most eloquently about the human impact of these issues, because we tend to think of greenhouse gas emissions and the planet warming in very scientific terms, but I think you've brought home the human perspective on this is, we're talking about life itself. And for many of these farmers, we are very dependent as Mars on smallholder farms, and the world is as well. And so we've got to bring that change. And I think it's the synergistic or the combined efforts of working together. Because, for example, on the group that we had looking at regenerative agriculture, with everybody from fertilizer companies, Yara, Bayer, all the way through. And I was on the panel with the CEO of Yara, who produces fertilizers, and he wants to put less fertilizer on the soil because he recognizes most of it, or a lot of it, is being washed into the water system. So, this is a solution that has to be optimized through the value chain. And I think what you said, Roberto, on outcome-based solutions, well, I've got another great group on here called How Good and Indigo, who are measuring outcomes. We've got to measure outcomes and compensate farmers for outcomes. And the measurement and the metrics is essential to that. So there's really three things we have to solve to get this off the ground. First is the short-term financing and economics just doesn't work for farmers. And we've got to find a way to bridge that transition gap. That's the biggest one. The second thing is, these techniques are well known, but they're not well educated down to individual farmers. So we've got to help them with that education process. The farmers are out there trying to produce food for all of us on their own. And we've got to bring assistance, and we've got to bring aid, financial aid, knowledge aid, and then companies like ourselves working through the whole value chain is change the mechanisms to support that change. Right now, in many cases, government policy and even procurement policies are working against the thing that we need most, which is to heal the planet. It can all be done, but we've got to work. It has to be a movement of farmers, government officials, companies, public practice, and philanthropy working together.
Thank you for that. We have a few more minutes remaining, and I'd like to bring the audience into the conversation. If you have, there's a question there and there. We'll take those two first.
It's actually working, okay.
Thank you very much. Sharif Kaseba, Climate Resilience Fund. So regenerative farming, we know is the solution, but to make it implementable, so we know the problem comes from monocropping, and it's from the main cereal grain producers of the world, yeah? So to make it economically viable, since we also know that it takes about 5 years to transition, what should we be encouraging or pushing our governments to do to move away from the subsidy structure, which we know has failed and is destroying our soils, to something more regenerative, sustainable, like regulating our carbon markets, so that at the end, these monocropper big farmers that are producing most of our food have an economic viability that makes sense and allows them to transition, because we have opposite pressures. Yeah, we need more food, but we can't afford more yields. Of course, Africa is a different discussion, because we're kind of already regenerative by default, because we don't even achieve the correct yields, yeah? So how do we incentivize governments to regulate the carbon markets so that it makes sense for any farmer, especially the big ones, to move to regenerative farming? Thank you very much.
You want to respond to that, Fatima? Is your mic not direct? Do you want to respond to that, Roberto, or Tina?
Well, that is the main question, actually. And I think we need to be mindful of the processes and the unintended consequences for how we implement some of these solutions. You know, at my farm, we are struggling with finding a way to compete with subsidized industrial farming operations. And it's a pricing issue that you know, has been really hands-off, like you said, unregulated. So how do we incentivize those producers is something that I lean into in terms of, you know, again, our anchor institutions, the institutions that are here to serve our people, that can potentially create creative ways of funding and making these large-scale operations viable enough to incentivize their transition. The role of policy is paramount to that, and specifically as we engage in the conversation with multiple stakeholders, I think that's where we begin to do it. But I'm sorry to say I do not have a very simple answer, but that's the richness of the topic, isn't it?
Yeah, perhaps I can build on that. I think the solutions has to be multifaceted. So if we talked about government policy paying for outcomes versus just yield, and I think that's critically important, because all we're doing is we're taking depleted soil and putting more and more chemicals into it, and we're running to not only stand still, but we're going backwards. So that's, I think, job one. The second thing is as companies, we've got to change our procurement practices. We can no longer treat it as a pure commodity, just getting a certain quality at a certain price. And that's why, you know, companies like How Good and others, where it's outcome-based, pay for exactly what you're providing. Right now, you get no financial benefit for producing food with the right biodiversity and the right microbiome, et cetera, et cetera. That has to change. So private companies have to change their procurement practices, governments have to change, and we have to work with NGOs to make it happen. It's all, as Shanley said earlier, it's all doable, but we just have to get it done.
Yeah, is this working? Okay. So the point I wanted to make is that yes, we definitely need policies if we want to get to that sort of transformation that we were talking about. And policies can do a lot in terms of incentivizing the sector and supporting farmers, etc. But I also think that sometimes policies could be a bit of a double-edged sword. And I think we need to look at those policies that can also hurt and can also be a disincentive. One example I have is some of the problems related to land acquisition, especially large-scale land acquisition when, governments are leasing, 35 million hectares of land, I think the last time I read, were being leased to foreign investors. And I think there is a sense in that where governments are concerned, but at the same time, this is also hurting farmers because, it doesn't leave them with the incentives that they need to compete properly. They are cordoned off, if you like, in terms of farming and productivity. So whereas this might be seen as a way of incentivizing the economy, generating new jobs, etc., at the same time it has serious implications for smallholder farmers who very often, are cropped out, as the title of this event is, that they're not able to compete fairly, and by government having policies, huge policies that are related to land acquisition, those policies end up, I think, disincentivizing the sector more than they support.
Thank you, Fatima. Thank you, Roberto. Thank you, Grant. This was a wonderful discussion, and thank you all for joining me. We're going to have a short break now, and we'll see you back here in 20 minutes for a conversation about extreme heat. See you back at 11:25. Thank you all. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, you'll hear me. Ayubowan, everybody. Vanakkam. Salam alaikum. Yo. Hello. How are we feeling about day 2? Good? Good. My name is Ashani Kotage, and I am a climate storyteller. So for the next few minutes, I'd like to tell you a short story. So I was born and raised in Colombo, Sri Lanka, which is a beautiful tropical island. And Sharm el-Sheikh reminds me a lot of it, actually, with the incredible sun and the bougainvilleas everywhere. But I'm writing these words in Washington, D.C., where it is -6 degrees Celsius, for those of you Fahrenheit losers. And it is my 3rd winter, and I still have not acclimated. And I simply don't understand how people for their whole entire lives lived like this. Putting on layers, hiding indoors, covering their feet, and only wearing earth tones? DC's earth tones are not my earth tones. And I believe that the winter is an invincible villain. No matter how many scarves I put on, it will be cold. I will always be cold. So when people offer me words of winterly advice and saying it will get better, I don't buy their bullshit. I wonder how Lourenço de Almeida felt in 1505 when he first discovered Sri Lanka with his thick-ass pants and puffy neckpiece. I hope he felt like a fool, like I sometimes do too, in places I don't belong. But I moved to Washington, D.C. to go to university, and in February, I was in a marine conservation class where I learned about ocean optimism, an emerging subfield in academia. It espouses that optimism is a strategy to counter the overwhelming negativity that causes people to stop listening and keep clinging to restless climate anxiety. Because if there is no hope, then why try? Resignation is the collateral damage to apocalyptic storytelling. And hope can be motivating. Knowing we can win inspires people to try to win. And feeling good feels good, right? Yes? Yes? Okay. So I want to see us direct more effort towards identifying, understanding, and celebrating conservation successes. I want us to draw insights from the natural and social sciences, because these stories, too, are key to securing the political and financial capital to move forward. The ocean optimism doesn't advocate for ignoring the problem or toxic positivity. It is based on truth, psychology, and insightful strategy. Optimism has a place in all of this, and there are lots of reasons to be optimistic. Formerly endangered species are recovering. Rare sea turtles just smashed nesting records in Georgia. And just northeast of here, in the Gulf of Aqaba, Red Sea coral reefs exhibit extraordinary resilience, withstanding water temperature anomalies that would cause catastrophic bleaching incidents anywhere else on Earth. Environmentalists from Jordan, Palestine, and Israel are working together to formulate adaptable food and water policies. Previously ignored voices are being included in conservation conversations. MISS Minorities in Shark Sciences are for queer women of color. Asha DeVos is decolonizing parachute science. The M in STEM is for melanin. And here we are at the first Food Cup, talking about agroecology and indigenous farming. It is not too late to fix this. Vaquitas are probably gone, but there are a lot of things that we are fixing and that we can fix. And learning of these things brought me to tears. It was particularly important for me to learn about ocean optimism during Black History Month, when I too have been trying to recognize and celebrate Black achievement. Because from the oppression and the struggle comes so much resilience and so much to celebrate. And we must celebrate. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, Ashani, for that presentation. These lights are bright. My name is Marjorie Ulster, and I'm Senior Staff Editor on the International Desk at the New York Times. And I'm the Regional Editor in charge of our coverage of the Middle East. And I'm happy to welcome you all to our panel today on extreme heat and extreme solutions. And as you all may have noticed, right outside our lobby doors, we're in Egypt, and it's very hot. It's November, and it's kind of weird. And, you know, we're wearing T-shirts and sandals outside. In London, where I live, you know, it's already cold and rainy, and of course, Egypt was always hot, but here in Egypt and across much of the Middle East, the problems of climate change that we're discussing at COP this year they aren't future problems, they're here now. The Middle East, Egypt, and much of the rest of the region is warming at probably about twice the rate of the average warming across the planet. In places like Saudi Arabia, Oman, UAE, temperatures are reaching 122 degrees. And in Kuwait, we've seen some of the hottest temperatures in the world recently, 127 degrees Fahrenheit. So that gives you an idea of what we're going to be talking about here today. We're seeing floods, wildfires. Many people are dying in these events already, and the problem of warming is here now and very immediate in the Middle East. Personally, I've been covering the Middle East for the better part of 30 years. I've been a foreign correspondent. I've lived in Egypt. I've lived in Beirut. And, you know, the normal diet of a Middle East correspondent is wars, conflict, you know, authoritarian governments and things like that. This year, I noticed that a lot of the reporters that I work with were proposing to do stories about how climate change is impacting the Middle East. And as a result, you know, hopefully you'll see some of the fruits of our labor rolling out in the coming weeks, but we've been working on a whole series of stories about how it's impacting the Middle East and looking at the problems of the Middle East through the prism of climate change. So for me, it's been really noticeable that here in the region, this has come to the top of our agenda. So without further ado, I want to introduce our speakers today and bring them up because we don't have a lot of time. I want to leave some time for you all to ask questions. So with us today, we have Kurt Schickman. He's the Director of Extreme Heat Initiatives at the Adrian R. Rockefeller Foundation Resilience Center, and he's based in DC. Kurt, welcome.
Thank you.
And Nishat Shafi, co-founder of the Arab Youth Climate Movement in Qatar, and he's based in Doha. We're going to have about 30 minutes for this session, and I'll leave some time for your questions. And it'll just be, put your hand up, and we'll pass you a mic to ask questions a little later on. But maybe we could start by talking about the current state of affairs and heat, with regard to heat, extreme heat. And, when did you both realize that this was not a temporary passing phenomenon, but something very immediate?
Well, can I start?
Of course.
Okay. So, see, like the reports from IPCC already says that Middle East heating is twice the global average. And I saw nobody taking care of that. People never realized, like you mentioned, the Middle East always hot, but they're not talking about it's getting hotter and hotter. That part is completely missing from the conversation. So that was one of the reasons why we built up this organization, to bring up that always hot is not the new norm. It's going to be hotter and hotter, and this message can be conveyed more by young people because they will be living that hotter world. So that's why Arab Youth Climate Movement was sounding this alarm with the community, with the leadership, and the corporate in this region. So over the time, we realized it is important that this aspect of extreme heat is going to be critical in terms of health, well-being, etc.
Yeah, so I started working on heat issues back in 2011, really through a solutions mindset, so looking at cool roofs and other solutions. And what was really amazing to me is as you explore this further and further, what you realize it's not so much that this is a future problem, but that this is happening today and has been happening for many, many years. And where we're really discovering is each of the individual pieces of people's lives, the urban systems they operate in, they learn in, they work in, each one of those is affected tremendously by heat, but often in a way that is not immediately a tangible or visual. And so really that realization is what, to me, was not so much that we were facing a problem down the road, but that we're facing one now that's built into our economies, it's built into our health, and so on. And I think on the flip side of that, the exciting thing for me is that the realization that we know what we can do. There are extreme solutions, but there are also eminently reasonable and viable and economically feasible solutions. And so it's that mix of things that got me excited about it and made me realize it's going to be something we can not only deal with and live with for a long time, but also address and grow into a more thriving future with.
And, we'll get into this topic a little more as we go on, especially with Nishad. I want to hear about the experiences in Qatar, but another question that the growing, the rising temperatures and the growing heat problem raises is, how wealth inequality and wealth disparity impacts our experience of extreme heat. So, and I really, we're going to hear from Nishad about Qatar, which is an interesting case, especially with upcoming hosting of the World Cup, because people with a certain amount of wealth, even not a lot of wealth, and countries can shield from the extreme heat, obviously, right? We can air condition. I grew up in Miami, and, we were just talking about how we lived in an air-conditioned house and went to work and school in an air-conditioned car, and the buildings were air-conditioned, and we were always shielded from the heat. And that's really what my dad used to say, what made Miami a livable city was the advent of air conditioning. And, so a wealthy country like Qatar, with all of the resources, Saudi Arabia, can afford, for example, to host the World Cup and outdoor air condition the 8 stadiums where the World Cup will be played. But at what cost to the environment? And we'll get into that in a little while. But Kurt, I wanted to ask you, when we saw, over the last year, we saw record high temperatures, UK, China, the US. I was in London the day that the temperatures hit 104, and for me, a person from Miami, it didn't feel so hot, but I can tell you that Londoners and Brits were, pretty shocked that see the temperature hitting 104 degrees in London, which of course was a record high. In the US, we've had a lot of firefighters. Look to the future for us. Where is this all headed, 5, 10 years down the line?
Sure. So
Or more.
I guess it's two things. One, we have global average temperatures, and as you note in the Middle East region, it's actually very similar in cities worldwide, which is that those cities are not just, they're heating up at twice that global average rate. So we're seeing cities get quite a bit hotter. That's in part because of how we build our cities. It's because we live in, work, and generate heat in our cities. The other piece of this is that we're moving to cities. So we're seeing a rapid urbanization across the globe, but primarily in developing countries, often in a not an organized way, but into informal type settlements. So you're not just increasing the temperature, you're seeing more and more people entering areas of high risk exposure and being more exposed to it. So that's, I think, where we're headed. But I would say, it's not just these high sort of flashy temperatures that we need to worry about, because, for example, when it's 35 degrees on your weather station, it might be already 45 degrees in a neighborhood that is risk exposed. It may be 42 degrees in a house where there's air conditioning, but they can't afford to run it. And so it's really important that we not lose sight of how dangerous the heat we live with today is for people. And it's not just a particular neighborhood, it can be your neighbor. And so I think it's recognizing that, but also seeing that we're headed to a future where more and more people are going to be living with that.
Yeah. And again, I can't stress enough, the Middle East now is the future for lots of other places in the world, like the heat that we're experiencing, because, what I mean by that is that it's really becoming borderline unlivable in some places, unless you can, of course, shield yourself. And there's large parts of the Middle East where you can't, like southern Iraq. Okay, Nishad, question for you. So we just mentioned the idea of, people who can afford to shield themselves from the extreme heat and those who can't. How is this rising temperatures and heat threatening societies and revealing the deep inequalities?
Well,
and if you can tell us about what it's like in Qatar.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Ray mentioned, we have these issues of working times. So during summer, we have the halt, super afternoons, just to avoid the extreme heat. And the people, especially who are working outdoors, are kept away from the sun. But that is not the exact thing. The humidity also hits a lot in the country. Even our nights are not cooler. Our nights are also very humid. You move out, your glasses will froze all the time. So growing up all the time, many of the young people in the country, like us, didn't get the chance to be with the nature, because outdoor activities are limited to December, January, and February. That's why we have World Cup in December, just to avoid the extreme heat weather. And that also has shifted a lot. So our November used to hit, the winter used to hit at October. Now it's November, we are still a bit hot, which is not common, like you mentioned. People are in shorts still in this time of the year, which is supposed to be a temperature hitting 10 to 15 degrees Celsius in the night. But also the extreme heat during Ramadan, the fasting month of Islamic calendar, it also makes it difficult, because now Ramadan falls in the mid of summer. And people who have to work and compute, it will be getting more heat, more health impact, because people, they stop whole day fasting. And this has severe impacts on their health, not only like a physical health, and also from the mental aspects too, how mental health has been impacted because of larger time exposure, staying outside. And also this to and fro from out to air cooler is also creating problem. People get dizzy, people get running nausea, because it's like some people who are very new to the region immediately get flu is very common. So this is because you are walking out from extreme heat to a very cold malls and homes and the cars. So it keeps happening quite often for people who really move in. But moving into how we adapt, because adaptation is the only way for this region to move forward. Working on the mitigation as reducing the emission. At the time, like people say, this region will be inhabitable in coming decades. So what do you see? We cannot send the title, which is not acknowledged, the climate refugees. The Middle East will next send a huge mass of people moving from Iraq and Kuwait and Qatar towards Europe, because they have a moderate temperature to live in. But just to avoid that, the next critical step is to adapt, but like you mentioned, at what cost? And which countries can able to fund so much of money on wealth on that, and which sector of the society would be able to afford it. So being a rich country in Qatar, they provide a lot of supports to all the communities. Most of the housings are air-conditioned by default, but people who work outside is not the same. But those who work in the offices are fine because you work from morning to evening on an office which are completely cool. But larger sectors are service sector, right? They have to go out and work. They find it difficulty, and a lot of health cases, a growing number of asthma cases have been quite frequently seen. So it has severe impacts on the human well-being as such. And given forth, if we, like people ask question, why we have to cool this country? If not, I have to move from the country. So that is sort of an adaptation to me, because if you don't have a cooling system, which is of course run by a renewable energy system as such, will be only way forward for people to even live in any of this country, from either from GCC towards the Maghreb or Mashriq countries.
You made a great point, which is something that I meant to highlight in my introduction and forgot to, which is it is in places of extreme heat, doing things outdoors gets harder and harder, and the hotter it gets, kids can't play outside. And I don't know how many of you know this, but a lot of places like in the Gulf, to get exercise during the day, people will go to the malls, these big malls, and some of them even have walking tracks so that you can get your steps in at the mall in air conditioning. And but this question was not on my list, but I'm curious to ask. So recently, one of our sports editors in London went to Qatar to check out, I think, a World Cup, like a preview match. I don't know. Sorry, I'm not good on my football. And he went to one of the outdoor air-conditioned stadiums. I don't know if you all know how it works or what it looks like, but so in your seat, at your feet, kind of in between your feet, is a beautiful, intricate kind of little air vent. And through the air vent blows cool air that personally cools you down to a comfortable low 70s Fahrenheit temp, when outside it might be 90 or high 90s. And that's how it works. And apparently, works very well, and it's very comfortable, but obviously enormously wasteful and damaging to the planet. I'm curious to ask you though, how common is this, and is it getting more common in Qatar and across the Gulf? I hear stories that cafes are becoming outdoor air conditioned. Like, is that a growing phenomenon outside of World Cup stadium?
I mean, it's going to be new norm, by like how the title said, we need extreme solution to survive there. The heating of stadium and cooling of stadium might be a bit controversial in terms of environment, but how do we play football in the future for us in that region? And just imagine, for example, these are the extreme adaptation measures. Like, imagine next year Europe has similar heat wave and people cannot live in homes. They can be adopted in a stadium like this with this system because it's a patented technology. Of course, I'm not sure it is connected to grid or not, but the energy comes from maybe fossil fuel-based emission system. But what if we make that connected to a grid which is solar-based?
Right.
And the whole system of air conditioning is running on that. So these are measures that can actually revolutionize the whole adaptation for heat wave which is going to happen in the Europe. Maybe you take all the people to Anfield, and Anfield is also cool in the coming heat wave in the Europe, in London, because people suffered a lot because you are not used to air cons in your part of the world. But I think such extreme adaptation plus environment friendly is the only way for people's survival, and especially like you mentioned, outdoor things. We have to wait all last end of the year to do cycling, to do outdoor swimming. Else, like you mentioned, we go to our giant malls to take a walk and check your iWatch. Okay, I completed my steps for the day, which is very normal because that's the only way you can do, because moving out is, we go out for exercise and keeping in mind for good health, but you come back with some other health issue. Yeah. So just to avoid that, I think the future is getting innovative technologies that is more environment friendly, but you need those adaptive technologies to be on the place. But again, how many countries can afford?
Yeah. Okay, Kurt, can you tell us what's already being done to prepare cities for rising temperatures? And how will greater energy efficiency hopefully make cities more resilient, especially for poorer people who live in the densest, most densely populated areas and who really suffer the most?
Sure. So there's a couple of different things that are happening that I think are exciting and actually speak to some of the issues that you're raising in your comments. The first is this idea of really thinking through all of our actions and investments, big and small, both from procurement up to like large development, through a lens of heat and adaptation to heat. And that's happening in many cities where there's a chief heat officer in place. So there's now 8 cities or 9 cities around the world, including Miami, Phoenix, Los Angeles, Freetown, Athens, and so on, where there's an official who sits next to the mayor. And they are working with across agencies, across stakeholders in cities to help bring those folks to the table, because it needs to be an inclusive solution with heat, because it's a broad spectrum challenge, to develop the plans and policies and solutions that will work in those places. And what we're seeing is in those cities, it's not just about putting on a green roof or just putting on an additional park. It's also about how each individual piece of what they do in a given day, how that's adaptive or maladaptive to the issues of heat. And that's a huge step forward. I think the other piece is, and especially getting around to how long it's going to take us to actually invest in and implement adaptation, we need to really be thinking about early warning systems that are health-based, not just weather-based. And that allows people to be prepared. It allows people to understand what to do with clear messaging. And it allows governments to react to the extreme temperatures that will occur before we're fully adapted to those temperatures. And we're seeing cities like Seville in Spain, for example, adopt a categorization system for temperatures that aren't just about the temperature, the high of the day, but actually tie those temperatures day and night and humidity and so on back to the actual health outcomes in that place. So they can actually warn people based on what's dangerous, not just what's hot. And that actually allows people to stay alive and stay healthy as we move towards a future that is more adapted. So those are two really, I think, important aspects of the work that will get us to the future.
And when we were talking before the session, you made a great point about how we tend to measure heat by these peaks, these highs during the day, but the nighttime. Well, repeat what you said. The nighttime temperature is really crucial because that's when we recover and rest. But if it's too hot to sleep.
Exactly. So it's not just the flashy daytime temperature, and as you point out, it's humidity too. It's wind speed. These other factors that need to be part of how we think about temperature. But ultimately, it goes beyond temperature. We really do need to start pushing this back to a human scale and the health outcomes there, because even when I factor in all of the important technical sort of meteorological data, it still comes down to, if I'm in an air-conditioned house and my neighbor isn't, it doesn't matter what the weather conditions are. They're going to experience it differently than I am. And governments need to be able to react accordingly and be able to protect those people that don't have access to those types of thermal comfort.
Okay. Nishad, did you want to add anything about cities adapting methods?
I mean, it's going to be difficult, like access to my younger ones and the ones who are coming up. How would they access to have a better natural experience? Just to, how to be with the nature. Because at the moment, to enjoy nature, we go to Europe during our extreme summer. I mean, this is which common from the Gulf countries. Right. So how can we avoid that sort of thing? Like, for me, putting more extreme technologies, which are environment friendly, so that people don't have to travel and to Europe to get away from our extreme summers, and how we can collectively work in all those technologies, because those technologies are not cheap. It's really costly, and if you say wealthy Gulf countries can afford it, what about the people in Iraq? Back-to-back years, their infrastructure broke down because of the extreme heat. The air coolers were shut down. Even the wealthy ones were also suffering because the whole system collapsed because of extreme power usage. So how can we have a system that is not connected to the power from the fossil industries, but from the renewable, so that it stays, it doesn't break down even during the extreme summer because the energies keep on producing. So I think we need to work on more adaptation technologies, because this is not at the moment critical in discussions to many of the countries in the region. Adaptation is not discussed as such. And the Gulf countries can be basically use their enormous wealth to support regional countries too, in how they can help to access those technologies to those countries. And like you mentioned, how not only early warning system, but health warning system can be very handy. Like I should know tomorrow at this time, I should not go out, even though it is not that sunny, and it may have impacts on my body. Yeah. So that sort of thing will be the extreme solutions we should be looking at, And that integrated with policy will help with the workforce too.
Yeah. Can I just add one thing?
Absolutely.
I think you're describing wealth. I think there's also cultural wealth from the Middle East in terms of traditional architecture that we can bring back into the way we build buildings today and build communities today.
Absolutely.
So if you're in old town Dubai, you know, the streets are organized to bring the wind in off the water.
Right.
So you're getting cooler air than you might get elsewhere. You've got, you know, water features that help cool buildings and squares and things like that. You've got sort of intentional thermodynamics in the way the buildings are built that bring the hot air out of buildings. So there's a lot we can learn from the sort of cultural history of this region to bring back into our architecture and the way we design our communities that also, I think, helps think about adaptation going forward. So it's not always a technological solution in sort of the whiz-bang kind of way, but it's also being more open-minded and open-eyed about what our you know, elders were doing and doing that, bringing that into the modern day.
And I mean, I don't know how many of you in the audience have lived or spent a lot of time in the Middle East, but even, you know, years ago and more so today, the culture can be very nocturnal, and that's another way that people have adapted to heat. So, you know, my husband is Moroccan. He's from the Sahara, and I've been down there and really been outside in 50 degrees centigrade plus, which is, what is that in Fahrenheit? 120?
Plus, yeah.
You know, you can't really be outside in the middle of the day. So, you know, life is kind of on hold until the sun goes down, and you do a lot at night. And I imagine that'll become more common in the future because you can't be outside in the daytime. But my giant clock in front of me tells me that we only have about 3.5 minutes left, and I want to leave some time for your questions. So if anyone has a question, raise your hand.
Also, can I add one thing before we take the questions? The other part of the extreme heat of the global warming is also extreme weather events. Like, can you imagine 10 people got killed in flooding in UAE?
Yeah.
Flooding.
UAE. Right.
10 people lost life.
Right.
So the extreme event is both the sides. Heat is one big aspect, but due to the global warming, it can vary on both sides. It can go extreme heat, flash floodings, etc.
Kurt, you made the same point. Can you repeat what you said about the scale of death that we're already seeing, death and destruction from warming, right?
Sure. So we've got, I mean, in Europe this past summer we lost 50,000 people. You know, in the Pacific Northwest and Canada and the U.S. it was 1,200 the year before that. But these events are actually happening together. So we had a hurricane in New Orleans 2 years ago.
Right.
And heat that followed that event when the power was out killed twice as many people as the hurricane did.
Yeah.
So these sort of polycrises,
Right.
sort of, you know, events that are happening together, heat makes them worse and makes the response harder.
Right.
Yeah.
And we're talking about, of course, wildfires, floods, wherever you're seeing those headlines, that's the effects of extreme heat. But
yes, hi. Julie Pullen, climate scientist and meteorologist. I wanted to express appreciation for your personal remarks about the direct engagement of journalists on climate topics. And also wanted to mention this topic that you all have been discussing around, which I've published scientific work about the amplification of extreme heat events by the urban heat island, or how this manifests is that the urban core amplifies and retains heat, particularly overnight. Air conditioning is not a sustainable solution to this because it contributes waste heat. And so I wondered about your thoughts about what that shift looks like away from air conditioning. You mentioned some more resilient measures of some of the cultures, but what does that transition really look like where air conditioning is not the solution, and also, or the only solution? If you all could speak more directly about what cities' roles in the forefront of this. For instance, New York City, where we come from, has Local Law 97 to limit greenhouse gas emissions, and what you're seeing around the world, cities globally taking measures like this at the forefront. Thank you.
what's an alternative
Sure.
way to cool off the Middle East and the rest of the world to air conditioning?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't necessarily call it an alternative, but more to say it's a basket of solutions, one of which is, how we deal with sunlight. So reflecting more sun from our buildings and our roads rather than absorbing it. So that's lighter colored surfaces or more reflective surfaces. It's incorporating sort of strategic shade, either by trees or by natural or by man-made structures, so that buildings can stay cooler. People are, and there's shade where people are moving outdoors naturally. It's more parks. It's more street trees. It's all these things combined that we need to do that are actually mutually beneficial. But I really have to say that that's all great to say. But when cities really are where, if countries want to meet their climate goals, cities are where we're going to do it. But most of our financial system is not organized around cities. They're organized around countries. And so what we really need to do is a transformation so that cities actually have the funding to do what they need to do in this space. We know what to do. It really is a matter of providing the resources to cities to do what they already know is available to them.
Fantastic. We're out of time, so but I want to give our panelists just one little more quick beat to send out their message to the delegates at COP, and what do you want them to do right here, right now? If you could speak to them, what would you say?
Well, I would say that with every decision that they're making, really think about what the impact will be on heat, and especially when it comes to how we finance and how we transfer risk in this space. That's the most dry answer I could give you, but it's actually, I think, the most important aspect of this, because people know in their communities, people know in cities, they understand what to do about heat. They're already having to do it to survive. What we need to do as a global community is to start driving that investment into those places so that they can actually invest in those things to do them, not just today, but into the long term.
Well, two, one on loss and damage, and second big question for this adaptation, what is the finance? Who will provide the money?
Right. Show me the money.
Show me the money.
Okay. Thank you both very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for that, that hot conversation. We're going to take a break until 1 o'clock, but there is a workshop which is going to happen right now called Climate Futures Workshop. For those that want to attend the workshop, you come out and turn left as you come out of the room and go to the Regency Room. Have I got that right? The Regency Room. Turn left and go to the Regency Room. For those that don't go, by the way, you can keep cool in the Regency Room as well. So if you're worried about overheating, that's where you need to go. We are going to recommence in this room at 1 o'clock, and I would really urge you to be here because we have Simon Steele, the new head of the UNCCC, who's going to be here in conversation at 1 o'clock. So until then, have a good hour. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. I hope you've had a good break and are fueled and refreshed to what I think is going to be a really terrific series of sessions this afternoon. And to kick us off, we have a very special interview to get us going for the afternoon. We are honored and delighted that Simon Steele, the new Executive Secretary of the United Nations Climate Change Committee, is here with us. And to have a conversation with him, Lisa Friedman is going to engage and provoke and prod. So let's get on with it. Thank you. Please give them a warm welcome.
Thank you, Stephen. I'm Lisa Friedman. I'm a climate reporter at the New York Times, and I am delighted to be speaking with Simon Steele, the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Mr. Steele, welcome. Tell us a little bit about how you came to climate change. You've had a lot of roles in your life in tourism, Minister of Education. Growing up in Grenada, was this an issue? Was climate change an issue that you had been taken with a long time, or is this something you came to later in life?
I would say later in life. I actually grew up in the UK. I educated there. I spent part of my working experience there, and some international travel. But that gave me an understanding of business. It gave me an understanding of industry, what life is like, priorities are in the developed world. And then 20 years ago, my parents had moved back to the Caribbean 30 years ago. I moved back there, initially doing some entrepreneurial things, but politics has always been something that has interested me. In my youth, I was a bit of an activist in my time. The two issues of the day that resonated with me, one was nuclear weapons, proliferation of nuclear weapons, and the other was the anti-apartheid movement. And I spent a chunk of my time as a school and university, on picket lines, demonstrations. So politics was something. So returning to the Caribbean, got involved in politics 10 years ago, cabinet member, agriculture, then education, then climate. And what that enabled me to do was to get a sense, living in a highly climate vulnerable environment with significant challenges climatically, but also economically, and finding solutions to problems with limited resources, that acute attention to what is happening around. I've lived through 2 hurricanes. I see my parents, where they live, the beachfront they have in front of them is gone now, and that's just over the last 5 years. Droughts, floods, in the last 5 years, droughts, floods, you can see the changes. Our farmers, we can see how they're being impacted. We're already relocating communities that are under threat by the sea. So it's a lived experience. So blending all of those elements kind of puts me in a unique position in terms of the role that I currently have in my outlook.
I mean, it really does. I mean, you've having spent half your life in Grenada, where the per capita emissions are among the lowest in the world, and half your life in the United Kingdom, where per capita emissions are in the top 20. What insight has that given you into what's needed to bring developed and developing countries to reduce emissions, and sort of the collaboration that will be needed between wealthy countries and developing countries?
Well, the starting point is, where does the responsibility lie? And in terms of what moves the needle, it's within the G20. They generate 80% of emissions. 85% of global GDP is generated there. So in terms of what needs to be done, who needs to do it, what, and by when is clearly prescribed. So that is the first action area, if you like. That is what is going to get us to where we need to.
And if I could pause on that for a moment.
this is not necessarily in the UNFCCC parlance, Annex 1, non-Annex 1 divide, right? You're talking about countries that are both developed and developing, but are big economies that need to do a lot more in this decade.
That's
in the
right.
G20.
That's right. And then you have the vulnerable developing nations who have contributed the least, and then the responsibility in terms of providing support there. How do they adapt the resources they need to deal with their challenges? So that requires another set of actions. And then where the UNFCCC sits, we sit over the 194 parties of the convention, and through the COP process, we try to move that agenda forward. The challenge with the process is it's incremental progress, party-driven, consensus-based, and the outcomes tend to be based on the lowest common denominator. That's not going to get us where we need to in 2030, 2050, by the end of the century. So it then requires looking at those elements, the non-state actors who sit outside of the process. And this pivot from negotiations to implementation sets the framework for that. That requires another mindset for the institution, but also for parties. Words must result in some tangible, actionable outcome, and that requires a shift in approach.
Right. So how do you see that shift in mindset? I mean, myself, having covered 11 of these now, I mean, these negotiations are a take no prisoners, fighting over every last word, tense, and comma in a final statement. Is this the body, and how would you seek to transform this body into one that can take all these promises that have been made and help countries do the work that they've promised to do?
Well, the first thing is about collaboration. Parties have to work together, come together, and the unique position and role of the UNFCCC is actually to bring parties together. We have this unique mandate of being, what we're all doing here, 40, 50,000 people here. It's about bringing parties together, and the role that we play, and a role that I wish to broaden, is that of building bridges. We sometimes come into this in a very combative way. When we actually look at it, and again, from where we sit, we see the entire landscape. There are actually more areas that we have in common than not. But the process forces us, the politics of climate forces us to focus on the differences and to become highly adversarial. That's not going to get us to where we need to in this new era of implementation. So certainly during my term, I will seek to find ways of building bridges, not only across parties, but then with those non-state actors. And the Secretary General announced yesterday, well, he's given me my marching orders, but it is this accountability chief role. Again, the UNFCCC, the Secretariat's in this unique position where it has the integrity, it has the competence to be the custodian, taking account of what is being done, what isn't being done. In that role, we will also find gaps, but also the opportunities. And with our convening power, how can we bring parties together to amplify those best practices, those who are moving further, faster, doing more, able to do more? How can they share? How can that be scaled up? How can that be replicated? How can we bring in, not just between parties? We see every country's national adaptation plan, every nationally determined contribution, every long-term strategy. There is no other body that has access to all of that information. We see what's being done, what isn't being done, but we also work with partners. We have access to partners, whether it's for finance, whether it's for technology, whether it's for capacity building. And I see the evolving role of the Secretariat as catalyzing. We're not an implementing agency, but we can catalyze action. We can get things started. We can bring, whether it's like-minded, complementary parties together, entities together, to actually get stuff done. And we have no time to waste. So it needs a different approach.
Let's dig into some of the big issues at COP27. First and foremost, loss and damage, which has been the central focus of attention for the past many days. As minister, you were very outspoken about loss and damage, about the need for financing for loss and damage. As executive secretary, are you pushing for a fund?
It's not for me to push for the fund, it's now parties. So my previous role, yes, but in this capacity, it's listening and responding and facilitating to what parties are asking for.
How has it been to move to an impartial role when you've been so impassioned about the need for loss and damage financing?
I spoke at the beginning about the mindset shift that's required for parties as we move to this role. I have a mindset shift too, so I'm not immune from mind shifting, and I have to lead by example. So that is what I have done, and that's what the role calls for. But in terms of, the role, it's loss and damage is part of the Paris Agreement. This is not something that, a handful of people are bringing to the table. This is an integral part of the Paris Agreement. It's part of a conversation that's been ongoing for 30 years. The presidency, parties, especially developing nations who have been calling for this for generations, see this as their time. So I see it as a step in the right direction, the fact that it is a formal part of this negotiation, or finding, looking for funding mechanisms that address loss and damage. That piece is new. That is the piece of the conversation that that parties have been resistant to come to the table to talk about. It's being discussed now, so I think that is commendable. The question now is, will it be an adult conversation? Will it speak to those elements that constitute the arrangements that are required to address it? So we will see how the next week and a half now plays out.
Is loss and damage reparations?
No. Within the context of the Paris Agreement, no. So what is being discussed are the funding arrangements to address it.
In legal terms, no, but at the heart of this, is that not what it is?
No, I'm speaking in terms of what is part of the convention. It is not part of the convention.
What, as things stand now, what do you expect to result by the end of COP27 on loss and damage?
On loss and damage? I think a realistic outcome, and this has been discussed in the run-up to the COP. Both Germany and Chile are the co-facilitators of this, speaking to parties to try and find potential landing zones. And what's on the table, and I think if parties apply themselves, to come out of this COP, come out of Sharm el-Sheikh with some form of process or roadmap that is time-bound, that speaks to the elements, and those elements that are contained within the agreement, but a process for a path forward, so that this adult conversation that's long overdue can actually take place.
What message do you think was sent yesterday when the dam broke a little bit? We saw a number of commitments from European countries, some small in number, but large in symbolism, towards loss and damage. What do you think that has done to the discussions?
Well, again, that shows that parties are sensitive to it, and it's a step in the right direction. And, you know, we saw it in Glasgow as well, in terms of Scotland put resources. It was symbolic but important, but that then led to Denmark, Germany putting resources forward. It's small, but it's symbolic, and it's showing the spirit of certainly some developed countries to put their money where their mouth is, as symbolic as it is. But it's pushing the conversation forward. And it's all part of getting us to where we are right now. So it is on the agenda. It is being discussed. The next step is pushing for a meaningful outcome that can be built on, because this isn't going to be resolved overnight. This is complex. And it's complex for all parties. But for the developing countries that are suffering losses and damages every single day, the urgency of this, the frustration of this is palpable.
Can you give us an example, you know, perhaps from your country? I think there's still a lot of questions about how this money would be used. Are there models that you can point to of, you know, what would loss and damage money go to? Is it simply disaster aid, or are there other examples of things that you think that this could go to help?
It'll be a range of things, and again, this is part of the discussion. But whether it is disaster response and looking at disaster recovery after the fact, support that's required there. A hurricane, I look at my own country. 2004, 2005, we had 2 hurricanes. We didn't have a hurricane for 50 years. We had 2 hurricanes within the space of 10 months, which damaged and destroyed 95% of buildings, the equivalent of 200% of GDP wiped out in just a matter of hours. And that recovery, the cost of that will be borne for many generations to come. That sits on your balance sheet for a very, very long time. We just see what's happened in Pakistan. So, you know, it is the immediate response that is required. But there are other areas, so whether it's insurance, you know, that's another financial model. Whether it is policy-wise, hurricane clauses, number of countries, and again, this is something that can be replicated. Grenada, Barbados, a number of other small island states have this with creditors. So in the event of a catastrophe, there is a deferral of debt payments to provide space for that recovery. Or whether it's looking at slow onset impacts, we often focus on the dramatic, you know, dramatic extreme events. But sea level rise, you know, these are, you know, it's like a cancer creeping through, which has, you know, physical, economic impacts. How do you deal with that? So it's a range of mechanisms that will be required to service this.
It has been widely acknowledged that the United States has not paid its fair share of climate finance broadly. What do you expect to hear? What do you hope to hear from President Biden when he arrives on Friday?
There are a number of developed countries, there are a number of donors who are not meeting their commitments, and that the pledges made, the commitments made, need to be met by all countries. So the call is on all to fulfill those obligations.
You're going to let the U.S. off the hook?
All.
I mean, but the United States, as the largest historic emitter and the economic giant of the world, has done very little. Last year, the U.S. was able to procure $1 billion when it sought $3 billion. You know, what does the U.S. need to tell the rest of the world when President Biden comes here on Friday?
I said all major parties in this need to step up and play their part. So you're drawing me into a particular space. When you look at whether it is the Inflation Reduction Act, whether it is the New Green Deal for Europe, whether it's activities other major economies are doing. There is a lot of positive activity, but just not enough and not fast enough. So the conversation needs to be identifying those things that are being done, identifying what isn't being done, and adding that pressure, putting that pressure so that everybody steps up. But we're seeing, I've seen how the conversation has progressed over the last 10 years. Well, certainly, from Paris, we've seen a step change in state and non-state actors stepping forward. The issue we have is far, far more needs to be done, with more urgency.
Some leaders are not here at all. Xi Jinping, Prime Minister Modi, Putin. What is your message to those who failed to show up?
We had 110 leaders here. I believe that may even been more than Glasgow. That sends a very, very positive message. Of course, we'd like all to turn up, and the more who are here, the stronger that message.
I want to leave some time for questions. As I look for questions, please give us your full name and affiliation, and if I could ask you to please ask a question and not give us a statement, that would be lovely. First, woman right here in the front row.
Hello, my name is Amara Uneli, and I'm the founder of Fight Global Warming Nigeria. My question focuses more on how you talked about the global corporation and how every country has to devote 100% to climate change. How do you reckon other countries do that when they have not contributed as much to the climate crisis, and how there's other things going on in that specific country, like poverty, like corruption and all of that? Thank you.
Climate isn't just, the climate crisis isn't just about science, and it is that, and the environmental impacts. It is also a developmental challenge and opportunity. So in terms of balancing the agenda, it is about reducing emissions. It is about countries adapting. It is about developed countries providing the necessary support to those who, as you rightly said, least responsible for those causes. So it comes back to that question about all parties doing all that they can and taking those responsibilities seriously.
See, one last question. Then over here.
Thank you. My name is Farid Hani. I'm from the American University in Cairo. My question is, currently the global climate financial architecture, it's leaking, and the commitments that have been made, especially the $100 billion, are not going to the necessary countries that they should be going to. So how can this COP restructure or reform this finance architecture to make it more efficient and more effective as of following the outcome of this COP? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, there were calls the call to repurpose the global financial architecture has been made for some time now. And certainly the call for the restructuring, repurposing of the multilateral development banks. The Bretton Woods structure was relevant at the end of the Second World War. It was there for a specific purpose and a specific time. 70-odd years later, that does need to be revisited based on current priorities. They have changed. So there have been calls coming out of Glasgow for a revision of that. I would imagine similar calls are being made, from the floor. What is reflected in the cover decisions, we will see, but I'm sure those calls will be amplified. We're hearing more and more voices from some of the major donors, shareholders, calling for this. So it's about political will of the shareholders to start making this shift. But it does need to change. So that's both in terms of public finance, but private finance too, where you have subsidizing of the fossil fuel sector. The wording coming out of Glasgow is inefficient fuel subsidies. I'm not sure if there are any efficient fossil fuel subsidies, but again, that's a signal of a start. Policymakers need to start defining what this means in practice, recognizing that everything that we do every single day by everybody, whether it is at government levels, whether it is corporations, must be 1.5 aligned, must be aligned with the Paris Agreement. And those structures need to evolve quickly to reflect that.
I don't think we can leave a discussion with a UN leader without touching on 60,000 political prisoners behind bars in Egypt. Are you using your position as a UN leader here to discuss human rights issues with your leadership in Egypt?
Well, I'm here to discuss climate as part of the UNFCCC, but in terms of the United Nations, its position on human rights, freedom of expression is clear, absolutely clear. And those are the principles that govern what happens within the COP, whether that is...
Your focus is purely climate while you're here?
No. So in terms of what the UNFCCC presides over, in terms of providing a safe space, which is respective, wholly respective as per the UN's position, whether it's human rights, whether it's freedom of expression, that safe space is provided and open to all observers who have a voice.
It has been, I'll close us out with what is the most that we can expect from this COP. I will say that in the beginning we heard from a lot of countries that were saying this is a small one. There's not a lot of big things that are going to happen out of COP27. Do you share that? Is this a small COP with not much expected to happen at the end?
We have 8 COPs between now and 2030. 2030 was supposed to reduce emissions by half. There's no such thing as a small COP. So every gathering where we bring the world together, states, non-state actors, is a valuable opportunity to move us closer to halving emissions.
What does success look like for you at the end of this?
So success for this COP certainly is to demonstrate clear progress on Glasgow. I believe that opportunity exists. The interplay with what is outside of the process, showing those linkages and being able to demonstrate the pivot from negotiations to implementation is critical, and I believe, again, there are opportunities there. The issue of accountability in terms of the process, we are seeing greater movement, greater leaning forward by business, by the private sector. But that has to be done credibly, and the findings of the high-level expert group on accountability for the net zero pledges, the concerns about greenwashing, this is a step in the right direction in terms of addressing that, bringing that integrity and accountability to the process, and then the role of the UNFCCC in terms of being the custodian of that. So it's an important step forward. The final point on this, we tend to look at COPs as singular events within my own institution. And, we look at it one COP at a time. I've had very little opportunity to shape this COP. I've been in the hot seat just for a few weeks. But where my attention will shift to is actually not the next COP. It's going to be to 2030, and then to work backwards. Let us look at where we need to be in 2030, that halving of emissions, and what that means for mitigation, adaptation, loss and damage, finance. And let's start working backwards and start setting an agenda that shows us how we get on that path. And then when we start moving forward to COP28, COP29, it's within the context of what actually needs to be achieved there and the role that that particular COP plays in terms of getting us to 2030.
Well, thank you for letting me put you in the hot seat today. Thank you for your time. You've been a
Lisa,
wonderful guest.
Thank you.
Please give us
Thank
a
you.
round of applause for Simon Steele.
Thank you.
You did.
Thank you.
Okay. We're going right back up. Okay. No rest for the weary. Folks, thank you so much for being with us today. We are moving from that last conversation, which looked at international policy, to what's happening in the United States. I am delighted to be joined today live in Sharm el-Sheikh by Ali Zaidi. He is the White House National Climate Advisor. Ali was appointed to this position, succeeding Gina McCarthy in September of this year. Now, we only have a short amount of time together, so let me welcome you to the stage and let's dive in. Hi, Ali. Good to see you. When did you get in?
2 a.m., not last night, but the night before. So,
well, thank you.
I'm all caught up on sleep.
In the past hour since I've been on this stage, I don't know if election news has shifted, but we'll start with the midterm elections in the United States. We might not know the final results for a while, but from what you've seen so far, what will Republican leadership of the House mean for U.S. climate policy?
That's a great question. The first thing, and I know a lot of folks in the United States know this, but internationally it's probably less well known, to point out is that a big part of moving the president's legislative agenda through Congress on climate was accomplished through the bipartisan infrastructure law. That means Republicans and Democrats came together to vote for electric vehicle charging infrastructure installed by union workers. It means Republicans and Democrats came together to vote for grid resilience, for helping us fight wildfires and drought. So number one, and that was a year ago that we got that done. Number one is just President Biden's ability, I think, to bring people together across party lines and affiliations to advance this work. And we saw that again in the ratification of the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol, a big deal, and I think success hard won. You take that with the, I think, expanding political economy of clean energy in the United States. One of the, I think, big features of the way the president's approached climate action in the U.S. has been to bring in workers, bring in organized labor. He's brought in environmental justice, folks who are focused on legacy issues that we've got to deal with in our past and help build a more fair and sustainable future. And he's brought together the private sector, which is now committing tens, hundreds of billions of their own dollars against the thesis that this policy certainty and direction will hold.
You're talking about the Inflation Reduction Act, also part of what was just passed this summer. Is the Inflation Reduction Act safe from repeal?
You know, I think we've got a president who is laser focused on making sure we're going to implement this legislation. We're going to do it with excellence. We've got at the White House now a senior advisor, John Podesta, who is focused on making sure that we're harnessing the maximum innovation and deployment benefit from the Inflation Reduction Act. And you've already got folks in all parts of the country in the United States from different political backgrounds celebrating the investments that the Inflation Reduction Act has catalyzed, just so folks are tracking. So this is a program that is built not just through grant mechanisms, but through tax credits and loan mechanisms. So our tax code now is supporting capital formation. And what's surprising, I think, is people thought maybe that capital formation was going to happen down the pike. We've seen tens of billions of dollars just coming on a regular basis into the supply chain and into the deployment of these technologies. So, look, I think I'm feeling pretty bullish about our ability to keep in the direction that we're going and hopefully find ways to accelerate.
I want to come back to this thought on what we've seen even just since the Inflation Reduction Act. But the $370 billion over 10 years in investments from that law, analyses have said that will get us about 40% below 2005 levels by 2030. We're seeking to do 50 to 52. Can President Biden get the rest of the way through regulations and other means with Republicans in charge?
Absolutely. So just to go from percentages to tons for a second, okay. Right? So the Inflation Reduction Act on its own is designed to deliver a gigaton of emissions reductions per year by the end of this decade. And, you know, I remember being in Glasgow a year ago, and the headlines, I don't think you wrote one of these, but the headlines were, Biden proposes, but will he succeed? Skepticism around Biden's commitment to advance legislation. Well, by the way, we were on our way back from Glasgow, we passed the bipartisan infrastructure law. And then, a year later, we passed the largest bill in the history of the United States on climate. So, number one, I think we've got the legislative means now for that gigaton. That leaves us with, if you sort of run the numbers, something like, and different analysts come out in different places, but 500, 600, 700, 800 million metric tons. We've got a line of sight on those. Number one, I think we've got to attack super pollutants. And you've seen, I think, the administration prioritize this, but internationally we're seeing a real focus on methane, a real focus on hydrofluorocarbons, and you'll continue to see us try to accelerate that. The second place is in the power sector. So there's a lot of variability in the modeling around what the Inflation Reduction Act will deliver, and part of it comes from our ability to put the steel in the ground and make sure that there's no backsliding in the economics of the transformation that we're seeing. That permitting work is part of the business of government, right? So, you know, I think folks see this in a lot of jurisdictions. You have the economics right, you got the will to do it, but then there's this friction in the system that we've really got to reckon with. And we talk a lot about the decisive decade in COP convenings. To me, the decisive decade is about delivery. It's about delivery. It's about projects delivered, connected to the grid. So that's, I think, going to be a big piece of business, making sure we can actually interconnect these projects into the grid and make them be as successful as they can. And if that's the case, we're talking about several 100 million metric tons between a successful environment that facilitates permitting, interconnection, so on, and not. And then just to do one more place where I see a ton of opportunity. I think going into, and this is about 2 years ago, we're getting ready for the Biden transition into the White House. We really were not understanding the opportunity in the industrial sector. Like if you went back and you read all the transition papers, we were not super bullish on what could be possible. What John Kerry did just this week with the First Movers Coalition and all the private sector, and what's coming in behind that on clean steel and clean cement, clean aluminum, flat glass, we're setting standards in this arena. So the federal government for the first time is setting standards in this arena. We are using our procurement power, and now we've got this tax code, which I don't think the modelers fully appreciate, gets us significant opportunity.
Let's talk about money for other countries. The last rail of the potential fallout from a Republican Congress, when Democrats had the trifecta last year, controlled the House, the Senate, and the White House, they were able to get $1 billion from a $3.1 billion ask for international climate finance. What can you get with Republicans in charge?
So, the thing number one that again, is like a little bit of a, you know this in America, but you don't know this everywhere else, so it's worth saying. in the Obama administration, I worked in the Office of Management and Budget. Not the sexiest sounding place to work, but really exciting to me. And the one thing you learn is how you get things through the appropriations process. That's the way we allocate money in the United States. To get things through the appropriations process, at least in the first 2 years of the Biden administration, we needed Republicans to come along. So that dynamic existed in the first 2 years. It existed in the last 2 years of the Obama administration. It's something that I think we understand how to do. So, you know, I think this goes to the ability of the president to continue work.
Sorry, Ali, those numbers were very small at a time when countries are saying we need an enormous ramp up in commitment from countries to fund adaptation, mitigation. You know, are you saying you'll at least be able to get something? But you know, will the president be able to deliver on the 11.4 billion annual promise by 2024?
Look, I think he is fully committed to working with Congress on the $11 billion goal to get annual appropriations of that level. And the way he sees it is, you know, this is a two-prong effort. One of the best things that we can do for the world is to work as effectively as we can to bend the curve on emissions. You know, part of the reason I got into this work is appreciating how this impacted the least among us, the folks least able to adapt and become resilient to this vector of risk. So thing number one is, you know, we gotta be bending the curve on emissions, and I think he's shown that he's committed to it, not only committed to it, but he's delivering on it. And then I think on adaptation and resilience, whether it's through the PREPARE commitment or through the United States' first ever deposit into the adaptation fund, or it's our work through the JETPs, the Just Energy Transition Partnerships with South Africa and now scaling up around the world. It's a work in progress and an important one. You know, you know this, was born in Pakistan. And this summer, watching a third of the country where I was born be underwater was staggering. And I think
Do you have friends or family who were directly affected by that?
Most of my family is in the city, so no. But you know,
But
it still pulls on your heart, and that for me was a spur to get to work harder in reducing our emissions in the United States of America, because we know how to do it. We know there's economic upside if we do, and it accrues benefit in a massively progressive manner around the world.
I mean, given that you have, you know, a unique lens into how some of the developing countries are grappling with climate change first and worst, let me ask you about loss and damage. Does the United States support financing for loss and damage?
The U.S. has, I think, been at the table in these conversations and is supportive of making sure that we are harnessing the resources that we need to meet countries where they are, helping them adapt and become more resilient. I know that's a big topic of conversation at the COP here in Sharm el-Sheikh, and we're, you know, working obviously through our State Department colleagues. I'm the national, meaning domestic climate advisor.
From a domestic view, does the United States owe climate compensation?
I think from a domestic perspective and from just a person perspective, you know, we are in a, as Dr. King said, you know, common garment of destiny here. And when there's a pull on part of that garment, we've all got an obligation to make sure that we're doing what we can to be a source of strength. And domestically, you know, that's been a big focus for the president. He set this brand new initiative up. We call it Justice 40. But we did a mapping exercise of the United States, looked at the places that have been historically overburdened by pollution, places that have been impacted, that are literally on the front lines of a changing climate. And he said, I'm going to make sure that 40% of the benefits from these two big legislative initiatives, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act, 40% of the benefits are going to go to these communities. We're working with our indigenous leaders, with communities that people have written off, places that used to be brownfields. We're investing in them to bring them into the clean energy economy. So, this is, I think, a through line in the Biden administration. It is a value for him to stand with people who are struggling. And that value obviously manifests in the work that he has asked his domestic team to do. But I think it's something that he's projecting into the debate and discourse internationally. And we're excited to see how the conversations this week go.
Give us a preview of what he'll be announcing.
Rule number one of being a staffer is not to scoop your boss. I think that you will hear from the president on Friday a redoubling of his commitment to making sure that we stay on track to continue bending emissions towards that 1.5 degree. And just a sidebar on this, we spend so much time in the gloom and doom land of climate. I remember going to Paris. Before Paris, we were on a 5-6 degree trajectory. At the beginning of the Biden administration, we were at around a 3 degree trajectory. Now, we are looking beneath 2, if we follow through.
If we follow
through. And so accountability matters, but I think optimism matters too, because we know how to do this. So I think you'll hear that. And then I think you'll hear his commitment to making sure that we are standing with our partners and our allies and folks around the world who are taking on this crisis, because we're all in it together. And if we didn't know that before, I think the events of the last year and maybe the last few years, and maybe this is the story of human history, but I think we all feel a very punctuated sense of interconnectedness right now in the face of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. It's front of mind that we need to invest in clean energy, build energy security around the world, build more resilient supply chains, and help people who want to fight for a more sustainable and fair society. So I think that's what you'll hear from him. And then some other stuff that will make the news.
We'll talk later. Let me, going back to the United States and how it's approaching climate change. I mean, your President Biden got some blowback last week saying we're going to be, in reference to speaking around the Inflation Reduction Act and how it would ramp up renewable energy. He said we're going to be shutting down these plants, referring to coal plants, down all across America, having wind and solar. And then, that provoked some angry reactions from coal state lawmakers. Does the Biden administration want to end coal generation?
I think the Biden administration is laser focused, and he's been unambiguous about this from his campaign days. 2035, 100% carbon-free electricity. That means electrons harnessed from the sun. It means electrons harnessed from the wind, onshore and offshore. That means electrons harnessed from geothermal, and it could mean electrons harnessed for carbon capture or from advanced nuclear. And what we're seeing in the United States is that, in fact, take place.
Why is it then such a third rail to say that, to speak directly about coal?
I think that for a long time in the United States, and I think this is actually something a lot of us share internationally. These are part of the conversations I've been having in bilateral discussions, not only with government folks, but with labor folks from other countries. For decades, we've been ignoring not only the environment reality, but the economic reality of what's going on. And we've been making promises and pledges to our workers who've helped power our economy for decades and the communities that they support. And we haven't been meeting them. And so I think, I remember this. we were in the Oval Office. President was going to sign those day one executive orders on climate. And we're talking about the remarks he's going to make, and he said, I want to make sure that we speak to the people who have powered our economy through the industrial age. And I want them to know, and I just vividly remember this, we will create jobs in the communities where they live. You don't have to drive 100 miles. I don't know how many kilometers that is. You don't have to drive 100 miles for that. We're going to create them there. And so he launched this interagency working group on power plant and energy communities. We've mobilized $23 billion through that. But more importantly, we've stitched together partnerships and progress in a relationship of trust with these communities. So I think, to your point, why are the politics frayed? It's because really until this administration, we haven't followed through by putting our money where our mouth is in a serious, all of government, all in way. And we're doing that now. We're really doing that now. So I think we're rebuilding a relationship of trust, and we are repowering assets, and we're revitalizing communities. And folks don't have to, think about training for something else. They can do what they're good at and help us move in the direction of our clean energy goals. That's what we're doing.
Let me just close this out by asking, that this is a forum that has seen the United States come in and out. Kyoto and then left, Paris and then left. There's palpable concern about the effects of the midterm elections, as I've been at the Blue Zone, and in the future, America's commitment. What assurances can you give to this forum that the United States will remain committed to reducing emissions and tackling climate change?
3 things. Number one is, and I don't say this just because I'm obligated to, it's because we've got a president of the United States who feels this issue in his gut, core to his being, core to why he's in office. And he has and will continue to do everything he can to make progress that meets the moment in this decisive decade. Number 2, we have forged irresistible economics around the clean energy shift. Irresistible. You want to build a power plant, you're going to build it clean. You want to deploy a new factory that's going to build vehicles, they're probably going to be electric. And we're seeing more and more in the industrial sector, in the agriculture sector. We signed up 50,000 farms in September to do climate-smart agriculture practices in the United States, right? So the irresistible economics of moving in the direction of climate action. And the third thing is the people of the United States. We had a government that maybe reconsidered its approach between 2020 and 2024. The people of the United States kept moving in the direction of clean energy. States, cities, private sector, labor leaders, workers, and I think most importantly, young people. The reason that I am so hopeful at this moment is because when I left public service in 2017, January 2017, and then when I came back, first working for the state of New York and then working in this administration, young people on Fridays and every other day had chosen to strike, had chosen to march, had chosen to exercise their agency, and in doing so, they had transformed the political economy of what is possible on climate in America. And we are now in a virtuous cycle where the political economy gets better every single day. So I don't think there's backsliding. I don't think there's a shift in direction. We may have setbacks, but we're cruising ahead and we're going to meet our commitments.
Ali, thank you very much. Please offer a warm round of applause for Ali Zaidi.
Thanks to Lisa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ali and Lisa. That was great. We're going to have just a little pause for, don't go anywhere. We're just going to do some furniture reshuffling before we get into our next session on reforestation. So hang in there. We're just going to do, again, some furniture movements. Then Abdi's going to come on stage.
Hello, everybody. My name is Abdi Latif. I'm the East Africa correspondent for the New York Times, and welcome to this session. They are called the lungs of Africa. Second in size to the Amazon, the Congo Basin in Central Africa actually sequesters more carbon. One of the biggest announcements out of Glasgow last year was a plan to secure $500 million for Congo over 5 years. But while gas and oil exploration in this region poses irreversible consequences for the environment, the region is faced with the need for economic development. Much of the basin is located in the Democratic Republic of Congo, which has one of the lowest rates of per capita income. My colleague Dion Searcy, a climate reporter at the Times, has been covering the livelihood and debates around the basin. One person she spoke to was Alphonse Malosa, a logger who lives by the Congo River. He summed up the dichotomy of priorities and said this: "I have heard on the radio that trees help to give us oxygen that we breathe and for us to survive. But here, there's no other way to survive without cutting trees." Now the war has increased Europe's interest in new fossil fuel projects, and countries like the Democratic Republic of Congo are done waiting for promised funds. It is auctioning off oil and gas blocks in its peatlands and rainforests. In 2021 alone, the DRC lost nearly 500,000 hectares of primary forest. Just remember that figure. As a result of small-scale agriculture and harvesting trees to meet energy demands. As this major carbon sink and peatlands stocks erode, the argument narrows on who is allowed to degrade the environment for the sake of development and who isn't. To discuss this and more, I am joined here today by Elizabeth Wethuti, a Kenyan environmentalist and climate activist. Welcome. We also have Lee White, the Environment Minister for Gabon. Please welcome to the stage. And we were supposed to be joined by Victor Kabengele, the Deputy National Coordinator of the Red Funds of the Democratic Republic of Congo, but he apologized and would not be able to make it. But we will have this discussion and more with our panelists here. Thank you so much for joining me. And Liz, I want to start with you. You've done a lot of work and campaigns, particularly in Kenya, around tree planting initiatives or a lot of activism around stopping governments from cutting trees. Could you talk a little bit about your journey and your experience in that field?
Yes. For a long time, we have heard about the importance of nature, but we've also seen how much there's a disconnect between recognizing that nature is our own life support system, and nature is everything that surrounds us. So for me, trees really represent our life support system, and it is important to acknowledge the need for us to protect nature and also regenerate the degraded forest lands. And we see a lot of tree planting initiatives around the world, but for most of them, there hasn't been a recognition that at the same time, we also need to protect what already exists. We need to protect the forests and the remaining natural ecosystems around us for us to also achieve the climate targets. So part of the initiatives that I run include working with school children in Kenya through the Green Generation Initiative. And this is an initiative that aims to get children to appreciate nature, because when you appreciate nature, when you love nature, you will do everything that it takes to protect nature. And this initiative also focuses on addressing food insecurity, because the children are able to grow fruit trees around their own school compound in a way that these trees also benefit them. They provide something nutritious for them to feed at the end of the day. But also the children are demonstrating that we need to stop just planting trees, but grow and make sure that the trees have grown up to maturity through this campaign that we dubbed Adopt a Tree campaign, to get every child in every school to plant and adopt a tree each in their own school compound. But also I like to mention that these same children are trying to make a difference. They're trying to clean their own air, to grow their own food, to green their own school compounds. But it's the same children who look beyond their school borders and they see big businesses and corporations and governments cutting down much bigger ecosystems and deforesting lands. And this is undermining their very efforts. And that is why, for me, it's really important to also hold leaders to account and fight for the protection of existing ecosystems, so that this is about collective action and everybody needs to make a contribution to it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. Lee, oil accounts for about 39% of Gabon's economy. And recently, my colleague Dion actually spoke to you about how Gabon is now looking to generate more revenue from logging. Could you talk us through some of that strategy and how it's going?
Sounds bad when you say it like that. We're going to go from oil to killing trees. You're right. Gabon is a country which has for a long, long time depended on oil revenues. We're very conscious that over the next 10, 20, 30 years, those oil revenues will disappear. Whether we want them to or not, the world is going to stop using hydrocarbons for other than specialist uses. And so that creates a serious problem for Gabon, which is how do we balance our economy? How do we develop our nation? How do we create jobs for the young people? We have a small population, so we're a country the size just bigger than the UK, but we only have 2.5 million people. of which half are under 20. We have 400,000 jobs in our economy today, and we have 800,000 people in school. And that doesn't go. That's a recipe for destabilizing the nation in 5, 10, 15 years. So we have to create jobs for our young people in a context where we're going to lose our oil economy. And I'll say it in a slightly aggressive way. We're going to lose that economy because the developed world and the G20 nations have filled our atmosphere up with so much CO2 that Gabon will not be able to sell its oil in the future. We have another constraint, which is very serious. We are 88% rainforest in Gabon. We're the second most forested country on earth, behind Suriname. We're part of the Greater Congo Basin, which stores almost 10 years of global emissions. So if we cut the Congo Basin forest down, we lose the fight to keep 1.5 alive. We lose the fight to keep 2 degrees alive. We're heading about for a 3.5 degree world. That's 7 degrees in Timbuktu. That's the Sahara Desert racing to the south. And in addition, our rainforests are linked by what we call atmospheric rivers that send rainfall to the Sahel, that send rainfall to Ethiopia, that fills the Blue Nile and irrigates Egypt. So Congo Basin is linked to Egypt. If we cut our forest down to replace our oil economy, we'll be killing people, literally killing people in the Sahel, in the Horn of Africa, even in Egypt. Because in Africa, climate change is a life and death situation for many people, and our rainforests buffer that. So what do we do? How does Gabon provide jobs for all of those young people? How do we replace our oil economy in a country that's 88% rainforest without cutting the trees down or without destroying the forest? Well, our model, and I appreciate the fact that Dion took the time to understand, because we hear so many very simplistic arguments about Congo Basin and forests. The way we do forestry in Gabon, which is very different to the way you do it in the US or Norway, is we do what we call selective logging. We pluck out 2 trees on average per hectare. So in an average hectare, there are about 600 trees in Gabon. So we take 2 of the 600. We do cause a bit of damage in doing it, so we lose about 60 trees, about 10% of the forest when we log. We then don't touch it for 25 years. So we leave the forest to grow back. We use nature-based solutions to regenerate the forest. So we protect the elephants and the gorillas and the monkeys and the hornbills. And so the wildlife replants the forest. And if you monitor that over 25 years, as we have with carbon plots, at the end of 25 years, your forest has more carbon than it had at the beginning. Its biodiversity has changed somewhat. So in our vision, we are setting aside 30% of our lands as protected areas, parks, community forests, sanctuaries, whatever, to preserve the part of the biodiversity that suffers when you do forestry. The very sensitive understory plants and animals that need the shade and the humidity of the rainforest suffer a little bit when you log. So we protect them in our protected areas, and we're assigning 60% of our country as sustainable forestry concessions, where we're managing sustainably. The law obliges companies to manage sustainably. We're managing in a carbon positive manner. We banned the export of logs from Gabon. There was a picture of logs when we came in. For 110 years, starting in 1889, Gabon exported logs to the developed world, mostly, the emerging world. The first export was to Germany, to Hamburg. When we export a log off the African continent, it's the classic tragedy of Africa. We are considered just to be a source of cheap raw materials by the outside world. So when you export a log from Gabon to Hamburg, it's 8% of the value of that log stays in Gabon. And 92% of the value of that log is realized in Germany. We create 1 job in Gabon, and they create 9 jobs in Germany. France, the colonial power in Gabon, used to have a lot of logs going from Gabon to France. When President Bongo banned the export of logs, President Sarkozy showed up 2 months later to tell him it was a big mistake. But it was a big mistake for all the factories around Honfleur, which are now out of business. Yeah. It was a big mistake for the jobs that existed in France. But in Gabon, since he made that decision, our forest economy has increased by a factor of 4. The number of jobs in the forest economy by a factor of 3. And by processing the timber in Gabon, mostly in industrial areas, in sort of peri-urban industrial areas, because our population is 87% urban in Gabon. We have a very low rural population. We create jobs for those peri-urban, those urban young people who otherwise would not have jobs. And our vision is that if we can get to the point where we're transforming all of this selectively harvested timber, so maintaining the forest, but selectively harvesting, into finished products, into tables, chairs, parquet floors. And if we can convince the outside world, because they're already starting to boycott our tropical timber, because we're considered to be corrupt, and we're considered to allow illegal practices, and people think we're massacring all the wildlife and so on. But if we can convince the world that when you buy a table from Gabon, first of all, there's traceability, so it's legal. Second, it's sustainable. Third, it's carbon positive, so climate positive. Fourth, and as an example, the African elephant is a very good indicator of environmental governance. Countries that have lost their environmental governance, have lost their elephants. Almost all countries that have had civil wars in Africa lost their elephants beforehand. So the elephant's an indicator because of the value of the ivory. Well, in Gabon, whilst we've lost 2/3 of the forest elephants of Africa in the last 15 years to poaching, our population has gone from 60,000 to 95,000. So if you buy my table, it's an elephant-positive table. It's a biodiversity-positive table. And it's creating jobs for the Gabonese people. So you're investing in improving livelihoods in Gabon and enabling us to transition, as you just said, from the oil economy to a sustainable economy based on natural resources. And the key thing is transforming the natural resources on the continent so the value stays in Africa and the jobs stay in Africa.
Thank you. I'm going to come back to ask you about in the new ways in which this new conversation with the West and Africa, particularly in light of the war in Ukraine. But I wanted Liz to respond to that. Like, when you hear governments or ministers outlining visions like this, bringing people out of poverty and economic development, particularly by logging or by cutting trees, what comes to mind, and what has been the conversation around that in the past?
I think we have had a lot of conversations on the same. And just 1 year down the line at COP26, we had about 145 countries that represent the 90% of the world's forests making pledges to strengthen their efforts to protect forests. And 1 year down the line, I think we haven't seen any serious follow-ups on the same, and clearly also not so much transparency, and as well as finances to be able to scale up some of these efforts and strengthen them. And for a long time also, when it comes to forest degradation, we have so many factors that are linked to deforestation. And in many cases, the issue always goes back down to communities around the forest. But we also fail to mention other factors, such as the issues of fossil fuels investments. And we really know that for us to keep 1.5 alive, we have to stop investments in fossil fuels because they're also in a great way fueling deforestation. And for example, in the Congo Basin, we know that part of the blocks have been auctioned for fossil fuels. And this is really a really big risk for the climate, a big risk for nature. But also, at the moment, we do have an opportunity to make change happen because we are just a few weeks away from the Biodiversity COP, which is actually a once-in-a-decade opportunity for nature. And world leaders actually need to be part of that biodiversity conference as well to make real targets and changes for nature because we need sufficient targets as well, and we need a lot of transparency and also massive investments in some of these efforts to scale up and strengthen investments in nature, which we're not seeing. So I think the recognition that there is an interconnected crisis that we are in right now, the climate crisis, the nature crisis, the food crisis, and then really remember that this is about our people and the planet. Because the same people who are living on the continent that has done the least to contribute to this crisis are the same people that are paying the price for this crisis. And we have seen from the impacts on what is happening across Africa, from the ongoing prolonged drought that has seen over 20 million people across the Horn of Africa facing climate-related starvation. We have seen the devastating floods affecting West and Central Africa. And these are not just numbers, these are people's lives and livelihoods that are at stake. So it tells us that we have to really ramp up and really take this crisis seriously and also make sure that we are massively protecting nature and protecting the people on the front line.
Mm-hmm. You've, part of like the campaigns that you did in Kenya was about stopping the cutting of trees in urban areas, particularly in Nairobi. One of the things that, when we spoke a couple of years ago was you talked about environmental justice concerns that are particularly linked to these logging practices. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yes. In a huge way, when it comes to environmental protection and also climate justice, we say this is about social justice. This is about protecting the people who are on the front line of the impacts of the actions that are happening today. And also with the campaign on the trees in the cities, because I do recognize that every sector of the economy needs to decarbonize, and every person and every government, every institution needs to be a part of the contribution to make changes happen. And that's the same with every city, because we need to make sure that we are protecting trees in our forests and also making sure that our cities are also clean, green, and resilient. And that is why, for me, some of these campaigns to protect urban green spaces are also really important, because it's in the same cities where we are facing the crisis as well of air pollution. And these are challenges that continue to affect the young generation, to affect the children. And we cannot really ignore some of these impacts if we are really serious about making sure that this is about the people and that this is about the planet. So this is about justice because the people that are being affected, and there's so much that is at stake if we don't ramp up our efforts and contribute to making things change right now. And most often, the conversations should actually be about people. And because if we're not doing this for the people, then it's actually pointless, because justice means making sure that we are taking the needed steps right now to save the lives and livelihoods that are at stake. And it also means that the leaders have to make sure that any pledge that has been made before is actually fulfilled, because we've seen how much we are seeing a repeat of the pattern in most of these forums that are happening. And the patterns are whereby leaders will come to international platforms and they make commitments, they make pledges on what is going to happen. But the moment we leave these forums and get back home, then the steps that are supposed to be taken do not happen. So there's need to be a lot of effort scaling up also in countries whereby people are pushing for some of these efforts. And we also need to recognize that communities and young people that are on the front line are not just sitting back. They are the people that are leading so many initiatives on the ground to scale up reforestation efforts, to scale up the protection of forests and protection of trees around their cities as well. And for me, this is really what it means to show what real climate action looks like. It's not really waiting to see who takes the first step. It's actually stepping up and doing it. But also we need to see a lot of efforts when it comes to investments in nature, and that is why some of these forums are really important, but they're only going to be meaningful if actually it translates to real action back at home once the leaders are out of the conferences.
Yeah. Lee, do you want to respond to that, particularly around how you engage in communities on this strategy that you have?
I can do that, but I was going to applaud. I mean, we need real action. I mean, there has to be real action. I think I can safely say, I sometimes feel that I work for an activist, that my president is a climate activist. He has been to multiple COPs, he's made commitments, we've respected those commitments. Today we think, the most carbon positive country on the planet. We're net absorbing a quarter of the UK's annual emissions. We're absorbing 100 million tons, just over, net, across all sectors. So even that oil that you said is fueling our economy, we decarbonize it at source. There's no emissions that come from Gabon. We decarbonize our entire economy and then some. And so we've achieved the Paris Agreement. We've gone beyond the Paris Agreement. And we're probably the only, or one of the very few countries whose NDC is a commitment to remain carbon neutral forever. Yeah, we've made a commitment, almost unconditional commitment, to remain carbon neutral beyond 2050. And a conditional commitment to continue to absorb over 100 million tons per year, if we can. But we need action. We need investment in the sustainable development of the African continent. So we have to get away from this model that you take, let's say you take the minerals out of the DRC and you build the electric cars in America. No. You should build the electric cars in DRC and create jobs and stabilize that country and help that country to thereby stabilize its forest cover. Because the poor rural people who are cutting the forest down in DRC, your 500,000 hectares, on average, let's say on average a family cuts about a hectare to farm. And on average, they make about $150 in a year from that farm. And on average, if carbon dioxide's only worth, if a ton of carbon's only worth $10, on average, they've done $5,000 of damage to our global climate in order to earn $150. Well, if REDD+ was real, if the commitments, as you said, if the commitments were real, if the developed nations were honoring the kind of the REDD+ carrot they've been dangling in front of tropical nations for the last 15 years since Copenhagen, then there would be a way to give those people a better life for not cutting the forest down. We could do an agricultural revolution in the Congo Basin and move from shifting cultivation, which is something that was invented 600 years before Jesus. It was invented 2,600 years ago. We would be doing modern agriculture in the Congo Basin. It would be carbon positive. It would be 20 times more productive. And those people would have livelihoods and health and education. And it would be easy to do if only the developed world would honor its commitment to REDD+. Very, very simple. Gabon, sorry, I'm deviating from your question, but Gabon, during this week, will probably see 90 million tons of REDD+ credits for Gabon posted on the Lima hub of the UNFCCC. Rather than applaud Gabon and saying, well, that's great, you've reduced your emissions, you've become even more carbon positive, we're being criticized because we risk flooding the carbon market. Little Gabon risks flooding the global carbon market. all that goes to tell us is that the global carbon market is not fighting climate change, and we need to change something. Now, if we do manage to sell those credits, so I come back to your question, then yeah, as I said, we're 87% urban, our population. So Gabon's a slightly unusual country. If you go to DRC or even Congo, you'll find more rural people. But we're making a commitment. Our sovereign fund, which is the fund for future generations of Gabonese people, is being given those credits to commercialize. So my ministry created them, but I hand them off to the sovereign fund. Everything they invest in is for the future of the Gabonese people. And we're putting into our finance law rules that will ensure that a proportion, a greater proportion than just the number of people that live in rural Gabon will be invested in improving the lives of rural people in Gabon. So we're trying to make sure that if we manage to sell these REDD+ credits, if the developed world respects the engagement made in Copenhagen to do this REDD+ process, then you know, the Gabonese people will all get their fair share of this revenue, and the revenue will be used to invest more in creating more carbon credits, so better managing the forest, invest more in the quality of life for rural people that live next to the forest and in the forest. And so we're trying very hard to put in place the governance that we need. You know, it's integrated. If the people are not happy, then and if they don't value the forest, why would they keep the forest? Why would they preserve it? If the nation is not making money from the forest, why would the nation choose to keep the forest instead of turning it into cocoa plantations? And so those are the dynamics that we have to deal with as government.
Great. I would like to, we have a few more minutes. I'd like to open to the audience. There's a question here. Could we get a mic here? And then there's a question. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Naomi. And in terms of reforestation, I've been thinking a lot about organizations like REDD and more widespread global initiatives for reforestation. And I guess the main issue I see, or that I've been researching, is kind of the impact on local communities with such a widespread policy. So for example, like the Rufiji Delta in Tanzania, there was a whole initiative that happened for the mangrove forests to reforest them, in which they relocated local people who've been native to the land for millennia, and kind of forced them out of the area, even like not really accounting for forest-reliant communities. And I think this happens often where in order to instate a successful policy, local communities are often disregarded. So I was wondering how we can see an impactful and successful approach to reforestation that is also considerate and ethical towards local communities.
Do you want to take that, Liz?
Yeah, I would respond to that in two ways, and one of them is that we know that if we have shared benefits with the communities and recognize that the communities also deserve to live their lives, and they are communities that are trying to have food and water for their family and for their children, and in recognition that these communities also deserve incentives around their fight in protecting this forest. And therefore, even when it comes to the wider global communities, it is important that also governments and leaders, when they're signing on to some of these pledges, that they give a wider guarantee on the protection of the people, indigenous people, and also local communities that live around these places, on how their rights are actually going to be protected, because they are the people that protect the biggest portion of our forest, our natural resources. So they have to be actually part and parcel of the solution, and also recognize that we are doing this for the people in our planet, so it cannot be in any way really affecting the communities that are trying to make their lives better, that are trying to find food and water for their families. It's supposed to be working together with the communities without really in any way interfering with their rights.
If I could just add to that, mostly when we're talking about reforestation, it's because we've lost the forest, and so those indigenous people have already lost their, kind of their bank, their hospital, their natural capital. If you look across West Africa, where we've lost most of the forest, the rivers have dried up. If you look at Costa Rica, when Costa Rica got down to about 20% forest cover and their rivers stopped flowing, that was when they took the decision to regrow their forests, and they're back up to about 57, 58% today. So there's a huge need across the forest belt of Africa, but also going into the drier forests, the savannas, to restore ecosystems. And if we manage to do that, that restores the quality of life of the people that are living there. Before I lived in Gabon and became Gabonese, I worked in Sierra Leone. Beautiful country, 2/3 rainforest. Well, the forest communities that I worked with in the early 80s, today are sending their kids 10 kilometers walk to collect water because they lost the forests and the ecosystem services. And there, we desperately need to replant with the people, not against the people, with the people, to restore the systems that have been degraded. And REDD+, the plus in REDD+, which often gets, I assume I'm talking to, at least some of you are kind of REDD+ experts and so on. That plus is the bit that the developed world tends to brush aside. So how many carbon credits have you been given? I don't know how many trees you've planted. You'll probably tell me you've planted like 1 million trees or something. But how many carbon credits has your organization received for all of those trees you planted?
No.
Lots?
No.
None?
None.
None? Well, how is that possible? Huh? When they plant trees in Norway, they claim CDM credits, and they backdated them to 2013 in the Paris Agreement by bullying us. Mm-hmm. And you didn't get any carbon credits for all those trees that are growing thanks to your efforts.
Great.
That's what we need to change.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Lee, and thank you, Elizabeth. It was great having you here today. This was a very thought-provoking conversation. And up next, we are going to have the New York Times debate, and it will be moderated by my colleague, Declan Walsh. Thank you all very much.
We're going to get these chairs up. Great. Now, thank you, Abdi. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Lee. I think that was a really interesting conversation. So here and now, you guys are going to get involved in this. It's no more passivity, because next up is the New York Times debate. And so before I introduce Declan, who will be moderating this debate, and explain in further detail the context of the debate, I'd like to stress that this will be a robust debate. Operative word is robust. And these speakers need your support and enthusiasm. So, but first, before I get you more involved, I want to explain the rules. So listen up, please. Listen up. It's a little bit complicated, so bear with me and listen up. This is going to be an Oxford-style debate. We will have 2 teams of 3 speakers. So each team will have 3 speakers. Obviously, one team will argue for the motion, and the other team will argue against the motion. The motion they will be debating is here on the screen. This House believes that fuel expansion is a prerequisite to a just transition. That is our motion this afternoon. Again, we will have 3 rounds of debaters, both on the for and the against side of the motion, for each round, and the debaters for each team will come to the podium at the same time and debate in turn, doing their best, their very best, I'm sure, they're fantastic debaters, to convince you, the audience, that their argument is indeed irrefutable. After the 3 rounds of debates, the commentators, we have some very esteemed commentators who are sitting here in the front row, will provide their constructive feedback and reflections, operative words being constructive feedback and reflections, and will crucially challenge the debaters to strengthen their argument in the final round, where each team will be able to choose just one of their team members to represent their side of the motion, to argue their final rebuttal. So the commentators will come up, give their constructive comments and criticisms, give some recommendations, and then one of the members of each team will be asked to come up and give their final rebuttals. I'd like to very quickly introduce our commentators who will be invited on stage after the 3 rounds of the debate. We have, I'm delighted, Dr. Jochen Rockström was here yesterday as the director of the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research. I don't think he needs much introduction. Anybody in the climate world knows Jochen. Very honored to have you here. Thank you, Jochen. We also have Renata Koch-Alvarenga. Have I crucified that name again? I got it right. Who's the founder of Empodera Klima. And we have Wanjira Mathai, who is the Africa Director of World Resource Institute. Thank you all for being here and participating. So when, after the round of commentation, we're going to ask the 2 teams, you're going to have to be patient, we're going to give them 2 minutes in which they will build, from the comments they've heard from the commentators, their final rebuttal and decide who will represent them in the final, to make their final case. And then we're going to turn to you, our esteemed audience, to give you the final decision in this through the tried and tested, highly sophisticated New York Times technology system, which is through your clapping and the noise of your clapping, the resonance of your clapping. So please be engaged, spontaneous. Applause is encouraged throughout. The occasional outcry of respectful outrage is also encouraged. And I should mention, of course, our debaters may go beyond or not align with those of their organizations, their views, for the sake of the debate. They may well be debating, you should keep this in mind, they may well be debating for or against a motion they do not actually agree with in their personal lives. So remember that. The point is, show them the respect, encourage them. We at the New York Times seek a broad perspective of views, a broad church of views, and this debate is in that spirit. So, and I'm going to jump in as the angry person if anybody's breaking the rules. But before we begin, I'd like to take a quick temperature of the room. For those of you who agree with the motion, again, the motion is on the screen behind me. So if you agree with this motion, this House believes that fossil fuel expansion is a prerequisite to a just transition. Can you now applause? Wow. Wow. It's not a surprise. Do remember to try and park your prejudice during this debate. Have an open mind. So those who disagree with the motion and think fossil fuel expansion is not a prerequisite to a just transition, please clap. Debaters, by the way, we're gonna have a little sway on this at the end, so keep that in mind. That's the rules. I hope they're all clear. I hope it's not as clear as mud. I hope it's crystal clear. Declan, I'm going to now ask Declan Walsh, the Chief Africa Correspondent for the New York Times. Declan, can you come and introduce your debaters and come onto the stage and give us a little bit more context? Thank you.
Thanks so much, Stephen. 4 team, you've really got your work cut out for you with this crowd. We are very excited to host this topic, this debate here. I think it's one of the hottest topics actually at the COP. It's a showdown over the oil and gas industry that cuts across issues of fairness, finance, and development, and it has particular relevance to Africa. It's been prompted in part by the war in Ukraine, which has sent energy prices soaring and destabilized economies in the global north, while in the global south, developing countries have been crippled by the rising effects and costs of climate change. And it poses some hard choices. For developing countries, should they turn to fossil-fueled solutions to lift their countries out of poverty and into economic prosperity? Here in Africa, we're already seeing it playing out in the forests of the Congo, where the government proposes to cut into one of the world's most important carbon sinks to drill for oil, and in the seas around the continent, where countries like Senegal and Tanzania are pressing ahead with their plans to develop natural gas fields. And the question for developed countries, I think, is, should they use fossil fuel expansion to stave off the political turmoil and economic instability that may stem from the Ukraine war? Or would that approach make a mockery of a just transition, two wrongs making a right that ignores the urgent needs of our main stakeholder, the planet? Leaders need to propose how they will secure the future of emerging nations. If fossil fuel extraction is not the solution, then what's the plan? And who gets to decide? I would like to invite the first debater from the for and the against teams to the podium. Please. So we have Elizabeth Chege, who is the CEO and co-founder of Web Limited, who is representing the for side of the motion, and Mohammed Adaw, the founder and director of Power Shift Africa, who is representing the against side of the motion. You both have 2.5 minutes on the clock for your side of the motion, and I'd like to start with you, Elizabeth. If you're ready, your 2.5 minutes will start now.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. Let's not be hypocrites. We flew here, didn't we? We used fossil fuel. We're using fossil fuel right now. So my point is just transition. It was introduced by trade unions, and ILO covered that, because of livelihoods of the people working. We can't just unplug and say, let's move to renewable energy. Let's not use fossil fuels. Every 5 to 10 seconds, a child dies in Africa because of lack of access to electricity. Yet we have the resources. Where's the $100 billion per year? Did anybody get that? Do you have that? We haven't seen it. We're discussing it day by day, but people are dying in Africa. At the same time, the burden is on those who know. A quote from the late Professor Wangari Maathai: "We know that this conversation is an extension of colonization. Why can't we use our fossil fuels for a just transition?" Africa itself, in the treaty, is in Article 4 identified as a continent of special needs. That translates to special needs in using just transition fossil fuels. We're not saying it's forever, we're saying it's a just transition. But at the same time, who do we trust? We have to rely on ourselves. If we are supporting the colonialists, then we will listen to the point that we can't use fossil fuels, yet we're not industrializing, and we are drowning in debt. How does this debt continue? By talking about investing in other sources of fuel, that we have to get grants and more loans, and we continue drowning in debt. Africa will house 70% population of youth. The youth will pay for that debt, yet we have the resources. Everybody has a mobile phone. Show me your mobile phones. Minerals extracted from Africa. So why aren't we extracting our fossil fuels to keep us alive? And once again, This House firmly believes that fossil fuel expansion is a prerequisite to a just transition, and we start today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. If you can stay there. Now we'll turn to Mohammed for the against side of the motion. Your time starts now.
Colleagues, let's just remember that we're in the midst of a climate emergency. A climate emergency that has been caused by the rich world's addiction to fossil fuels. But they got addicted to fossil fuels 100 years ago, before we had the technology of renewables. Now that we're on the front lines of climate change and the continent of Africa is suffering fast and worst the impact of climate change, the choice we have is to ask ourselves what energy and development pathway is right for the continent of Africa, so that this continent of Africa can be able to develop and secure its people's well-being and drive its people's prosperity. And I want to tell you this, there is no future for fossil fuels, because what that would do is actually cause the breach of the 1.5 guardrail and put us in climate chaos. Now, how do we avoid climate chaos and still secure the very good arguments around development, around prosperity that Elizabeth made? And my argument is this, friends, that we have a future that can be powered by 100% renewable energy, so that the continent that missed out on the fossil fuel-powered industrialization can become the renewable energy superpowers. Why do we have mobile phones? It's because we leapfrogged fixed lines, and we didn't say we needed fixed line. Any of you will now put aside your telephone that you have in your pocket and say, we will do away with mobile phones and we'll have fixed lines that will be in our hotels or in our homes. Can I see anyone raising hands to elect that? None of you will choose that. We leapfrog fixed telephone lines, we can leapfrog fossil fuels and become the renewable energy leaders. The argument isn't about what the right to development, it's what development is right for the continent of Africa. But the second question is about finance. You've had Elizabeth make the case about the 100 billion. Those are peanuts when you actually compare to the exports of low value added commodities, including fossil fuels, that this continent produces and exports and still imports refined products. Think of Nigeria, our biggest producer of fossil fuels. Did they fix their energy poverty? Did they deliver greater development because of their fossil fuels? The resource cuts that this continent has can only be addressed if we actually choose to tap the incredible renewable energy potential that exists. Our appeal to you, friends, is let's get away from these constraining mindsets and the colonial baggage and chart a new path for the world where we're leaders, not followers, trying to catch up after 100 years of pollution.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for those fantastic, a fantastic start to the debate. Two speakers from Nairobi. We're going to stay with another two speakers, another from Kenya and one from Swaziland. If you can step to the podium now, please. On the far side, we have Andrew Kamau, who is the Principal Secretary at the Ministry of Petroleum and Mining of Kenya, representing the far side. And on the other side, we have Thuli Makama, who is the Africa Director at Oil Change International. Over to Andrew for the for the far side of the motion. If you're ready, your 2.5 minutes start now.
Thank you very much. Our opponents would like you to believe that fossil fuels is the silver bullet that will solve all our problems. This is not the case. Physics has said no, and we cannot go against physics. Today, if I said that gravity does not exist and we climb a tall building and jump off, well, physics will take over from there. Here are the facts about fossil fuels. The power of the sun. Today, all the technology we know on solar cells can only convert 26% of the sun's energy. Wind, 45%. This is an intermittent form of energy. We need on all the time. As my colleague said, we have a huge youth population that will require urbanization, that will need housing. We are not going to build that on renewable energy. Tesla have built a factory for batteries in Nevada. In order for them to build enough batteries to power the United States for one day, it'll take them 500 years. Listen, we had 500 years of colonization. We're not going back to 500 years. In addition to that, we know that in order to make one EV, one vehicle, we need 200 metric tons of dirt to be dug up. And guess where that dirt is being dug up? In the Congo. The same place you heard about cutting down the forest so that we can produce oil. In this case, it will be minerals. I'm not even counting about what a wind farm can do. If we are going to produce 100 megawatts, a wind farm that powers 75 homes, we need to dig up 30 metric tons of iron ore. We need 50 metric tons of concrete and 900 metric tons of non-recyclable plastic. Is that coming from wind and solar? I don't think so. If you look at solar, for example, you will need 150% what I've just told you about wind. You will need rare earths, you will need cobalt, you will need copper. Africa is going to become the quarry of the earth with nothing coming out of it. We need to expand our fossil fuels so that we can develop our Africans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. Now over to Thuli Makama on the against side of the motion. When you're ready, your 2.5 minutes will start now.
The science that we all know illustrates that the carbon emissions from oil, gas, and coal in the world's atmosphere, it's already going to take us beyond the 2 degrees of warming. And we all know that the current target that has been agreed is 1.5 degrees. So if this is true, then digging and expanding the fossil fuel industry is going to cause us to get to the tipping edge of a calamity, for the world and for humanity. And fossil fuels have been around for decades. Look at the example of Nigeria, where there's been exploration for over 60 years. They have not delivered on the promises of development. The development where development has happened, it's to the multinational corporations and the northern governments. They have had the major share of profits from that. And just go out there and look, the statistics tell us that the profits that actually remain in Africa are about 60% of the total profits from the industry. 60% after all the havoc that extraction and expansion of fossil fuel causes in the continent. The myth about jobs, that the industry creates jobs, is not true. When you look at the total extractive industry in the continent, it only provides for 1% of jobs. So the industry is not our hope for jobs for the continent. Instead, figures tell us that the innovation and technology that is to be developed for renewable energy delivers almost 2 to 5 times as much jobs as what the current industry is doing. So no profits, no jobs. What do we have if we expand the industry? We will have stranded assets that mean more debt, but also mean stranded cleanup for communities and also for loss of jobs. Look at the example of the Niger Delta again. Cleanup is being attempted right now, and it is not a good sight. Fossil fuels are bad for our health. Look at the research that tells us that pollution in 2018 actually caused about 1 in 5 deaths. So think about that. Who gets the energy access? The energy in Africa that is the fossil fuels that are being extracted go into pipelines that are crisscrossing the continent for export to northern economies. So it's not for local use.
Thank you. Thank you, Thuli. Thank you both. You can now return to your teams. And if the last pair of debaters would please stand up to the podium. We have Her Excellency Hakima El Haiti, a UN high-level climate champion for COP22 and a former Minister of the Environment of Morocco, who is representing the for side of the motion, and Zipporah Berman, Chair of Fossil Fuel Treaty and Director of Stand Earth, who is representing the against side of the motion. Over to Hakima El Haiti for the for side of the motion. When you're ready, your 2.5 minutes will start now.
Thank you for having me. Let me ask you a question. Did we agree the Paris Agreement? Yes or not?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. So we are not negotiating the Paris Agreement anymore. And what I'm telling you, I'm saying yes, under the framework of the Paris Agreement. That means under the principle of common and shared responsibility. Yes, for using fossil fuel, our resources, our minerals in the south, in the developing countries, because there is a huge gap of development to reach and to close. We have 600 million people who have no access to energy in Africa, 1.2 billion people who have no access to energy in the world. That means no right to development, no dignity, no right to dignity, no right to security, no right to peace, because this is what energy means for me. So, yes, for the principle of common and differentiated responsibility, yes, for using our own resources, because this will lift millions of people out of poverty. This will create development. This will open new perspective for our youth. And we are, in the global south, the biggest reservoirs of solar energy in the world. We can produce renewables, export renewables to the north, to the developed world, who has the responsibility, the historical responsibility of the CO2 emissions, who are creating all this disaster in our countries, and we can export green energy to them to faster their green transition. We are ready for a green transition when it's time to do it for the developing world and for the South. So let's ask them to stick to their commitment, to bring the 100 billion on the table, to develop the framework for loss and damage, and especially to stop subsidizing fossil fuel and to reorient this money to build development and to build the green transition. Thank you very much.
Please, Her Excellency. Thank you very much. And lastly, we turn to Zipporah Berman on the against side of the motion. When you're ready, your 2.5 minutes start now.
We agree on many things. We agree on some of the principles of equity and justice that we should be seeing in the implementation of the Paris Agreement. I think what we don't agree on is the systems that need to be built right now to both address energy access and to ensure that we continue, that we fight climate change and that we get back to a livable planet. That's not in concentrating the political influence that gets stronger the more that you give them a foothold. I'm talking about the fossil fuel industry, because climate change and climate policy and solutions are complicated. But what's not complicated is that 86% of the emissions that are trapped in our atmosphere today and causing the floods and the droughts and the fires come from three things. They come from oil, gas, and coal. The science is clear, as the UN High-Level Expert Advisory Group noted in its recommendations yesterday in defining net zero. We cannot continue to expand fossil fuel production or infrastructure, and in fact, we need to begin to decline and decommission existing infrastructure. The UN Production Gap reports that we are on track to produce 120% more fossil fuel production than we can ever burn, or it will burn us. And in fact, the top oil and gas companies, the top 20 oil and gas companies currently have plans to build 930 billion more oil and gas infrastructure between now and 2030. It is not a transition if we're still growing the problem. Demand will decline as more countries put in place policies like zero-emission vehicles. We need to look at the trends as we talk about development. We also need to look at where the money is. These companies are making record profits, billions and billions and billions of dollars. Yes, we need to find the money. Let's ask the wealthy countries of the global north to put the money on the table. Let's call for a global windfall tax. If we tax just the largest companies 10%, that would be $37 billion this year alone. We need to start building the world that we want. It isn't going to be easy. It is going to be difficult. But the time for transition is now. The fact is that we cannot afford to build more of the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. Now that all the speakers have argued their positions, we're going to turn it over to the commentators for their critical reflections and questions on what we have just heard. If you'd like to join us on the stage, please. Please welcome them as they share their critical reflections for 2 minutes, one by one, at the lectern. And then after that, the debate teams will have 2 minutes to deliberate in order to build their arguments. We're going to start with Dr. Johan Rockström, who is the director of the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research. Dr. Rockström.
Thank you. The Paris Agreement, which we all agree here we stand by, was a major breakthrough. Finally, the world agreed we share one atmosphere. We had actually not agreed on that before. Now we agree that every country in the world needs to follow the scientific path towards a fossil fuel-free world economy roughly by mid-century. That is the necessary path shown by the IPCC, but it has to be done in a just transition. So just like the positive motion team very rightly pointed out, there is a common and differentiated pathway here where the rich nations must reach net zero much, much earlier, between 2030 and 2040, while developing countries can go slower and land safely somewhere between 2050 and 2070. There's needed finance. We've agreed on that to help developing countries to do this in a justice-based and equitable fashion. It's interesting to see that when you think about mobile phones, many developing countries jumped immediately from no telephone mobility right into very modern mobile-based telephone. Now we know that the fossil fuel era has come to an end. We're at the beginning of the end of the old era. If you want to be part of the future, you want to invest in the new modern technology, and that is renewable energy. The Positive Motion team actually pointed that out very clearly, that one of the key issues is how do we deal with intermittency? Well, the intermittency in the tropical regions of the world is really to build about the big excess energy we have, which is sun. The solar energy is such an enormous excess. To use that as a way of producing hydrogen as a storage facility and make many of the developing countries as export countries can be one of the major basic development pathways for a large part of that energy transition. When it comes to the issue of risk, we know that the risk of passing 1.5 will hit back very hard and most on those most unequitably hit countries in the world. So if you really want to have an energy transition that is just, you also have to think about mitigation in a very serious way. Time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rockström. Our second commentator is Renata Koch-Alvarenga. Over to you, Vanessa.
Thank you. Common but differentiated responsibilities. We've heard that term quite a lot in both sides. And it's interesting because it's a term that came from this concept of the UN Climate Convention in 1992. 2022, here we are, still discussing it, still not sure of what that means for both sides. So what is energy transition? More jobs and development? Is it lifting people out of poverty? Is it both? I've heard both sides here. With the foresight for fossil fuel expansion as a prerequisite for just transition, I heard that children are dying because of the lack of electricity in Africa, for example. But are you arguing that by emitting more greenhouse gases is going to make children die less? Is that the effect of greenhouse gases? Is that the effect of fossil fuels? I wasn't sure about that. And when you think about the potential of renewable energy, given the state of the world right now, having more energy is the end goal. When you think about having high potent energy or weak energy, what is the end goal when we look at the climate crisis, when we look at the vulnerable countries? So I would encourage you to think about that in your next statement. And then for the against side, I didn't really get the plan. What is the plan to move away from fossil fuels? I understand the potential of renewable energy, but the how isn't really clear. You say that fossil fuels haven't really delivered development, but I don't know if that's true. If you look at the US and all countries around Europe, I think they've developed quite a bit, right? So I would love to hear more reason about how we can confidently reach this expansion for more sustainable roads. So overall, how does thinking about the damage that we've done for the Earth, how does continuing that pattern for the foresight help us in any way? And we know that the science is clear for the against side, but how can you tell small island states, developing countries, that they can't develop like the other countries did, that they have to stop and it's unfair to them? Thank you.
Thank you, Renata. And lastly, we turn to Wanjira Maathai of the World Resources Institute in Nairobi.
Thank you. A lot has been said by my colleagues. I just want to address some things that I think each of you should consider. We did fly here, but the aviation industry is the fastest innovating around alternatives. So there's a lack of finance needed for expansion. Where would that finance come from for fossil fuels? It's the same finance that's required. Consider that. We also need to consider that it is crucial that we do not lock Africa and vulnerable countries that need a just transition with stranded assets. Consider the issue of stranded assets. Mineral exploitations for Africa do not bring the resource curse. That is absolutely true. It is not the minerals, it's the leadership. 5% of grid, the demand, those of you who are arguing for, the demand for fossil fuels in Africa, for example, is extremely unprofitable. 5% of the grid customers are responsible for 70% of the demand. It is not a profitable industry to consider. The power of the sun was mentioned. Andrew, only 26% converted, but there's also geo, wind, and hydro. We have a mix. Tesla, of course, you mentioned a good example. Tesla is not the only manufacturer. Look at the entire body of innovation around this sector. Those in the against, look at the cost of capital. It is absolutely not profitable at the moment to consider renewables, because at the cost of capital for Africa today, absolutely unprofitable. And no future for fossil fuels at 1.5, but Africa is only at 3%. So whose fault is it? Who bears the burden? Africa should be able to go forward. And then, of course, Nigeria's fossil fuel is not helpful. But that's not because of the fossil fuel, is it? It's because of the leadership. Look at Norway. Stranded assets, but today we're spending much more on fossil fuels than we are on climate solutions. Signals are not aligned.
Thank you to our commentators for those very pointed reflections that really help, I think, to draw the threads between the very spirited arguments we've heard on both sides of this debate. Now, both teams can take a couple of minutes to huddle among yourselves. During this period, the teams are going to discuss and to decide on their teams about who will represent their side of the motion for the final round of rebuttal. This final round is their last opportunity to address the judges, comments and concerns, as well as to convince the audience of their argument. We are now going to play a short video as the debaters deliberate. Debaters, your time to deliberate starts now, and I'm going to turn over to Stephen, who's going to introduce the video. Oh, or maybe not. Okay. Okay, debaters, your time is up. If you could return to the stage, please. Back to the same seats, please. Okay, and we seem to have lost the... No, they're still here. Okay, so on the for side, have you decided who's going to debate in the final round? Have you decided who's going to debate? It's for you, please. Hakeem El Haiti, thank you. Please come to the podium.
This is a very challenging exercise. 1 minute. Please, don't begin here. I didn't begin here.
Hakeem El Haiti, you have 1.5 minutes on the clock to present your final argument. When you're ready, please start.
Yeah. Let me begin by saying, imagine that tomorrow, the whole developing world, I'm not speaking about the emerging world, the whole developing world developed green energy everywhere, zero fossil fuel. We will not save the world because we are not the one who are producing the CO2 emissions. We don't have the historical responsibility. We are not producing CO2 emissions. Look at Africa, for example. 3% of the CO2 emissions. And we are waiting for the money. We don't want to wait for the money. We want to give perspective for our youth. We want to give perspective for our women. We want to develop our country. We don't want it for development and charity. And we can save the world because we have this reservoir of oil, and they are asking for our oil, of solar, they are asking for our solar. We are already developing renewables everywhere in Africa. I'm coming from a country where the renewables are representing 50% of the energy mix. So please, yes, we are developing renewables, but we need to develop our country, and don't ask us, don't stop to wait to measures. We need to develop. This is climate justice. This is the Paris Agreement. Thank you very much.
Hakima, if you could wait at the stage, please. Thank you very much, Hakima, for that spirited summing up. Now we will turn to Mohammed Adaw on the against side of the motion. If you're ready, Mohammed, your 1.5 minutes starts now.
Friends, just let's remember that this motion is about expansion. This motion is not about turning the taps off tomorrow. We're talking about shifting so that the world can be on a safer, sustainable future. The question you should ask yourself when they talk about money, particularly 100 billion, the global south every year has a net financial flows of 2 trillion to the global north. So let's not be distracted with peanuts. We have an opportunity for us to actually take our destiny in our hands and chart a future that is safe and sustainable. We don't want to double down on an extractive path that is going to lead to destruction. What we have is an opportunity that is actually going to save life. Today, 1 in 5 people will die from pollution as a result of fossil fuel extraction. In the Horn of Africa, every 36 seconds, we're losing a life to drought. Is that the world we want? Every ton of carbon dioxide we actually stop will help save life. Now, the challenge you have is, do we want a scramble for African gas, just like Berlin divided our continent, for the scramble of our natural resources? Or do we want to send a clear message? Don't gas Africa, don't gas the global south. Now, ask yourself, what is the opportunity for a safe, brighter, sustainable future? Is it through expansion of fossil fuels, or is it through renewables, where we take our destiny in our own hands?
Thank you very much, Mohammed. You may both return to your teams. Thank you very much. We now turn to the most important part of the evening. You, the audience, are going to decide the winner, considering the arguments you've heard through this session. If you think the team for the motion, fossil fuel expansion is a prerequisite to a just transition, had a more convincing argument, please clap now. That definitely feels like a stronger response than we had at the start of the session. If you think that the team against the motion, fossil fuel expansion is not a prerequisite to a just transition, if you think that the team who are against the motion, in other words, who believe that fossil fuel expansion is not a prerequisite to a just transition, please clap now.
This is complicated. This is very complicated.
I'm not sure.
I think we're gonna
go
have to
again.
do it one more time. Just one more time.
Okay.
Okay.
So one more time, if we can have those who believe that the for side of the House had it this evening, please clap. That is especially impressive, seeing as the for side seem to have now been reduced to 2 people. And if you believe that the against side of the motion had it tonight, please clap again.
I'm walking over to this side of the room, and I tell you why. Because at the start, when we put the motion up and we did the clapometer at the beginning, there was a reason for that. And the fact that there was so little applause for those arguing for the motion, I think, and now seeing how much they have, how convincing their arguments have been, the fact of the matter is, we do need to keep fossil fuels in the ground. We do need to pay for the subsidies for fossil fuels need to go away. But it's very difficult to imagine if we turn off fossil fuels right now, how we can have a just transition. So this is a very complicated debate. We have tried to capture some of that complexity here, and I really want to thank all of the debaters for having the courage to come and do this. And also, I'd like to thank our commentators for giving the advice and the counsel. So thank you very much. And lastly, thank you, the audience. You have participated in exactly the way we had hoped. I really appreciate it. And Declan. So we're going to have a break for 20 minutes, just so you can refresh and cool down. And then we're going to have a really interesting session with some very, very interesting and prominent scientists. So do come back in 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
blinding lights. Hi, everyone. Welcome back from the break. My name is Marjorie Ulster. Some of you met me earlier. I'm a senior editor on the New York Times International Desk in charge of coverage of the Middle East. And today we're going to be talking to two leading scientists, Professor Catherine Hayhoe, Chief Scientist of the Nature Conservancy based in Dallas, Texas, and Dr. Mutari Aminu Kano, Director of Policy and Government Relations, also Nature Conservancy Africa, and he is based in Nairobi, Kenya. This session will be about 30 minutes long, or 25 maybe, and we will have some time at the end for your questions, so get them ready, and it'll just be put up your hand and we'll pass you a mic. So let's get started. I wanted to open with a question to both of you to describe your work and what brings you to COP this year.
Well, I am a climate scientist. So I study how climate change affects us where we live, and I know that climate change is affecting us in every single part of this world. I also know that the most important thing that we can do is talk about why it matters and about what we can do together to fix it, using our voice to advocate for those solutions. And so I'm here both in my role as Chief Scientist for the Nature Conservancy to advocate for bringing nature into those solutions, because nature could take up to 37% of the carbon we produce out of the atmosphere. But I'm also here to advocate for action at every level, in every country, in every city, in every organization, because to care about climate change, you only have to be one thing. And that one thing is not even somebody who cares about climate. It's just a human being living on planet Earth. And every single one of us is that.
Thank you. I study the relationship between insects and the plants they feed on and the effect of climate change on that relationship. So climate change affects where insects live, how they move. It also affects the plants they eat, and that changes the relationship between them. So I study that with the aim of finding out how communities can adapt to climate change and how they can control pests on their crops. And I'm at the COP here as part of the TNC delegation, but also advising the Nigerian government delegation, which is negotiating here. Thank you.
Mutari, I wanted to ask you, so what is the role of science in the negotiation process? And how can we ensure that science is integrated into the discussion at COP?
Yeah, I think this is one of the multilateral agreements where science is really the most important, of most importance. All decisions here should really be based on evidence, science-led, and the negotiators need to have as much information as possible, scientifically tested, robust information to guide their decision. And there are some structures and processes to get that. So through the subsidiary body on scientific and technical advice, or through the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So the role is really recognized, and there are some systems. I think my worry is that why do the negotiators often ignore all that overwhelming evidence that science has presented? I often think, really, how much more evidence do they need? Because it's out there, really, a lot. And I think other reasons, and not science, is leading some of these negotiations, and we need to listen to scientists more.
Okay, next question also for Mutari. So this COP is a lot about loss and damage, and who pays for the damage and who's on the receiving end of it. To the point of these issues around the funding, most of the funding for climate science goes towards mitigation and reducing emissions and adaptation. and less on adaptation, which is particularly important for developing countries in Africa. Have you seen examples of this disparity? And what are some of the most pressing questions in adaptation that should be researched?
Yeah, it's very glaring, actually. And let me flip this thing about loss and damage and adaptation, because I think there are two sides of the same coin. Adaptation is prevention. Tackling loss and damage is looking for cure. And as we say in Africa, prevention is better than cure. So if we really help communities become more resilient and adapt to climate change, then we wouldn't experience the severity of the loss and damages that we are experiencing everywhere. And you're right about the funding, whether it is in taking action for mitigation and adaptation, where it is heavily skewed towards mitigation. I mean, let's look at an example, the Global Climate Fund. The first replenishment, the pot is $10 billion, and they have spent only $1.1 billion on adaptation and the rest on mitigation. So that disparity is really glaring, and it is in terms of what amount goes to taking action, but also what amount goes to research in these two areas. Research in adaptation is heavily underfunded. Most of it is being taken in developing countries, mostly through government budgets. And we know the competition for funding with other priorities of development in developing countries. So of course, adaptation gets the short end of the stick and most goes to mitigation.
And a related question for both of you is, so a lot of the funding for research on Africa comes from the US and Europe and goes to US and European research institutions. What would be different if some of that funding went to African institutions for research?
So I work in high-resolution climate projections, and we develop these for locations all around the world. But what I've learned is that you can develop all the projections you want, but if you don't work with people on the ground who understand what that means for that place, for that food, the water, the infrastructure for people's health, for the systems you have there, you won't understand what you need to build resilience to, what you need to adapt to. So just to give you an example, where I live in Texas, a day over 100 degrees is almost nothing. Where I'm from in Toronto, a day over 100 degrees is unprecedented. So it's the same threshold, but it means something completely different depending on what you're used to. So having that genuine, authentic connection to people who understand what that means for all of the systems you have in that place, which could be completely different than another place, is the only way that we are actually going to be able to determine how we can build resilience to the impacts of a changing climate. And I think you see this in Africa very clearly.
Yeah, I completely agree, Catherine. And just like you said, a solution developed outside Africa and then translocated into Africa without really adapting it to African conditions is not going to be a proper solution. And a solution that doesn't involve knowledge that comes up from Africa is also not going to work in Africa. But let me give an area where the example is glaring again. It's like in forest landscape restoration. Most research is being devoted towards what species of tree to grow, how to nurture it, what pests it has, what economic value it has, and so on, and what carbon value it has. If it were to be driven from Africa, instead of forest restoration, especially in dry and subhumid areas, concentrating on tree planting, it would concentrate on natural regeneration. And natural regeneration is cheaper, it's easier, but we know a lot less about farmer-managed natural regeneration than we do about tree planting.
The next question is about communicating about science. And I was talking to my colleague Samini this morning that I was on a panel with you, and she said, you're a fantastic communicator of science and explaining science to lay people like us, and as journalists, we really appreciate that. But how do you and how do we talk to the skeptics? How do we persuade people of the overwhelming body of evidence that climate change is man-made?
So I'm pretty convinced that there aren't a lot of skeptics left in the world right now, because a skeptic is somebody who hasn't had enough evidence yet to change their mind. And today, no matter who you are or where you live, the evidence is right in front of you. So why are people still rejecting the severity of climate risks and the urgency of action? And when I say people, I do not only mean people living in the United States or Canada or the UK or Europe. I was talking today with Carla from Italy, who said that she was from the south of Italy, and everybody that she knew there was questioning whether climate action was even necessary. I was talking to a Romanian man the other day, and he was saying, everybody says, oh, it's been cold before, why does it matter? So often as scientists, we think, oh, they need more information about global temperature change or satellite data or Antarctica or polar bears. It turns out, no, most people around the world are actually worried. But why isn't that worry translating into action? There's two big reasons. One is what we call psychological distance. We still see the issue as being far away from us in time or in space. The risk they'll affect us later. It's not something we have to worry about now. And the second thing is a crippling lack of efficacy. We don't think anything we do will make a difference, and so it's easier to say there's nothing we can do than to try our hardest and fail. So when we communicate about climate change, the two most important things are to connect, first of all, our head to our heart. All the data and information and facts we have in our head, let's connect that to our heart. Why do we care? Why might that person care? Where do they live? What's important to them? What matters to them? And then we need to connect our heart to our hands. What can we do together to make a difference? And when it comes to making a difference, the biggest thing an individual can do is not be such an individual. Use our voice to advocate for change where we work, where we live, where we study, where we worship, whatever part of an organization we're part of. We are the ones who can begin that change. And here's the good news. According to the social science, scientists like us are pretty trusted messengers, but there's one group of people that are more trusted than scientists. And that's quite literally you. People we know. Friends, family, colleagues, neighbors are the number one most trusted messenger to talk about the heart, why it matters, and the hands, what we can do to make a difference.
I think that's interesting what you said about the psychological aspect, because I think another issue is, and this is not so scientific, but that just we're overwhelmed by the magnitude of the problem as an individual. And, when you see just, how do you clean up an entire ocean or... So I wanted to talk a little bit about personal perspectives. And Catherine, you are an evangelical Christian, and I wanted to know, how do your religious beliefs inform your work on climate change?
Well, the reason I am a climate scientist is because I'm a Christian. I was happily studying astrophysics. I was planning to spend my life uncovering the mysteries of the universe. You've seen the pictures from the James Webb Telescope recently, right? I mean, who wouldn't want to study that? But when I learned, through a class I took at university, that's the importance of education, when I learned that climate change is no longer a future issue, but it's already here and now, but even more importantly, how profoundly unfair climate change is. How it disproportionately affects those who have done the very least to contribute to the problem. According to one Oxfam analysis, the 50% poorest people in the world, whatever country they live in, have contributed only 7% of global emissions. Yet when you look at who is most impacted by climate change supersizing our extreme weather events, in big cities in rich countries around the world, it's the people who are homeless, the people who can't pay their energy bill, the people who have no way to get to work when it floods. If you look at the countries that are most impacted by these extreme weather events, you've got Malawi, Mozambique, Bangladesh, Pakistan at the top of the list. That's what convinced me that I needed to do everything I could to help make a difference. And I know it may surprise people in the United States to hear that I am a climate scientist and a Christian, but around the world, that's not the case. I serve as climate ambassador for the World Evangelical Alliance, and the former Secretary General of that alliance was official delegate for his country, the Philippines, to the UNFCCC. Don't you hate all the acronyms that we hear all the time? There are people all around the world, not just of the Christian faith, but of every faith tradition, who are motivated to speak out for climate action because of their faith. And as we were talking about in Africa, there's many examples of people there too.
Absolutely. I mean, if I can come down to Nigeria, one of the groups that is most involved in forest restoration is one of the biggest Pentecostal churches in Africa, the Redeemed Christian Church of God. Just this year, they were planning to plant 80,000 trees across every parish and every part of the country. So there is a movement. In fact, there is a group called the Nigerian Interfaith Initiative on Environment. And they all speak to it and say it is actually their scriptures that are telling them through the angle that Catherine mentioned about the justice aspect of it, but also through their duty, really, to care for creation.
Okay, we're going to do one more question and then take your questions, so get ready, please. And then we'll have some closing remarks. So my last two questions are about hope. So with all of this grimness and doom and gloom, you know, how do we and how do you, you know, keep hope up? How do you keep people optimistic and positive about the ability to affect change?
I think for me, it's mostly when I see local solutions that are working, and there are several examples of them all across the globe. And I see really where the issue of building the resilience of communities to cope with the impact of climate change, or even mitigation, communities really involved and doing things on the ground. That's what gives me hope. And I just feel if we could scale up all these experiments, all these pilots, all these small-scale things happening, then we have a way to really solving, bringing about a solution.
Yeah, that's a great.
I speak to people all around the world. I should say I speak with them because I always encourage a dialogue. I give mostly virtual talks, and when I do, I use interactive software to collect people's questions. And a few years ago, just before the pandemic, I started to analyze the questions I've been getting. I had hundreds and hundreds of questions, probably thousands of questions from all kinds of audiences, from school kids to senior citizens, you know, in almost every country you can imagine. And that's what scientists do, we analyze our data. So I started to analyze the questions, and I realized that there was one question that I was getting asked every single time I spoke to any group of people, anywhere of any age, in any category. And that one question was, where do you find hope? So I had to think about that. And I thought about it so much, I ended up writing a book about it. And I called the book Saving Us. Because it's not about saving the planet. It is quite literally about saving all of us living things here on this planet. And what I found through research on psychology, through research on collective action, through the teachings and writings of many different religious practices, from Buddhism to Christianity and everything in between, is that there's a common thread that our hope literally is found in action, that we act first and then the hope comes. And so that's why overcoming that lack of efficacy is so important, because if people don't think anything they do will make a difference, they do nothing. But if we know that we can make a difference, not us individually, but all of us working together, and that difference is tangible, like you said, local projects making real differences, that is what gives us hope. So encouraging others to add that hand to that giant boulder shows us that the giant boulder of climate action is not sitting at the bottom of an impossibly steep cliff. with only a few hands on it. Everybody in this room, probably a few more hands over there in the blue zone, but we're the only ones in the world? No. When we look around at everything that is happening in Africa, in North America, in Europe, in Latin America, in Asia, that giant boulder of climate action is already at the top of the hill. It is already rolling down the hill in the right direction. It already has millions of hands on it, and it just needs to go faster. And that's what gives me hope, is when I look at each one of those hands on the boulder, and here we can do that. Just ask anybody you see here what they're doing. That will give you hope, and then share that with someone else and encourage everyone else who is not here and everyone who's listening online. You can make a difference, and it begins with using your voice to advocate for change wherever you're planted, because each of us is in a different place.
Thank you very much. We have a few minutes for questions. Not done yet. Just want to hear from you all. So, yes, we're going to pass the mic. Can't really see you.
Hello. Hi, guys. This question is twofold. One is for Mr. Kano. I believe that you said earlier that the research is underfunded. Could you give a specific area or a couple of specifics in where you said the research is underfunded, what you were referring to, what you'd like to see more of for the research for climate adaptation?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I could, like I said, really, research in some of the things we are talking about, those solutions that are working at the ground level, to really understand them properly and know what are the elements of those interventions that are working, which of them can be transferred to other places with work, and how can you in general really bring about a robust system of supporting communities in order to adapt to climate change.
And the second question is, as scientists, do you really believe that we're even looking at a 2 degrees Celsius rise, or is it more like a 3-point-something degrees rise at this point in time if we halt everything right now? Realistically, can you verify numbers or give us a realistic viewpoint for projections?
Oh, well, that's exactly what I do. So I develop future projections, and I look at what they mean to us at the local scale. And so if we could find a magic switch to turn everything else off today, we would still see a few more tenths of a degree warming because of the inertia in the climate system. But the bigger question is, lacking that magic switch, what's going to happen? And what is going to happen is not up to the science, it's up to us. We humans are the greatest uncertainty in the climate system today. Our choices will determine our future. The livability of our planet literally sits in the palm of our hand. And that is why I'm so convinced that everyone needs to understand exactly why it matters to them where they live. It affects the people they love, the places they love, the things they love. And everyone needs to know how they can make a difference. Because we can't do it by ourselves, but I am absolutely convinced that we can do it together.
Next question. Yes.
Hi, Zipporah Berman, chair of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. I was recently talking to a couple of scientists who wrote and worked with the IPCC, because I'm trying to understand the models in Working Group 3. So what I understand is that there are parts of the report that I read that say no fossil fuel expansion is consistent with trying to reach a 1.5 world, and that carbon capture and storage and other methods of capturing carbon are, and I read this last night, are not viable at scale yet and are being used to justify expansion. Yet I understand that the main models that all of our governments are using right now factor in continued fossil fuel expansion and then huge amounts of carbon dioxide removal in bioenergy and storage and in carbon capture. So that was all a little complicated, but what it boiled down to in these conversations with some of the scientists I met with, I said, well, why? why do these models look like this? And they said something which really stopped me in my tracks. They said, because it's considered in our community unrealistic to model stopping expansion of fossil fuel production quicker. But it's realistic to model these massive amounts of CCS and BECCS. And the bioenergy and storage, as you probably know, they explained to me, if we did that level of bioenergy and storage, we would need an area twice the size of India every year to be planted in grasses and then cut down and the smoke sequestered.
Sorry,
right now we
could
do
you,
zero
Could you get
of that.
to the question, because we're
Well,
about
so
out of time.
What do we do about those models, and how do we get to changing what's considered unrealistic?
Thank you.
So the models that you're mentioning are completely different than the models that we were just talking about. We were talking about physical climate models, but the Working Group 3 models are economic and energy models. And the challenge with economic models and technological models and energy models is that they're all about people's decisions that are not governed by the rules of physics. And that is the challenge we have. If we all behave like Plato's, perfect rational man, if we all made exactly the right decisions at the right time, we'd be living in a very different world. The whole reason we're here is that we don't. And so what we need to do with humans, and I think you really sort of were touching on this, is we need to look at where we have to be, and then let's work backwards from that, instead of starting where we are today and working forwards. Because where we want to be, where we have to be, is a livable planet. And if the goal is a livable planet, then we can figure out what we have to do to get to that livable planet.
I just want to wrap up. Thank you all very much. Sorry, we didn't have time for more questions. I know more people had their hands up. But I just wanted to ask our panelists to give some closing remarks and tell us, what one thing do you hope to see come out of this COP?
Yeah, well, I hope that this will be the COP that makes sure that the negotiators are listening to the scientists this time, and that they really get the urgency of really going beyond negotiations and pledges, but actually translating things to action. Just like it says, this is an African COP, this is an implementation COP. I hope there would be an ambitious goal, a robust goal on adaptation, and that there will be a monitoring and tracking mechanism for all these pledges, whether on finance or even the mitigation and adaptation. If that happens, then I'll be the happiest participant at this COP.
Likewise.
What are your hopes?
Well, so in high-emitting countries, the focus is always on reducing emissions consistent with the Paris goals. But the majority of countries in the world are not high-emitting countries. And so under the Paris Agreement, the Green Climate Fund was intended to address this loss and damage issue, and it was woefully underfunded. Woefully. Almost no countries lived up to the promises that they had made. And so that really was the beginning of the discussion, which you mentioned now today, is we have to figure out how to live in this world together. No country can extend its barriers up to the top of the atmosphere and cut itself off from any other country. We all depend on each other, and we have to recognize that, and that has to be reflected in the decisions that we make.
Thank you both very much. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marjorie. Thank you, Catherine Mathari. Thank you very much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, is this a climate emergency or is this a real emergency? Our security people are just going to tell us if that is a false alarm or a true alarm. It's a climate alarm. Yeah. Just bear with us for 1 second. I'm going to use this moment whilst we're just checking whether we have to flee the building to just introduce the next one, because we're going to dive. The intention is to dive not into the Red Sea, but into the world of heavy industries. And
Everybody to the tennis courts, please, if they'd like to follow me.
we do need to leave, sorry. I beg your pardon. We have to go to the tennis courts. If you follow Louise here. in evacuating the room. We are having people coming, drifting back in now, but so we're going to get going to try and get back on schedule. This session, as I was about to say before I was so rudely interrupted, is about the world of heavy industries. And the framing is, what is the challenge of decarbonizing these hard-to-abate sectors? And how are leaders already making progress today? But before we get into the details of this, my colleague Declan Walsh joins us on stage and introduces his panel. I would like to thank IBM for supporting this session and to invite Christian Knoll, who's the General Manager of IBM Consulting Middle East and Africa, to take the stage just to say a few words of introduction. Thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you to the New York Times for inviting us and allowing us a little bit of a forum here. Just to dispel any rumors, we don't consider ourselves to be heavy industry as IBM, but we consider ourselves to be part of heavy industry and working with and helping heavy industry. We all know we've reached a point of inflection. There is no choice about what we need to do, so we know what needs to be done, and where we see our role in that is in using data. Data being the one resource the world is absolutely blossoming with, and we're sitting on data pools that are expanding every single day. You can see it here at COP, you can see it everywhere, and as does heavy industry. But to turn data into information, information using AI into decisions, and then decisions into actions, that's where we see the value. And that's where we see it's really, really important to focus on making those right decisions. Why? Because in most of the journeys we're going to go on in the next years, we only have one decision. We don't get a chance to say, whoops, that was the wrong way to go. We'll have to make one decision, whether it's around decarbonizing, whether it's around sequestration and so on. So we need to make the right decision, and that has to be an informed decision. And we are very proud to be part of that with our various softwares, hardwares, and consulting to help, and we're working with some of the largest companies here to help those companies get those insights out of the data, turning it into information, using artificial intelligence to then drive and turn that into those decisions that hopefully and will make the difference. We've pledged to be neutral in 2030 as a company. We're well on that journey, but it's a different story for heavy industry. It's a longer story, and it's a very interesting story, and I'm looking forward to the panel. So with that, I'd like to hand back and say thank you for inviting us, and we're proud to be a sponsor of this event. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Hi, my name is Declan Walsh. I'm the Chief Africa Correspondent for the New York Times. I was previously based here in Cairo as a Middle East correspondent, and before that in Pakistan. I'm really excited, actually, to be hosting this event about what I think is an incredibly important, often neglected part of the climate conversation. Heavy industry contributes to about 40% of global greenhouse emissions, everything from asphalt and concrete to metals and shipping and aviation. The sheer size of this sector makes curbing emissions very difficult, and historically industries like shipping and steel have opted out of the climate action conversation. But in recent years, progress has been made. And of course, this sector is going to be crucial in the next phase of the green transition, building the infrastructure that we're going to need. So how fast is the heavy industry sector moving, and what are the most exciting opportunities to accelerate change? Before we jump into our panel conversation, I want to bring up on stage an eminent scientist, Richard Harrington, who is a merit researcher at the Natural History Museum in London, who's going to help us to set the discussion. Richard, if you can join us. Thanks, Richard. Richard, from a scientific perspective, could you help us to understand the scale of the problem that we're talking about here?
Yeah, well, I mean, it is an incredible challenge because, you know, the move away from carbon actually moves us into the realms of renewable energy, which in itself has great material demands. We're going to have to mine between now and 2050 as much copper as we've mined throughout history. So but even the mining of the sort of fundamental materials like cement and steel and so on have got to increase, because the infrastructure for the green economy is much more material intensive than the hydrocarbon-based sector. So that's in itself a challenge. But then if we dig in, those industries themselves have enormous challenges because they are large CO2 producers, as you've said. You know, steel production accounts for about 8% of the world's CO2 production. The cement industry, 7%, and the chemical industry not far behind. So those three together are, you know, enormous CO2 producers. And decarbonising them is the challenge which manufacturers are rising to. But there are challenges there of the rate at which that can be done, particularly when you think we're going to have to increase production, say for iron and steel, and at the same time reduce their carbon footprint. So there's enormous commitments from companies producing those metals. ArcelorMittal have estimated it's going to be about 40 billion for them to restructure with low carbon technologies. And so this is definitely an amazing challenge for people.
The heavy industries have been, as I said a moment ago, relatively late entrants to the conversation. What's driving them to enter it now? Are they motivated by a desire to be good global citizens, or are there more hard-headed business decisions behind it?
Well, I think definitely business decisions, because let's face it, raising capital for major projects now is going to be looking, you know, it's going to be dictated by the footprint of those industries. You know, a big one of those will be the carbon accounting. And so most, for example, a major mining operation will need capital investment, and so releasing that finance without challenging and reducing the CO2 output will be very, very detrimental to the industry.
What do you think, what do you say is the greatest, or the top 2 or 3 greatest challenges facing this industry now as it tries to move towards net zero?
Well, there are some intrinsic problems. I mean, the cement industry has a major problem because their raw material is limestone, calcium carbonate. And turning that to cement, you have to take the carbon dioxide out of it. And of course, the way it's done in the past is to release it. Yet that can't be done. So for that product to be made, something has to happen to that carbon dioxide. So that is an enormous challenge. It's the same for the chemical industry. For plastics, they are using hydrocarbons, which, although the sort of scope 1 and scope 2 issues for those products can be handled, the scope 3, what happens to that material downstream, you know, they've got to account for the use of that plastic by downstream. So intrinsically, the problem is that those, like cement and plastics, have that carbon inherently as part of their construction. So there's always going to be that challenge. I think the steel industry, it's slightly different because there are ways of using hydrogen technologies that can exclude carbon completely from that cycle, but other industries are going to have to move towards things like carbon capture and storage, because actually the rate of change we need is so rapid that I think that we have to think seriously about using carbon capture and storage more widely for some of these. There are some problems with that. We know that it's been looked upon as a distraction. I think people have said it's a distraction, but for the cement industry, it's not a distraction, because what else are they going to do with their carbon dioxide? It is a distraction if it's being used to mitigate the use of hydrocarbons, I agree. And so, but I think it's such a huge challenge here that carbon capture and storage has a place in this whole scheme, but not for every industrial sector.
What's the horizon look like for technological answers to some of these questions? For instance, for the cement industry or others where there hasn't been an evident answer for carbon, other than carbon capture until now. Are there new technologies coming online that give you hope?
Well, they're definitely reducing the amount of CO2 being produced. It's mitigating the current technology. But it is difficult to see what's the product that will replace limestone and the raw material that will replace limestone. And there's that inherent problem in there. And we're going to have to accept that either we're going to use and stop using cement, or we have to embrace things like carbon capture and storage for particular sectors.
Okay, I think that's a great place for us to move to the main discussion. I'd like to invite our other two panelists onto the stage, please. We have seated in the middle Elizabeth Gaines, who is the CEO of Fortescue Metals Group from Australia, and on the far side, Morten Bo Christensen, who is the Vice President of Decarbonisation for Maersk. Thank you very much. And a quick reminder to you in the audience that if you have any questions for the panelists at any stage, please write them on the note cards that you should find on the seats beside you, or raise your hands so that our runners can find you, and I'll try to thread some of those questions into our conversation as we go along. Morten, building on the reflections that we've just heard from Richard, I wanted to start with a couple of questions about your perspective on the state of heavy industries today. Maersk is one of the largest shipping companies in the world, in an industry that produces 3% of global carbon dioxide emissions, almost as much as the entire continent of South America. In your opinion, what are the solutions that will lead shipping to a net zero future?
Yeah, yes, indeed, shipping is one of the so-called hard-to-abate sectors. In fact, global supply chains or global logistics actually accounts for 7% of all emissions. So it's not just about solving the shipping problem, you also have the landside transportation. But the hardest part is the shipping sector, not because from a technology perspective it's actually not at all hard, it's just more expensive. So I think the first thing it takes is that you as a company realize that you're part of the problem. And then you need to decide whether you want to remain part of the problem or you want to be part of the solution as well. Because our company is, like you said, we burn a lot of fuel oil. We emit more CO2 than the country that we are headquartered in. And it's Denmark, so it's a small country, but nonetheless, that's a daunting data point. But it also means we can have great impact if we actually start to address the problem. And that is what we have decided to do, and we have now set an ambitious that by 2040, so soon, in only 17 years, we want to be net zero across all our scopes and across all our businesses. And the technology pathway is there. I mean, we have technology today. You can order a vessel that can sail on green fuels. The problem is actually that, at least until, still, there is no market for the green fuels. We've seen kind of a chicken and egg type situation where no one invested in the assets because there were no fuels, but then again, nobody were producing the fuels because there were no assets to consume them. At the end of the day, because it was seen as too expensive. And that's just kind of a deadlock where everyone sits there and passes around the monkey. And so we've tried to break that chicken and egg situation, order the ships and put up a big sign that says, we want to buy some fuels. And, it's that's clearly the challenging part because it needs to be made from renewable energy. And the cost is just higher than for fossil.
What proportion of your fleet is powered by green hydrogen at this stage?
So today, zero. There's no. Today it's all fossil fuel, and you can buy some. Well, we do actually have a couple of percent that runs on biodiesel, which is it's a drop-in fuel that you can just put into the tank. So we have a couple of percent of our fleet that runs on that. But the challenge is really that there is no market for these green fuels. So that's what we have. And it's a year and a half ago since we ordered our first green methanol vessel. And so far we have managed to sign up 8 agreements with suppliers, but still we still have a long way to go. We also just last week we signed an agreement with the Spanish government to develop projects in Spain. We have a similar one here in Egypt. We simply need more money, more players, more projects, because this is a scale game. But the good news is that we actually see a big demand from our customers. Many of the customers in logistics and in container shipping are facing all of us, the consumers, and increasingly, there is an expectation that, if you're like a sports shoe manufacturer, the consumer can, less and less accept that sneaker is sewn up in Vietnam and then it has been sailed or flown across oceans and continents. So they have all set science-based targets, and they need some solutions to reach their targets. So that's the positive news, and the way we see it is that we think we have enough customers that we can get started. Can they cover the entire green bill? Probably not, but we also feel an obligation ourselves. But we cannot get all the way through without a level playing field, so we also try really to lobby for actually just a price on carbon. I mean, give us a carbon tax, level the playing field, and then I will guarantee you that things will move faster.
Elizabeth, if I could turn to you, Fortescue is one of the largest iron ore producers in the world. Yet earlier this year, the company committed to achieve a target of real zero by 2030. No fossil fuels and no offset wherever possible. That's obviously going to be a huge feat for a company that released 3.2 million tons of greenhouse gases last year. Can you tell me why the company chose real zero over the usual net zero? And to repeat a question I put to Richard, is this driven by virtue, or is there a hard-headed business decision factor behind it?
Well, I think the reason that we've chosen real zero is because business as usual is over. I mean, heavy industry has an important part to play, and we actually have a fully funded plan to decarbonise our iron ore operations by 2030. So it's not theoretical, it's not a target. We actually have a plan that we've announced. It's a $6.2 billion investment, which for our size and scale is a significant investment. But we're developing the technology ourselves. We found that some of the original equipment manufacturers are a bit slower, so we're very ambitious in our goals. But we're not doing it, we're doing it because we are in a climate emergency and it is the right thing to do, but it's also the smart thing to do. This will actually save us from 2030 about $800 million a year, and by 2030 about $3 billion over this next period, this next 8 years. So one of our biggest costs is fuel. We consume about 800 million litres of diesel every year. So, and we've seen the volatility in this, in the security of supply and the cost of fuel. So for us, this is absolutely the right thing to do, both from an ESG perspective, but really importantly from a business sense. Because in the iron ore business, iron ore has an important part to play, as Richard said, in the energy transition and demand for steel. But also we've got to look at our margins, we've got to protect those margins in the long term. And so this is, as I said, it's a fully costed plan. Our goal for Scope 3 is 2040, but 2030 is real zero. We don't see any point in net zero. We actually think, we know we've got a plan, we know we can demonstrate to heavy industry that you can fully decarbonise, and the goal is to eliminate fossil fuels from our operations. And just to give it some perspective, we operate in a very remote region of Western Australia. This is not simply a case of plugging into a renewable electricity grid. We're in a remote place, we need to find solutions. Green hydrogen will play a part, battery technology will play a part, but we're investing significantly in installing large-scale renewable energy, and that will achieve our goal of real zero.
What sort of reception have you had from your own employees? I think the company has about 15,000 employees. How did they receive this announcement, and what have you learned about bringing a workforce along with you when you introduce this kind of change?
Well, we've always had a history of, our culture is very strong, so we really empower our workforce. And 8 years ago, we made the decision to fully automate our heavy haulage fleet. So that basically means we're completely driverless. And we had to take our workforce on that journey. So they're used to the innovation, and when we do it on a large scale. We don't just do one truck, we do the entire operations. It's all operated remotely from Perth, thousands of kilometres away, no drivers. And so we actually work closely with our team members, and it will change some of the core skills that they have. A heavy diesel mechanic will no longer be working on a heavy diesel engine. So we need to retrain, reskill. It will provide job opportunities. But I think what's been really important with this is that the whole workforce has embraced this. In fact, we're attracting talent, and it's not just in our iron ore operations. We're also on a journey to transition to a renewable energy supplier. So we plan to produce green hydrogen, and we're finding that we're attracting enormous talent. So people are coming up with ideas. The workforce are motivated, they're engaged, they're really, they see our goal and the fact that we're putting all of our energy and efforts into doing this with a sense of urgency. We're not saying let's wait for, most others in the mining sector have a goal of 2050. And I think we all know, being here at COP, that is simply too late. So we're finding the workforce are incredibly engaged, and they're coming up with those ideas as well, which help, to help us with our decarbonisation journey.
Do you find that sense of urgency is shared in the rest of the mining industry, the extractive industries in Australia? How much of an outlier are you in this approach?
No, maybe to be a little bit controversial, I think there's quite a few boardrooms around the country where it's a 2050 target, net zero, because that's going to be somebody else's problem. So for us, 2030 is immediate. I mean, 2030 is not far away, and we have to invest the $6.2 billion. And of course, Australia has a very robust regulatory environment as well, so it's not as though we can simply install large-scale renewable energy without going through all the environmental permitting, the heritage approvals from traditional custodians. This is a journey that we're on, but we're doing it with that sense of urgency, and I would have to, I certainly, in anywhere that I'm speaking, I implore others to have that same sense of urgency, because otherwise we're just kicking the can down the road.
You mentioned green hydrogen. Morton, Maersk is, as you mentioned a moment ago, pursuing green hydrogen for some of your container vessels. Why does that stand out as the viable fuel alternative for heavy industry in general? And I believe there's some debate among scientists about whether green hydrogen itself is in fact perhaps not even a net zero or even a low emission fuel. Are you convinced that that is the future solution for your industry?
Yeah, so again, it very much depends on which mode of transport you're talking about. Everything on land can and should be electrified directly. That is also just from an energy efficiency perspective, by far the best solution. And I think for some of the shorter vessel travels, you can also electrify, but if you look at a large container ship, it weighs around 250,000 tons when it sails out, and it needs to cover 10,000 Nordic miles. So, I mean, the batteries would take up like 60 to 70% of the space on the ship, right? So there wouldn't be much space left. And I think when you plugged it in Shanghai or Rotterdam, I think you would probably see the lights dim a bit on the continent. So it's just, with current battery technology, it is not a feasible solution. So the next best thing is green hydrogen, and we are still not there with the ships, at least the deep sea, so the long haul, that we can use hydrogen in its pure form. So you have to put it on a derivative, either methanol or ammonia, and the only technology that is really available today is the methanol technology. So that's why we are going with that. But I think we all know that there's no magic bullet here. We're very open to future solutions, and we are certainly not in love with any technology, only the ones that actually solves the problem. So, but we have clearly made the decision that we're not going to build any oil ships ever again, because, and I very much echo what you are saying here, it's the right thing to do. I mean, we are all here at the COP. But it is actually also, we think, at least from a business perspective, the only right thing to do. It's safeguarding the future of the company. You mentioned employee engagement. I can totally subscribe to that. I've never seen any initiative in our company that engages the workforce more. So in the war for talent, this is a great card to play. You mentioned earlier investors, all the big pension funds, they want to know what you're doing. With the customers, or at least some, I mean, it changes the conversation. So again, it's just, we think it's kind of a no-brainer, but it, of course, requires a bit of courage to, embrace the unknown and embrace the uncertainty. And I know Fortescue relatively well, and I really applaud your leadership. And you have a plan, but I mean, there's still uncertainty, right? And you need to embrace that, but you do that. But that's how it is with any change in business, right? I mean, that's just how businesses run. So the good thing is, I think more and more companies are seeing it like that. More and more boardrooms are realizing that, honestly, they are not doing their job if they are not future-proofing their companies. So So, and I think that's why we see all this momentum building, and that is great news.
Yes, I guess it's an element of de-risking the future as well by taking these steps. Elizabeth, could you just speak briefly about the role that green hydrogen's playing in Fortescue's changes?
Yeah, well, green hydrogen's going to have a very important part to play, but we're seeing green hydrogen as a significant export opportunity. So the demand is there. We already have demand from E.ON in Germany for 5 million tonnes of green hydrogen by the middle of this decade. So we're in the race to develop green hydrogen. We think it's a significant export market but not only for Australia, globally, because renewable energy isn't just in Australia, unlike iron ore, which tends to be centralised in the Pilbara region. We're building currently in Gladstone in Queensland one of the world's largest electrolyser manufacturing facilities with 2 gigawatts per annum. So we're very much focused on green hydrogen, also for energy for our operations. Electrification will play a part, but for storage purposes and for energy for our operations, we see green hydrogen playing an important role. Some of our haul trucks will run on battery electric, some will be on hydrogen fuel cell. But we also see that significant opportunity as the world demands clean, renewable energy. We want to be there front and centre as a supplier of green energy globally.
I've read a little bit about the distinction between green and blue hydrogen. I don't know if someone on the panel here would like to explain what that distinction is, and also for Elizabeth and Morten, whether that's something you've considered. Richard, if you want to just speak to that briefly.
Yeah, I mean, there are forms of hydrogen. There's grey, there's blue, and there's green. Right. And grey hydrogen is hydrogen produced directly from methane, from natural gas, and it's not really, it's a step in the right direction, but it isn't anywhere near a green hydrogen. Blue hydrogen is where you have CO2 sequestration, so that you extract the hydrogen from the methane, but you capture the CO2. But green hydrogen is where you get direct electrolysis, basically water. You need electricity and water, and you can produce hydrogen and oxygen. And if it's renewable energy, it is totally green. Obviously, the infrastructure has to be built for it, but they're the three types. And obviously, green is the favourite colour because it actually is totally decarbonised in its supply chain.
Morten, some shipping companies are using wind propulsion technologies on their cargo vessels. Is that a plausible solution for Maersk or for the industry, do you think?
Yeah, so the wind-assisted propulsion is a great efficiency level, right? So it makes you, get more out of your fuel. But obviously, if you relied on the wind alone, I think the reliability of your cargo would be not really up to what customers would expect. So it is a great step, and when we look at our roadmap towards what we want to achieve, it's in there, but it is compared to some of the other efficiencies and the levers that we have, it's not a big part, but it is certainly a relevant one and a good one. It's a great business case, right? You save fuel, whether it is the green fuel or the grey fuel, you save fuel also. So it's definitely in there, and I think other sectors of shipping can have more benefit from it, because the thing with the container ship is there's not really there are containers everywhere, so we can only use kites, but it is in there, and it does make sense, but it's not the magic bullet, unfortunately.
Elizabeth, I'd like to hear your views about carbon capture and storage. In a recent report, the IPCC said that removing carbon dioxide already in the atmosphere is an essential element of meeting climate goals. At the same time, there's a lot of skepticism about the scalability of carbon capture, fears that people are relying on it too heavily. Do you see carbon capture and storage as a sort of get-out-of-jail card for the hydrocarbon industry, or is it a technology that we should be trying to develop and push in order to draw down carbon dioxide more rapidly?
Well, we have pretty strong views on this in terms of it's a technology that hasn't been proven at scale. It's actually failed on a number of occasions. So the risk, the economic risk, the risk of leakage, the fact that it can be used as justification for further investment in fossil fuels. Our view is that carbon capture and storage does not have a part to play. And I know Richard has a view that there are some industries where it has to, and I appreciate that. But I think as a solution as part of this green energy transition at scale that doesn't have a part to play. What we have to focus on is real zero, eliminating the use of fossil fuels and actually achieving that real zero emissions rather than capturing those emissions that will still need to go somewhere. So that's our view.
Morten, do you want to jump in there?
Yeah, no, I think for some industries it may be a last resort, and if you can prove the technology, it can be. You have to look at what is economically effective as well. But when we look at our own, it's not really a relevant. It's not a relevant lever for us. We really want to just transition away from fossil energy altogether.
Staying with you, Morten, some industry groups and coalitions have formed. A number of coalitions have formed to drive full sector transformation, such as the First Movers Coalition that was announced by John Kerry last year and which was in the news again this week because cement and concrete have joined it. How meaningful are these coalitions really? You know, they make a lot of noise sometimes at events like the COP, and then they seem to fade from the headlines very quickly afterwards. Do they really work?
Well, there are many coalitions and this, that, and the other, and announcements being made. Most don't really amount to much action. I think the First Mover Coalition is actually an attempt to create a buyer's coalition to actually put a demand signal in the market. So I actually think that could well be an exemption, and we've signed up for it and are part of it. But of course, it needs to go from just having an intent to putting real demand in the market, right? Putting some dollars on the table, and it needs to happen now because there is an urgency here, and for most, even the hard to abate, the technology is here, and if you put down the investments, if you put the demand out there, it'll happen. That's how the world goes. So I really hope that these coalitions will go into actual real commitments to we'll buy X% next year, not 10 years from now, but now, because we all know this is a budgetary problem, right? There's only so much carbon left we can emit, so we need to get started. But I do think the First Movers Coalition could be one of those that actually turned out to be powerful.
Meaningful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Elizabeth?
I would agree, absolutely. And I think even in the last 12 months, we've seen that the dialogue this year at COP around green hydrogen. Last year there was a lot of skepticism and it was a proven technology. Now it's becoming part of the dialogue of being part of the solution. And that's because there has been a lot of work done by organisations like the Green Hydrogen Organisation to develop the Green Hydrogen Standard. So we do need these coalitions and these groups to actually help form these standards so that we're all working towards similar goals. So I think I would totally agree. Some will be successful, some I think are very important, including the First Movers Coalition, as I said, the Green Hydrogen Standard, because the amount of discussion at this COP around green hydrogen compared to a year ago, it's just changed exponentially.
I guess I'm just wondering from the perspective of national governments in signing up to these coalitions, whether there are any real political stakes for them. Is there any sense that in Australia or other countries, it's easy to sign up to these coalitions, but there may not be much follow through afterwards? Is there pressure, for instance, in Australia from stakeholders like yourselves or from others in the government to take one position or another or to push through on these commitments?
Well, we've had a change of government in Australia this year, and there's been a welcome change in terms of Australia having a more ambitious commitment to emissions reduction, not necessarily as ambitious as, for example, we would like, and I think as industry we have an important part to play, working with government. And as I said, the regulatory environment's critically important for us to achieve our goals to decarbonise. So it is important that we engage with all of our stakeholders, including government, and we'll continue to advocate for more ambitious agendas. I guess a little bit unlike Europe, who's obviously facing some major energy crisis, we still have our challenges in Australia, particularly on the east coast of Australia, where a lot of the gas is actually exported. So there is this issue now where we're seeing those soaring costs of energy. So it's a very topical issue in Australia. For us, we're getting on with it. We engage regularly with government, but getting those policy settings right will be critically important. So we need to continue to engage.
Fortescue's emissions are largely Scope 3 emissions, indirect emissions that aren't created by your company, but driven by your activities, everything from transportation to even business travel, I believe. What would you say to further regulation being laid down for the management of those Scope 3 emissions?
Well, just to give it some context, last financial year, our Scope 1 and 2 emissions were 2.2 million tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent. Our Scope 3 were 255 million tonnes, and that's the steel industry and shipping. So I'm hoping Morton finds the solution for shipping, and we're working on that as well. But for the steel industry, steel will play an important part in the energy transition, and iron ore is obviously a core ingredient in steel making. So we're working with our customers. We do have a goal for zero Scope 3 emissions by 2040. So we're working closely with our customers on the future of green steel. That will include more direct charge material, green iron, replacing the blast furnace technology with green hydrogen. So there's a lot of work underway, and we know that our customers, because we see in China in winter, there's a lot of production curtailments because of the emissions profile in winter. So there's a real drive to actually reduce emissions. Our goal is to work with our customers to see whether we can actually eliminate emissions. But we're on that journey, but Scope 3 is a very important focus for us as well.
At this stage, I'd like to open up for audience questions. I don't believe actually we had any cards in the room, as I said earlier, but we do have mics going around. So if you want to put up your hand, one of our runners will go to you. Just over here, please. Yes, thank you.
Hi, thank you, Declan. I would like to ask regarding industry's advancement. Are you part, and I apologize my ignorance, but are you part of a sectorial dialogue as well in each of your industries, Elizabeth and Morton? And also, how can people in the same industry, let's say in a different continent, can learn from the advances that you are creating, particularly the investment that you have put into? Is there more of a platform of dialogue? I mean, you've just said that in Australia there isn't such support within the whole industry, but maybe partnering up with more people globally that do want to lead or that want to follow and they don't have the resources. Like, how can we enable more of that industry advancement? Thank you, in both cases.
I can...
And if there's a website or anything where we can read more of the kind of things you're doing that can be emulating as possible solutions for others to understand better. Thank you.
I think the way I understood your question was, are there any sort of sectoral forms for this where we as an industry discuss? Certainly for shipping, that's actually that's an industry which is regulated under the United Nations, under the International Maritime Organization. So indeed there is for shipping. And that's very powerful because it means you can actually regulate the industry. The problem is it's a UN body, so everyone needs to agree, and everyone doesn't. So right now the ambition level that is way too low, and I think a lot of shipping company actually wants the IMO to step it up, and let's see what happens. But for now the ambition is clearly too low. But there is this forum, and we have seen in 2020 there was regulation around sulfur emissions that were implemented extremely effectively overnight, basically. So that is the power that this organization has. So we are really hoping and lobbying very much for them to sharpen the rhetoric. And again, what we're asking for is very simple: give us a carbon tax, level the playing fields, and then we will get going, and everyone will get going. So that's at least how it is in shipping. The rest of logistics is extremely fragmented, very regional businesses. So there are less of that. Mining.
Yeah, look, I think with mining, in the past, any major technological development is something you want to keep for yourself because it's going to give you a competitive advantage, and that tends to be how we operate. But I think with the climate crisis and the work that we're doing, we're actually developing the technology to be shared because we know that this is going to be critically important. So this is less about what can we do to give us a competitive advantage. It's what can we do to actually demonstrate that heavy industry can decarbonise, can reduce reliance or eliminate reliance on fossil fuels. So we will be sharing that technology. The forums are, it's unlike the IMO, the forums are less, I mean, there's the ICMM, which is International Mining but the forums don't tend to focus. They focus on other things like tailings dam management and the like. So, but we do engage with industry. We engage with other manufacturers. The technology will be made available because it's going to be critically important to decarbonise.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? I think we're almost out of time, but we'll take one more quickly, please. There's someone here in the front row, I think.
Hi. I was just wondering what limitations you guys found that came from the use of hydrogen, such as the continued use of methane in gray hydrogen and the flammability of hydrogen. And then also, how does the competition of green hydrogen impact the global South's ability to use this new technology in their green energy transition?
Again, so I heard you mention the methane problem. I think that's actually only a problem, as Richard explained, if you do gray or blue. If you do green hydrogen, there is no methane. You only have water and renewable energy. So if you stick to that version of hydrogen, I think it shouldn't be a problem. And then I think to your question around the opportunity this presents for the Global South, I think it's a huge opportunity. I think, as I mentioned, we signed an agreement here in Egypt. This government I think sees tremendous opportunities for the country, job creation, income for the country. And actually in the IMO, what we are hoping is that the carbon tax will actually be used to actually be channeled, not back to the industry, but actually back to subsidizing, for example, production of green fuels in the Global South, but of course also to some of the states that are more impacted by global warming than others. So I think if the world plays its card well, I think this can turn up as a great opportunity for a lot of the countries that are actually suffering the most in this emergency. But it does require that the world plays its cards well. So it's not going to happen by itself. But there is definitely opportunity. I don't know if
Did you want to come in, Richard?
Well, I just think, just one thing to say, it's quite an exciting time because it's such a revolution that the actual people, the controllers of energy production could change very radically, and we could decentralize it because of this revolution. You know, as Elizabeth was saying, you know, they're looking to produce their own energy. Actually, places like Africa are an enormous potential to be the new energy power hub because of, you know, solar and wind and so on. And so we need to grasp those opportunities to distribute the production of these things more widely, which will reduce risk in supply chains, and it's to everybody's benefit to have that distributed rather than concentrated. And so we should be grasping those opportunities to reduce risk in in the future energy production.
Great. Thank you very much. We've unfortunately come to the end of what's really been a fascinating discussion. I wanted to thank our three panelists, Richard, Elizabeth, and Morten. And next up, I'd like to welcome back my colleague, Abdi Latif, who's going to lead the final session of our programming today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This final discussion session of the evening is a fireside chat. So in the spirit of a fireside chat, we're going to turn down the AC. It's a bit cold in this room. And I'm going to encourage you all to come to the front of the room because we want to lean into this conversation that Abdi Latif, my colleague, is going to have with Wanjira Matai, who is the Managing Director, Africa and Global Partnerships of the World Resource Institute. She's an incredibly compelling speaker, but I want us all to come together. So I'm going to insist, in fact, for those of you people who are refusing to move at the back, come forward, please. Come forward, please. And we're going to lean in and we can't have a crackling fire in the background, but we're going to try and create a warm atmosphere for everybody. Why don't you come on stage?
Thank you all very much for joining us. My name is Abdi Latif. I'm the East Africa correspondent for the New York Times. And with us is Wanjira Matai, welcome.
Thank you.
Karibu from Kenya, who is the Managing Director and the African Global Partnerships for the World Resources Institute. We're just going to get straight into it, and I'll open up for questions later in the session. But Wanjiro, this is your 5th COP. How is it different for you? What are some of the burning questions that were in your mind when you were on the flight coming here?
Thanks, Abdi. Pleasure to be in discussion with you and to be back at the New York Times Hub. I have to say, when I was coming this time, I was trying to be appreciative. I was trying to say what's good, because I had just done some interviews where I was expressing anxiety around outcomes, because there was so much made of the fact that this is an African COP, this is about implementation and action, and what does that really look like? And I just, and even today, just feel like we're still sort of talking, where is the implementation, where is the action? But looking back, it is true that on loss and damage, we didn't even talk about it. It was not an issue to be discussed. It was completely no-go. And today, it's on the agenda. Honestly, a real celebration there. So that, I must say, was front of mind.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And your work with the World Resources Institute, could you just introduce the audience a little bit to that, and just some of the work that you do in all the countries that you work in?
Yeah. So WRI, as we call ourselves, the World Resources Institute, is a research organization. We say we are research, but we use research for action. So we count it, that's the research, we change it, we use that research for action, then we scale it, because of course you can't have change without scale. And we have 3 key human systems that we're working on: energy, cities. We believe that cities are really where a lot of the change will happen. And then, of course, around food, land, and water. You want me to use the microphone? Like, my booming voice is not enough. So, and food, land, and water. And so those are the 3 systems. But in addition to that, acknowledging that there are some enabling or systems that enable or hamper progress. And those are in finance, in governance, and in economics. And so looking at those systems architecturally, what are the things that need to change to hasten progress? And so we work across, we have 2,000 staff across 5 different regions, and in Africa, in 5 countries, where we're deepening our work today.
Great. You're also involved with the Greenbelt movement, which is the organization that was created by your mother, the late Wangari Maathai, who's also won the 2004 Nobel Peace Prize. And I was rereading her book on my flight here, and one of the interesting things that stood out for me was that how she recognized early on, both in her life and in her career, the interconnectedness of deforestation, poverty, food insecurity, and disenfranchisement. And I was just wondering how her life and her work, which you're now continuing, has also impacted your own thinking and also influenced your own philosophy.
That's a great question. Actually, my mother was a great influence in my life, because I spent the last probably 10 years of her life working directly with her. And whereas I knew what my mother did, of course, when I was younger, but I always assumed that's what people do. Everybody's mother does something, they're working hard, whether they're at home or they're working in the office, and my mother just happened to be doing what she did. But only later, when I worked with her, did I appreciate the genius of that, what you said, the interconnectedness of everything. She really believed that the environment was the most important thing. She told me that all the time. And she said she was horrified that the budget lines, every time the president read the budget, she would be horrified that the budget for environment was so low. And she genuinely would say, if the environment is not there, we are dead. If it was any of these other ministries, we could carry on, but you need the environment. It is our life support system. And so that was very much a part of my daily upbringing and the narrative of how everything else hung together. We laughed about it, we joked about it, but it was central to everything she did.
In what ways does it shape your thinking today, particularly as you are in COP right now and having these discussions with leaders? How do you think about her legacy and where she would maybe have wanted to see the world go?
Well, I think, first of all, I think she would be very proud to see the centrality of nature. Today we talk about nature-based solutions. We talk about the African restoration movement. This is what she was talking about many, many years ago. But I think the real, celebration would be the fact that we appreciate today that forests, for example, are our life support systems. We know that now quite profoundly. We talk about the value of Africa's forests to the world. We talk about the fact that they're undervalued, the fact that we do not take into consideration the biodiversity value, that these forests are more than just a cluster of standing trees. That, to me, is such an important part of why I continue to champion forests, and I continue to talk about the fact that the restoration movement may be the single most important movement in cushioning us, especially as Africans, against the worst impacts of climate change. So around our local communities and just making sure that we have trees, we know now just how crucial that is.
Yeah. Just hearing you talk about that, both you and I live in Nairobi, fast developing, fast urbanizing city, major expressways and highways getting built and apartments where we're seeing a lot of trees being cut. And I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit about the tension that exists between your work in terms of preservations, in terms of reforesting, and the type of conversations that you're having with governments by saying, yes, we understand we need highways so that we could make these cities livable, but we also need to have the trees and have the nature and make sure that, the green spaces within the cities do not disappear.
No, that's a big tension, especially in our part of the world, because the infrastructure that's needed for us is still being built. And so a lot of people who come to Nairobi, Abdi, say, oh my goodness, I'm so surprised how green Nairobi is. And those of us who live there are crying every day like, no, don't cut one more tree. But what is happening actually is, I think, a lack of evidence, especially for our leadership, those in charge of city planning, just how crucial those trees are. That it matters if you cut a tree to plow a road through and then plant a seedling. You see that all the time. They'll plow down 3,000 trees and then they'll plant 3,000 seedlings. And that is really difficult. And so at least for organizations like us, and there are many organizations now working on city issues around greening cities, is to present the evidence that actually the mental health of our citizens, and COVID helped in this case, because when COVID happened, a lot of people retreated into green spaces. And so today we appreciate them a lot more than we did then. But that as we plan, we should plan around green infrastructure, because if you cut them down, it's another generation to get back what you lost. And so it's in the planning, it's in the acknowledgement that actually walking around cities is really important, to be able to bike around cities. I mean, we couldn't bike in Nairobi today, but that's not because we don't like biking. It's because it's a death trap to bike. But if we had access, we would probably do that. A lot of people, Abdi, today will tell you that they are finding out they have asthma that is pollution related. That's because we have way too many cars floating on our roads and more roads being built. But we don't have less traffic. We have a lot more traffic, as a matter of fact.
Yeah. At this COP, you've emphasized the need for a focus on climate adaptation. Can you talk about why adaptation is particularly important for Africa?
Oh my God, yeah. Adaptation is the most important thing. I'll share a story just because I think it so demonstrates why adaptation is important. A good friend of mine is from the pastoralist community, and as you've written, Abdi, about the drought that is ravaging through our part of the world. And she comes from the Maasai community, and she's been rescuing girls from early marriage. These are girls 8 to 12 years old. And as she's doing her work, she told me in this drought season, it's been hectic because they've been rescuing more and more girls
Why? Because for Maasai men, livestock are everything. This is their life. This is, as you know, their wealth. But what I hadn't quite appreciated is just how the dynamic plays out. And this is where the gender lens is so drastic. She told me she met a little girl who was about to go out to be married. She was 8 years old. Think about that, 8. And she was not being forced. She had offered herself. Why? Because her father had said to her, he has nothing left. He has no wealth left. His entire herd has died in these floods, in these droughts. And as a result, he only had his staff, the shepherd's staff. And the little girl said, "Daddy, I don't want you to be like this. It brings shame to the family." And so she offered herself out. I don't think any of us considered that dynamic and the impact that has. So the little girl will not go to school, she's going to be gone, but of course Agnes rescued her and she's now safe. But that is repeating itself over and over again. How many girls will miss out? If we do not build the capacity for communities, especially in vulnerable countries, to adapt against climate change, floods, droughts, why is it that you lose 100 head of cattle? Where are the abattoirs? Where are the systems that would ensure that that man doesn't lose everything and that his family feels compelled to intervene an 8-year-old child? So that to me is the bottom. That is the bottom. And we must, as we are here at COP, you just remember the fact that commitments were made to double adaptation finance. We're not there yet. We're doing poorly as a matter of fact. But that's what we are saying is okay when we don't invest in adaptation.
You raise a very important point about the gender aspect of this, and particularly because women in many places in Africa, even in Kenya, they still have to walk very long distances to collect firewood, and then they come and sort of like are on the frontiers because, you know, they're staying in these small tukels or like, you know, homes where the air pollution, you know, them and the children are. Could you talk a bit about how that environmental degradation, particularly, is intertwined with problems in food systems and is particularly impacting women?
Yeah, I mean, I think appreciating the fact that the systems, the water cycle, the systems of agriculture, we largely are still a rain-fed agricultural country. So most of our agriculture depends on rainfall. And when rains fail like they have, so too does food production. We have less food, we have to go further and further for water. And then you also have to prioritize. Are you going to pour the water on the plants or drink it? So of course, potable water takes priority. And you can very quickly see how this spirals out of control. But we also are neglecting the fact that for Kenya, for example, our 5 water towers are the lifeline of water. The minute we begin to interfere with those water towers, we begin to interfere with our water systems. And so there is no cushioning. The rivers dry up much faster. They dry up even when it's not, even in the rainy season, you don't have. And what you have is too much water, which of course also washes away the agricultural soils and of course the sea. So it is interfering basically with our ability to produce food. That's a problem in and of itself. And because we are rain-fed, and of course part of the adaptive capacity we have to build is about irrigation. How do we, when we have a lot of water coming down, how do we harness that? So that when we have water, we don't have too much. And then when we don't have water, we have none. It's about, that's part of the adaptation agenda.
Let's talk a bit about solutions, and we'll open it to the audience in a minute. But you know, there's the question, you've also talked about the question of justice, and Africa is particularly responsible for just a sliver of the global greenhouse gas emissions. How much support should come from the countries that are, the ones that are emitting the most, and how should they support African countries in tackling some of these challenges?
Well, I think we have to remember the principle of equal but differentiated responsibility, and I completely subscribe to polluter pays. So we need to make sure that commitments that have been made by the big emitters, the rich, white, affluent economies, pay for the pollution that we are experiencing. And so that is, of course, on the table here, because there's a lot of discussion around attribution, and science has gotten a lot tighter on attribution. We do have to be honest and have honest discussions about the fact that you do have to pay for the pollution, and that's what the Paris Agreement demands. Those are the agreements we've made. And absent that, we are stuck, because without finance, we cannot move on just about anything, including the energy transition, including adaptation, and of course, on loss and damage.
I was just wondering how much you think that Africans and African billionaires, and we talked a little bit before this about philanthropists, should be able to contribute to this. And is there a mechanism for them to even contribute or take the leadership in this?
Well, I think that's growing. There's definitely the Africa Philanthropy Forum, which has done quite a bit in trying to rally African philanthropy. But African philanthropy is still very young. We haven't seen African philanthropy except in times of dire need. You have a situation where things are really, really bad, and then Africa philanthropy rallies. But in terms of looking at some of adaptation, that's long term. That's looking at what could happen. It's not visible at the moment. And so we do not have a mature philanthropy culture in Africa that can be rallied at the moment.
Okay. We'll open up to the audience if there's a question.
Hi. I know you talked about that story of the girl, choosing to sell herself, and how social issues and climate issues are interlaced throughout basically all walks of life. Can you talk a bit more about how you work together with social activists, people who work against these issues, to kind of combat, because we're all working towards the same goal, but just talking about that intersection, that connectedness between tackling social issues as well as climate issues, and that they're one and the same.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's really important, because social safety is part of what's affected by the climate crisis. And that's just one example. There are several examples where, especially if you looked at what happened during COVID, a lot of people who suffered were not actually the poorest of the poor. It was actually those who are in the informal economy who are invisible to social safety nets. They're invisible to the social system, and so they're not, when you're looking for people, you can't find those in the informal economy. They're not in any system. And so those were the most vulnerable, and those are the most affected. You need social safety nets that actually reach everybody and reach those in particular. But and the impacts of climate that are affecting people are affecting them wherever they are. So they're in cities, in rural areas, equally. And so we have to build that sort of support across the board.
Another question? Oh, there you go. Can we get a mic here?
Sure, I love asking questions. So before this session, you had this fabulous debate on, climate justice and decarbonization, and whether we invest, or the Global South invests in expanding the fossil fuel narrative. And it was really an interesting debate, but I don't actually know where anyone stood on the issue. So, as we discussed afterwards, so could you enlighten us, what is the role fossil fuel should or shouldn't have, in the ideal narrative forward? What's the arc of, getting off the fossil fuel crack diet and really moving toward regenerative agriculture and renewable energy for Africa?
Yeah. Well, the role of that debate was exactly that, right? Is to surface some of the complexities that this debate is eliciting. Here's the thing. We are often asking the wrong question. This is an issue that is extremely polarized. It's extremely misunderstood. And the truth is, it requires a nuanced understanding of what's going on. Country by country, every country quite different. Take Kenya, for example. Kenya's electrical grid, is largely renewable. Last year, 90% of Kenya's energy came from renewable sources. But we still have 70% of people who don't have access to electricity. How is that possible? Well, we are stuck in a vicious cycle of very expensive energy because the grid is limited. The grid is limited because the demand is so low. You heard me say 5% of subscribers to the electrical grid provide 70% of the revenue. That is unsustainable. It is not a profitable business today to deliver electricity. Why? Because the cost of capital is so high. So until the cost of capital goes down, it's going to be very difficult. And of course, creating demand is also part of the industrialization agenda. You hear, I was talking about Africa is solving for economic development. We need to eliminate poverty because the underlying driver of vulnerability on our continent is poverty. Full stop, finished. If we don't resolve that issue, we will continue to live on the edge. And that's unacceptable. And so for anybody who is discussing this issue, you must understand what you're solving for. We're solving for economic development, requires energy. Where will that energy come from? It depends on the options that you have. And every country will have a different nuanced analysis of the pathways available. For us, it will be based on the cost of capital. Today, at the current cost of capital, in most countries in Africa, 16 to 20%, believe it or not, that's at the cost of money in Kenya and other places. The most cost-effective energy source today is what? Diesel engines, diesel generators. It's completely polluting, and you would today say, absolutely not. But that's what is incentivized at this cost of capital. The cost of capital in a country like yours, perhaps even in Switzerland, would of course incentivize solar and wind because they're very capital intensive upfront. So that's what we have to understand. Because we cannot suspend economic development, Africa will go for whatever is available at the current cost of capital. So the real battle is on reducing the cost of capital. We have to make sure that people can borrow at fair prices. And multilateral development banks should be doing more development than bank. Because at the moment, we are seeing a lot more risk-averse development agendas from them. We need to see, it is a risky business. Well, let's face it. These are not fancy times. So we've got to make sure that they do more development, and development actually means extending credit at much, much lower rates, especially for development banks.
You want to go?
Thank you for that nuanced answer. I have a question about the role of women entrepreneurs in Africa. You talked about how women are disproportionately impacted by these issues, but also the entrepreneurship and the energy is phenomenal potential source of leadership. The issue is access to finance. They don't be able to have the network or the necessarily yet the setup to be able to access finance. And I'm just wondering, in your work, what your perspectives on that are.
Sorry, Sophie, I didn't hear the front part of that.
So the question is, what do you think is needed to create a condition for women entrepreneurs to really lead that sustainability agenda?
Yeah, well, there's some real exciting opportunities. I happen to be fortunate to lead a network of women entrepreneurs in renewable energy. This was mainly in the clean cooking space, because that's one area actually where gas will have to be, I mean, I don't know. I would love the next Oxford-style debate should be around clean cooking and gas. It would be really important for us to acknowledge that women have to be involved across the value chain of clean cooking, both in the design and development of clean cooking technologies so that they fit and they're fit for purpose, but also in the use, which they're predominantly engaged in. But entrepreneurship, small and medium enterprises, especially in that sector, are really exciting and growing. I talked about the Africa Restoration Movement. That's another area where women's engagement is crucial. Establishing tree-based businesses. Today we have a lot of women involved in tree-based businesses, whether they're growing commercial trees like macadamia nuts and others, or they're growing trees and providing planting material for the restoration movement. These are real opportunities that will create jobs for a largely young population. Remember, the average age of Africans today is 19 years old. It's a very young population looking and building clearly, amazingly entrepreneurial opportunities. But there are clear opportunities in these businesses, for example.
Manjira Madai, it's been an honor.
No.
Thank you so much.
Wait, can I ask one more question?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Time's up.
We've run out of time.
I'll answer it, come.
We have one very disappointed person who wants to ask a question. I'm going to shorten my remarks. I was going to say a few things, but I'm going to shorten because I want you to ask that question, and then, so go ahead.
Okay, so I think we can all agree, or mostly agree, that in order for Africa as a continent to transition or to develop clean and sustainable energies, there needs to be funding, and that needs to come from high-emitting countries and wealthier countries. So I guess my question is that as money continues to be the thing most talked about, but also most avoided, and as we can even see today, you know, it's very easy to dodge a question on money when there's a guilt factor involved and when there's not a clear answer. So I'm wondering what is realistic for holding these countries and these nations accountable, and what are the reasons that we aren't seeing them follow through? Like, is it just about developing more revenue, more profit, capitalism, or is there not enough money? I'm just kind of at a loss for how this happens over and over again. But
yeah, no, great question. Great question. It's a good one for us to finish on. There is more than enough money in this economy. Don't let anybody lie to you. It's plenty out there. When COVID happened and economies need to be shored up, 17 trillion showed up. There's money. We have a crisis in empathy. We are living in exceedingly unempathetic times. And that is a fact. I think if we were to be honest with ourselves, we would be in solidarity. Today, we don't acknowledge just how connected we are. If you look at today's supply chains across the board, the relationship between the beef industry in the US and the Amazon, the cosmetic industry in Europe, and palm oil production. You look at mining in Africa and the technology industry, we are more connected than we acknowledge. We need to acknowledge that crisis in empathy. That's what's needed. And I think the youth movement is doing a lot better than most of us in waking up that sense of empathy in all of us. That it cannot be, it is going to be about finance, and don't be shy about saying it over and over again. Climate finance is the most important issue at this COP and going forward until it's delivered. Until it's delivered. But if we do not get over the fact that there's a crisis in how we see people of different colors, cultures, genders, and geographies, we're cheating ourselves. We're lying to ourselves. It is a crisis in empathy.
Thank you.
Please, thank you so much. What a fantastic way of ending a crisis of empathy. We actually started the day talking about finance, and we learned that actually there is plenty of money around. So this is a very good way of putting a full stop on what I think has been an incredibly rich day. I hope you feel the same. This is only day 2, though. We have one more day where we will have more rich content tomorrow. But before then, if you want to tap into empathy and you want to spend some time of reflection and thinking and listening to indigenous communities, we have down on the lawn area a fantastic evening. It certainly promised to be a fantastic evening, with which is hosted by Thermart, who are hosting an evening with the Kichawa people from the Amazon basin, who are here to talk about their experience and what we can learn from indigenous communities. So having sat in this sort of space-like Star Trek environment, you want to go outside, sit in a bedroom tent, and hang out with indigenous communities. I urge you to go down. And there's a brochure, by the way, just outside here, which will explain in much more articulate terms than I just have what the evening is about. So I encourage you to pick it up, go down, and have a terrific evening. And we very much look forward to seeing you again here tomorrow for what I think will promises to be another fantastic day. Thank you.